I always like studying quarterbacks in year two. I think rookie year, there can either be a lot of growth, right? There's the biggest ability to take that jump, but there's also some struggles you have to work through. In year two, a full offseason, really understanding the playbook. Things have kind of slowed down for you. I feel like year two is a really good indicator of what long-term success looks like for any young quarterback.
There's no chance to turn and go. That one risk was the something.
Trying to get the running back here going early on the first play, Michael. What that does is it opens things up for the rest of the passing game as the game unfolds. Show this defense our running back is not an afterthought. He is a priority to our passing attack.
Moving outside the pocket. 10 yards on the scramble there. Picks up the first down.
They got to do a better job of keeping the quarterback contained in the pocket all week, like against mobile quarterbacks. You talk about rushing as a group. This time they get a little undisciplined with their rush lane integrity, and he makes a pay.
They'll run, and this is from Madden Stevenson. And he'll go back to the line of scrimmage. That's about wrong.
Every team makes an emphasis on winning first down, but as a defense, when you're able to take it back for a loss, second and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
Maine to throw on second.
So anytime the team suffers an early second on the interception, your instincts is we need to get away from our game plan. We need to adjust. I don't think that's the case. There's a lot of handling, a lot of chances to avenge that play and still connect downfield on some of these passes. All proven though, Mike. They've got to identify what went wrong, let's correct it so we're able to move forward.
The Bills offense are heading out. They are led by the MVP of the National Football League, 29-year-old quarterback Josh Allen in the prime of his career.
And we all know how talented this guy is, Mike, right? From the physical sense, that's obvious. But what really separates him, and it really came through, we had a chance to talk to him this week, is really his ability to operate from the neck up. His processing speed, his decision making. It seems like he's always one step ahead of the defense. And he's
From the 43, here's second and 6. Armageddon has it. That's going to be 8 complete. Very good there. Contact jarring the ball loose. And it's going to force third down. Trying to get it to Dalton Kincaid there. And third down coming up. That's Palmer, the man in motion. On third down, it's Josh Allen. And he is going to bounce back to the 31-yard line. He picked up about 12 yards. First down, Buffalo.
really nice job there by Pete. He sees the blitz coming and just gets the ball out of his hands. Understand where your outlets are. It results in an easy pitch and catch and move the chains.
Inside the 10-yard line. That's a gain of 22. He stays up first down and goal.
Sometimes all it takes is that one key block to spring this back. He's just so good in open space. And man, that was a heck of a run. And it sets up first and goal.
What is up, Daddy Gang? It is your founding father, Alex Cooper. We call her Daddy. Allie Raisman, welcome to Call Her Daddy. Thank you so much for having me. I am so happy that we're doing this. I'm such a huge fan. I've been a huge fan for a while, so to be able to sit here in person with you, it's an honor. So thank you for being here. I am such a big fan of you too, and I think we have the same name. Is your legal name Alexandra? Yes, me too. Should we call each other Alexandra? Should we go by Alexandra today? Yeah, nobody calls me Alexandra in interviews. Oh my god, I wonder, how did you get Allie and how did I get Alex? Where did you go? Okay, so, first of all, I'm a very big fan of you too. Congratulations on everything. It's amazing. Love listening to your podcast. So my legal name is Alexandra, and really no one calls me that. When I was little, I used to actually be called Sexy Lexi, which is probably weird, but when I was 5 years old, everyone called me Sexy Lexi. I don't know why. Okay, Allie. I didn't know what sexy meant, but everyone called me Sexy Lexi in kindergarten. Even some of the moms around me too, they still call me that to this day. And then when I was a couple years later, I thought my real name was Alexandra, and I asked my mom one day, and she said it was Alexandra, and I felt like I had been lied to my whole life because I was a very dramatic kid. So then I went by Alexandra for a little bit, and then I actually don't remember where Allie came from. But I love when my childhood friends call me Lexi because it's just they knew me before everything. I was about to say, I thought you were saying I love when my childhood friends call me Sexy Lexi. I'm like, yeah, I wish my childhood friends could call me Sexy Lexi. They call me Big Al. You got Sexy Lexi and I got Big Al from Alexandra. Make it make sense. I love that for you. I don't know where it came from, but I was 5 years old, and it's funny because some of my guy friends that are married now, I'm like, I don't think they call me Sexy Lexi anymore. Oh. But I don't think they do. Their wife is like, what the fuck? I know. But my girlfriends do from childhood. It's funny. But now that I look back, I'm like, imagine hearing someone call a 5-year-old Sexy Lexi. It's so weird. Oh my god, you were I loved it. I didn't know what it was, but well, today we're both Alexandra. Yes. So I read your article, and to anyone that didn't read it because you're gonna fall in love with what we're talking about today, but you basically wrote an article about being single at 30, and you talk about how it's really not where you thought you were going to be in your life at that point. So there is a lot to discuss today about timelines, comparison, but just how hard it is to date in general. But before we get into that, because the daddy thing is going to freak out over the whole conversation, it's literally all we talk about here, okay? We need to talk about the Olympics. You are going to the Olympics this year. Yeah. I'm going to the Olympics this year. We will be hanging out. What are you most excited for about Paris? I am so excited. It's my first time going, not competing, so I don't really know what to expect, but I'm so excited. And I'm obviously the most excited to watch the gymnastics. And I got to go to Olympic trials last week, and it was so fun. And it's so emotional watching everyone, and I know everyone works so hard. So I am a huge fan of gymnastics too, and I grew up just being obsessed with it and watching it. And so I love watching incredible athletes from all over the world too. And I think that's what's so cool about the Olympics is obviously I'm rooting for the U.S. team, and I think that they look so good, and I'm so impressed with them. But I also love how, as an 8-year-old, one of my favorite gymnasts was a Ukrainian gymnast, and so I just feel like what's so cool is the whole world comes together, and you just really appreciate just greatness and such incredible athleticism. So I'm so excited. And then I also want to go to my brother is coming, and he wants to go to ping pong finals. I mean, that would be so cool. Can we go together? I would love to. Ping pong, and then also break dancing is a sport officially in the Olympics and stuff. I will be there. My favorite movie growing up was Step Up. Maybe Channing Tatum, hit me up. We can go watch together. Absolutely not. There's so many random things that I want to go see. Obviously, we have the big, massive sports that get so much notoriety. But there's some random things I'm I want to go see fencing. Okay. Yeah, we'll go together. You started gymnastics too. Is this something I think about how you 2 years old and you started gymnastics? me because they didn't want me to burn out, but I was so sad to leave the gym. I was obsessed. Like, I remember I would miss Halloween even at a young age because I wanted to be at the gym. I was just like so driven. I think you have to be like born with something a little bit extra crazy. It didn't have to be that intense, but I loved it.
I can see how this probably shaped a lot of the relationships in gymnastics, because it's like you have this like maternal feeling about you. What was your relationship like with your parents?
I'm very close with my parents. I still am, so very grateful for that. Because the older I've got, I've realized a lot of people don't have good relationships with their family. So I didn't realize when I was younger just how lucky I am for that. And I also appreciate how when I didn't do well in a meet or practice, they didn't get mad at me. They were even more, I think, loving and supporting when I didn't do as well. And if they weren't supportive, I would have never survived. Like, I had teammates when I was younger that were actually better than me, but because their parents put so much pressure on them, they just couldn't do it. I don't blame them. I wouldn't have been able to do it because we're already, I think, our own worst critic. And then our coaches are hard on us, and then you go home and your parents are on you. It's just, so I'm so glad my parents, I knew that if I didn't do well, they would be there for me and support me.
Oh, that's like valid. Like, I, playing soccer growing up, had the same vibe with my parents, where it was like they were so supportive. Of course, if I like asked them like what I could have done better at, and my mom was like, "Oh, I got you. Like, I was watching," but she's not. I'm not gonna go to the car with my stomach that I'm gonna get yelled at. And I knew a lot of my friends had those parents that were like, the dad was yelling in the car, like screaming. Like, you've seen the parents that are like insane shit that you're like, whoa, I can't imagine not being able to go home and escape it. And it feels like a full-time job. And we're talking about maybe like 7, 8, 9, 10-year-old girls. And it's like, it's not that deep. It is. And eventually we can near the light. But it's also like you have to have balance and order, in my opinion, to survive and to go the distance, or else you just burn out.
I completely agree. And I think that it also, maybe without the parents realizing it, I think it teaches the kid that your only value is being a good athlete or being very successful. And I think it also, so many athletes struggle with their worth being wrapped up in how they do in the sport. You know, a lot of athletes struggle with that. And even for the Olympics this summer, so many athletes, if they do really well, they might not know who they are outside of their sport because that's what they've been doing their entire life. And then if they don't do well, I think it's really hard if you don't have the support or the sort of like mental preparation if you don't do well, to know that you're more than just your result and like everyone is human. It's really, I think, hard to accept that. So I always feel for athletes when I'm watching. Like, I get nervous even when I don't know people, or even when I see a gymnast from another country. Like, of course I want everyone to do well, and obviously again rooting for the US team, but even if I see a gymnast from another country like not do well, I just feel so sad for them because you put so much into it. And I think so many athletes, their worth is wrapped up in their result.
It is very intense. And I'm curious though, because you say you love to stay at the gym, you love all these people, like, you decided to go to public school for high school, and I feel like really intense athletes, specifically in gymnastics, they usually get public school. How did you make that decision?
Thankfully, my coaches and my parents really wanted me to stay in public school, and I'm actually really glad that they did. I mean, everyone's on their own path, and to your point, a lot of my teammates were homeschooled, and so I feel like everyone has a different journey of what works for them. But for me, it was so important that I could go to school and have that balance. And I can remember I would train 6 days a week, 4 to 7 hours every other day, except Sunday I was off. But then 2016, when I was done with high school, I would sometimes go in on Sunday on my day off. So I'm still exhausted. I'm still exhausted from it. Sometimes people, when I tell them that, they're like, that's not bad. I'm like, yeah, it is. It was bad. But it was really exhausting. It was exhausting. I'm like still recovering from that, which we can get to after. But I can remember I would train in the morning, and I would then like literally be like covered in chalk and like go right to school. Like, I was so self-conscious because I'd like be like trying to like wash my body like really quickly, go to school, trying to look cute for boys. I was so uncomfortable. High school is also so hard. It was so insecure. And then I would go to class, and then I would quickly do my homework after school, and then go back to the gym after. It was just I was so driven, and so like none of my friends understood, I think, how serious I was about it. Like, when I competed in 2012 at the Olympics, it was right after I graduated high school, and I so intense. But it's funny, one of my family members admitted to my mom, is I have to admit it, I always thought that he said to my mom that you and my dad were crazy because he was like, I would just watch you like drive Allie to practice over and over again. I just thought it was so odd because I would, miss a lot of days of school. I was traveling all over the place, and he was like, I didn't understand how good she was because like it took me a really long time, and I think he was like kind of sexual, and I was like, I'm just telling you I don't anymore, but
Okay, but when you're younger, that's kind of interesting because why?
it's funny when people ask me about gymnastics in my career, like in normal life, like if people don't know who I am, they're like, wait, I'm like, it's fine. I don't know, I just like, it's just not something that, I don't know.
Medals on medals, and you're saying, man, I think I was looking.
I don't know.
What do you think that is?
It's so funny, I'm so uncomfortable talking about gymnastics. I don't know, I think maybe some of it is that if it's someone doesn't know who I am, then I'm like excited because I'm like, oh, they really like me for me. There's something about it where like it makes me feel so good if I'm out somewhere and like a guy is interested in me and they don't know who I am because it just makes me feel like, oh, they like me for me. And so I think it's that, and I feel more connected to them. It's not to say if someone does know you know, you can kind of get the vibe when you know why someone's sort of talking to you, but I think maybe it's very guarded, but then also I think gymnastics, I have such an interesting, complicated relationship with it that I feel like sometimes I don't love talking about it in my personal time all the time, but I'm doing a lot of therapy to work on it.
No, I get it, and I think being a woman, like we just learn, like it's not even about the sport; it's just about how we just learn in life, like never be too confident because it will come off as cocky, and like don't talk about your academics because now you're just like drawing attention to yourself, and like it's just like what being on is like. Okay. So did you like flourish with like friends in high school? It sounds like you had like a lot of friends.
I had friends. I do feel like because I was gone a lot, I felt like I missed out a lot at the time because I can remember if I was away for a weekend of competition, I'd come back on Monday and then I'd hear everyone talking about the fun weekend and everything happening, and so I feel like I can remember feeling left out a lot just because or FOMO maybe is the better word, but I felt like everyone was very nice to me in high school, and I had a good experience in high school. My friends were very supportive. I felt like people were very nice to me, and so, but I just remember feeling kind of like I was missing out on stuff, and it was hard coming back and hearing everyone talk about how fun stuff was. And I remember being very insecure. Like, I just didn't think that any guy in high school thought I was cute would make me so sad or bad. And so I just remember, any little thing that was wrong, I just felt like everyone was looking at it or everyone was noticing it. But in gymnastics, it's a subjective sport. So I was taught from a young age that every little thing is picked apart. And it's actually really hard for me in life now to realize that people aren't looking at me like that, like no one cares. So it was very interesting, but in the moment I was so in the thick of always kind of being critiqued all the time that I thought other people thought it was.
Can you talk a little bit more about that of like insecurities in high school? And it's crazy that you talk about high school because it's like in gymnastics, I think that is most women, particularly girls, are coming into their prime in the sport when you're so young. Like, what insecurities when you're talking about boys versus then what you're working towards on, like in the gym? Like, what were the insecurities for you personally?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I used to get made fun all the time for how muscular my arms were. And I remember when I was in fifth grade, the boys would make fun of me and told me I looked like I was on steroids, and they would call me boys, and it made me so sad. And this has affected me so much that at 30 years old, I just started to be able to like wear like sleeveless or tank dresses, and it makes me so sad that I wasted that much time. But it's really incredible how it's incredible in that way how when people make fun of you, how it can really stay with you. And then I remember in seventh grade, so vividly, I was wearing a tank top and some guy told me that I looked disgusting and said my arms were disgusting. And so I literally, actually this was the big moment for me, I had Olympic trials last week. I wore a dress showed my arms and I was saying to my mom, I was like, this is like such a big deal for me that I'm doing this because I would have been so self-conscious and worried. And now I'm just trying, it feels so freeing to just try not to worry as much, but it's just so, I think that like as I do more therapy, it's amazing how much stuff sticks with us. And I think that's also why I have anxiety or social anxiety, because I'm like, I hope I've never said something that would ever stick with
Yo,
someone or feel
family,
so
I'm gonna
bad.
drop
And I know
another
sometimes,
dime for
you know,
you.
sometimes
You
we're
know,
all human, we all say things sometimes we don't mean or we don't
yeah,
even realize someone interpreted it in a different way. But I think I'm like so afraid of making someone feel the way that other people make me feel that I'm almost like too hyper aware.
Yeah.
But so that was a really big one. I think I was always self-conscious of
yo,
like my
family, I'm gonna
body
drop
because in
another
gymnastics they
dime
were
for
so
you. You
strict
know,
with
a
my
crazy
weight,
thing
and even
about
though we
here in
worked out so
America,
much, I
like
still
the
had
word
to
American
watch
or
what I ate a lot.
America was
And I also want to be careful
made
with saying
from
this because I
Amaru
know how many
Khan,
people struggle
a
with
serpent
body
king.
dysmorphia and eating disorders. So
Amaru
I
Khan
think
was a
it's so
serpent
important no
king or a
matter
priest king.
what sport you're in
And
to
now
fuel
all
your
these
body and
people
eat
in
a lot of
America,
food. And
these
I
Christian
wish
people,
I could go
say
back
they're
and
American,
tell myself to eat more and fuel my body, but
but
I just
say
felt
that
so
the
much
serpent
pressure
is evil.
to always be skinnier and skinnier.
But
And it
how
was
are
so
you
unhealthy
American? You're a
because
serpent
I was
king.
already
I'm
working out
Amaru
so
Khan.
much. And
And you're, hey,
it's
I'm a
crazy for me
serpent.
to look back and focus on
Come on, man.
myself where I
So,
was being told to lose more weight and I'm like I was didn't have an ounce of fat on me. It's just this is for any people that are athletes, and I'm obviously not a medical expert, so don't quote me on these exact numbers, but I do believe that women are supposed to have a higher body fat percentage than men. And I remember going into 2016 Olympics, I was very, very thin just from the pressure in the sport to be a certain weight. And I was 22 years old, so I was kind of like fighting with like becoming a woman and still looking like a little girl. And I remember the person who was taking my body fat, they had said that, I remember when I did it. So go back actually when I was 16, I had someone else do my body fat and they were saying that they'd never seen someone under 12%. And they had said like women should be like 18 or 20%. I don't know how accurate the 18 or 20% is. So he was like, so you're probably going to be maybe around 12. And I remember I was at like 8%. And at the time I was 16 and he was like really concerned about it. He's like, you're way too low. And I was 16. And then when I was 22 about to leave for the Rio Olympics, I remember my body fat was at 5%. And I remember the person who works with NFL players was like, he was like, this is not okay. Like you can get seriously hurt and this is terrible. He's like, I've never seen, he's like, even the guys sometimes being this low. He's like, you're lower than some of the men on the team. And I remember I was like, I just need you to, there's nothing I can do about it because like this is what the judges and the coaches like need from me. I was like, I just need you to be supportive and tell me it's going to be okay. He's like, I can't. Like, he's like, this is so dangerous for you. And I actually feel like my body has never recovered from being that thin and like fighting against that. So it's very interesting because I can remember I would still eat and fuel my body, but at the same time there was this like trying to like there was so much pressure. I can remember like this is so gross now. I'm like I become more of a germaphobe as I've gotten older, but this is so gross. But it just like desperate times call for desperate measures. Like I remember times like literally because there was so much pressure to be thin, I had to be careful what I ate in front of people on the staff. And I remember like I would go into like the airport in the plane bathroom, which is disgusting, and like eat a power bar so like no one would see me, where that is just like so gross to me now. But when you're so hungry it doesn't even seem gross. But it was just, so I remember like I would try to eat, but there was so much pressure to be thin that it just was very, very hard. So I was very insecure about that in high school, of course, because I thought, oh well, the guys think that I'm big too, so that's why they're not interested in me.
No, and Allie, like it's not gross, like it's so sad. Like that, I like my heart breaks for you that you had to go into that bathroom and to like eat in secrecy because of the coaches and like the mentality and the rules and the strictness, and like even thinking of like that doctor saying that to you of like, wait, you're at 5%. Like, do you think you were numb at that point? Like, did you feel anything? Like, what did you feel when someone said that to you and looked at you and said that to you?
I think at that point, because the Olympics were so soon, I was just consumed with anxiety and stress all the time. It's just so, I just constantly had butterflies in my stomach, and I was so nervous that I also think part of it in a way was probably I don't even remember. I think I was just at the time I had actually had a really sore Achilles, and I was really stressed about that. That's obviously a terrible injury, and if something happened, I would be out. So I was really stressed about that, and I remember every morning waking up and like it was so stiff in the morning, and I'd have to like brace myself to get out of bed. Like there's just so many things. I feel like now that I'm done, I'm so much more relaxed. But I remember just being so stressed, hoping that my body would keep it together. But I think one of my biggest concerns with competing was I hope my muscles don't cramp up and I feel I'm so exhausted. So that was what's so interesting to me is that I was so good at gymnastics and successful in the sport while I had like so little energy. My muscles were cramping up. I was so exhausted and so fatigued. And I also would in 2016, I remember a couple years maybe before the Olympics, I would start to get like extreme nausea. And I think because I was so thin for my size, I would like wake up in the morning and almost be like dry heaving because I was like gagging because I was so nauseous. And so it was really hard for me. And it's really hard when you're nauseous to eat. So I just remember feeling so sick all the time that I think I was numb and I was so dissociated because I just needed to get through it. And I was so nervous. I don't know. It was just such a weird thing. And I'm now like doing a lot of therapy and going through it, but it's hard because you're like reliving that and going through that. And it's very interesting.
Call Her Daddy is brought to you by Airbnb. So sports are usually Matt's territory, but when it comes to soccer, you know what? I'm all over it. So safe to say, I'm very excited for the FIFA World Cup coming to LA. The last time I went to a global sporting event was during the Olympics, and honestly, the trip became so much more than just going to different games in Paris. I just remember Matt and I ended up booking the cutest apartment one weekend on Airbnb to explore different parts of France. One night after dinner, instead of, I remember rushing home, we stopped at this tiny little local bar, ended up sitting next to a couple from, I think they were from Madrid, and we just started talking and somehow found out that they also worked together and they had golden doodles, and we were like, oh my god, this is meant to be. And then when Matt and I got back to the apartment that night, we opened a bottle of wine, sat on the balcony talking for hours about all of the random moments that somehow end up becoming the best part of traveling. It was one of those trips where you come home and you just feel like you actually lived in a space instead of just visiting it. And that is what I love so much about Airbnb. During the FIFA World Cup, people from all corners of the world come together. They're swapping jerseys, grabbing drinks after the match, maybe debating who actually has the best goalie, like whatever it is. And Airbnb makes it easy to stay together under one roof. You get to live in neighborhoods that actually feel local and experience a city beyond just the tourist spots. Airbnb, the world is meant to meet. Well, I appreciate you sharing this too, because I think what's really difficult for athletes is hearing you say all of this and knowing you are like one of the best and you've won medals and gold and all of it, and you've done what every gymnast dreams of doing. And then there is the dark side of it. And I think what we learn, and I appreciate these type of conversations, is like most people that get to the top of where they're at, there is also just like a lot of pain and suffering that goes into being the best at the time. And it doesn't mean that it's not an incredible sport and you are so talented. But the reality is, like, there were a lot of things that happened throughout your career that probably someone could have been like, hey, can we do this differently? Can we protect you in so many different aspects, you know? And my heart breaks for you, but I think that these type of conversations hopefully will help future athletes. Not that it's on you and it sucks that it had to go this way for you, but I know there's so many amazing things that came from your career.
Yeah.
But now you're 30 and you're like, damn, I'm having to fucking peel this shit back, and it is rough, and I can see it on your face. It's like, this is heavy shit. And I'm so sorry that it's like the thing that you loved and that you're so fucking good at also caused you pain. And that is relatable and sad and fucked up, and it's tough. Like, it's tough hearing you say it. And I appreciate you even saying it, because I can imagine it's terrifying to even admit this, because now is the headline just going to be like negatives about it? And I hope people don't see that. It's just like, no, this is just the reality.
Yeah.
This is the reality. And that's why I hope when we watch the Olympics this year, it's understanding that like having grace for these athletes when someone doesn't perform at their best. It's not just because, oh, they had an off game or they had an off, like, no, listen to what you're saying. The body, the pressure, half of it is just mental. People forget, like, we are human beings. Like, there's so much more that goes into this than just the minute that the person is standing at the top and about to do the beam or what. It's like,
so stressful.
It's so stressful.
It is. It's funny because the Olympics are coming up. I like am having dreams that I'm competing, and I wake up, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad I'm done. I mean, look, like you mentioned, there's so many beautiful things that have come out of my gymnastics career, but it's such an interesting time right now. Obviously, as the Olympics comes up, I'm so excited and I can't wait. And I've been doing a lot of actually exposure therapy right now, where for people who don't know, it's sort of like exposing yourself to the trauma or whatever it is that has caused you stress or pain. So that could be if you had someone that hurt you and they wore like a specific perfume or a cologne, like maybe you like smell the cologne or the perfume every day to like remake better memories with that. Or it could be, writing down a memory or talking about a memory or watching something. So I've been doing that a lot and that's been really helpful, but it's kind of like sometimes it can make things worse before it gets better, or I'm like, oh my god, I have so much to work through, it's so overwhelming, there's just so much there, and then there's stuff I forgot about that now I'm like, oh, yeah.
I was gonna say, like, I think a lot of women write in about therapy, and everyone has like a different journey with like what type of therapy will work for them, and I think the exposure therapy is like has been known recently to be very effective. But I was gonna ask you, like, in doing that type of therapy, do you have to be strategic? Like, if you know you're going on a long trip coming up, like if you're going to Paris, like, are you doing sessions while you're in Paris? Are you doing it before? Are you too anxious around this type of, like, we're talking about gymnastics right now and that's the crux of the trauma, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
such a good question. Yeah, so we actually have stopped doing the exposure homework. So what I do is I do therapy every week, and then I would try to do exposure a little bit every single day. But because of, I had mentioned before, like my body's never recovered. I've struggled with some health stuff, which we can get into after, from just like the overexhaustion of what I put my body through. So depending on the day, however, because there are so many actually like exposures of, whether it's doing interviews or even going to Olympic trials was actually such a wonderful experience, and I'm so glad I went. But I was so nervous, and just like being back in that environment, like certain smells, or even like there's like a bell that rings before you compete, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I haven't heard this in so long. Like all these little things. So I've stopped the actual exposure homework in therapy, but I feel like I'm being exposed throughout a lot of different things right now. So we're doing baby steps and just working on like ways to cope with some of that stuff. But it's been it's really interesting, and I'm glad like my therapist has really worked with me. Like for example, there was a person's name, that someone who had abused me, that their name was so triggering for me. And so like anytime I'd be with someone and they'd mention their name, not about the person, but maybe like their friend or someone they're golfing with, I was just like, I'd feel this like feeling. And so I would read a children's book with his name that was just like, or I'd read a book about an athlete that had the same name. So it's like getting used to that name in a more positive way. And so I feel like my therapist has done such a good job of meeting me where I'm at, because in the past, maybe another therapist is like, just tell me all about your trauma. I'm like, let's just start with the children's book. Like, I'll watch a little kid show, something to like baby steps into it. And I've learned there's no right or wrong way. And I think like I have so many people come up to me all the time and share their stories of like being a survivor of abuse or their mental health struggles. And I always will say to them, like, if you're having a tough day, it's okay to watch your favorite show on Netflix or whatever it is. Like, it's okay to just like give yourself a break, because people don't realize when you've experienced trauma, you have PTSD, you're going through it. Even if you're on the most beautiful island in the entire world, you are not there mentally sometimes, and you're just like reliving your trauma over and over again. And so I always try to validate people's experiences, because I think so many people don't understand trauma and like the mental side of it and how hard it is to be present when you're going through a hard time. Like, even if someone's hard time happened 10 years ago, you still could be living it every single day. You still could be super paranoid. You know, PTSD is like not one size fits all. It affects you in so many different ways. You could be totally fine, and then there could be like, you know, someone's body lotion reminds you of a smell and it brings you right back. And so I think that we all just have to talk about it more, so we're all more aware of like how much people are struggling and dealing with, and give people grace, because sometimes you just need to, it's okay to just be home and take time for yourself. So I'm glad my therapist has kind of given me permission to just like take it really baby steps, and she's really good about like taking a break and now finding like good coping ways if I feel stressed or something.
No, and I love you sharing that too. Thank you, because like I love how you said like I've had certain therapists that tell me one thing, and it's like it's okay if you do not vibe with a therapist. It's like dating. Get out, and
I
it's
say
not
it's like
something
dating
personal,
too.
right? Because it's like it doesn't even mean that person's a bad therapist. Of course, they're a bad therapist, but it really is a match of like there are people, there are certain techniques. Like you can't have a therapist asking, like you said, a certain like way, and maybe that works for someone else. You just have to like it's not linear with PTSD, and you have to just figure out what works for you and being like easy on yourself. But I also just want to say like thank you for even just like talking whatever you feel comfortable, because I can imagine it's fucking exhausting though. Just hearing you speak, Allie, like you're so wise, but it's like you're 30 years old, like you're so young, and I can imagine it's like a lot of fucking pressure when people want you to speak up and like be an advocate and be the face of it, and it's like you still have your shit that you have to work through. Like I hope that you know that like it's not on you to like always help other people, and like you focus on yourself in moments where I can imagine so many young girls coming up to you is amazing, but it's also like you can't help them if you're not good.
Thank you. I do feel a lot of pressure, and I care a lot. And I've even had male CEOs pull me aside and say I was abused as a child, and thank you for saying something. So I've had a lot of men come up to me and share that. And I think that what's so hard about our world is that there are so many young boys and men who are survivors of sexual abuse, and they don't feel comfortable saying anything because our society doesn't, like, there's so much pressure on men to be so tough and be manly, and the statistics are so alarming. But there's also so many, I think it's actually so much more than that. There's so many people who are really suffering in silence. And I have some people sometimes who, I'll be in the grocery store and they're like, my abuse happened 50 years ago. You're the only person I've ever told. And so I can't even tell you how much I've had to work on in therapy of like not overthinking what I say and worrying, because I know from personal experience, when we share what we've been through with someone and it's the only person, the first person, like that is so correlated to how they're going to heal, is being validating to them. So I felt so much pressure, and now I have found that when I'm honest and just real with them and just supportive, that people are always like so understanding. And I think people who have been through hard times always like give people the benefit of the doubt and are there for each other. But it's really, it has affected me so much. And it's interesting. I've never actually shared this publicly at all, because it's been something that I deal with, I'd say, most days. And I think that I've thought about this a lot, where I think that if I didn't train so intensely my whole entire life and I didn't experience trauma in my, teenage years and younger years, I have actually been hospitalized several times for just like my body has. I read something on Instagram that I think really encapsulates it. It says, if you don't pick a day to rest, your body will pick it for you. And it's happened twice where it's been like this intense, but I feel like I have different minor issues as well, depending on what I'm going through at the time. But where like I have literally stroke like symptoms, I can't remember my name. I'm like slurring my words. I can barely speak. Both times I was tested for a stroke, because like I literally couldn't move my body. It was so scary. And the first time the doctors had like absolutely no idea what it was. And it was so scary, because also my abuse happened with the doctor. So being in the first time it happened was during COVID, and so they wouldn't let my mom in the ambulance with me. So I was also, it's really interesting because I can understand what someone is saying to me, and asking me. Like, I know they're asking me what my name is, but I can't remember my name or say what my name is. And I was aware enough to know, like, oh my God, I have two men that I can't move my arms and my legs. I can't move my body. I can't speak. Like, what if they take advantage of me? And so that at the time, this was years ago during COVID. So I was like really still struggling a lot with PTSD, where people don't realize how much it still lives with you when you've been through something traumatic. So that was really hard for me. And then it happened again a little bit over a year ago, where it was like it actually was in the hospital for 3 days, and like they obviously don't keep you in the ER for 3 days for nothing, but it was really scary. And I remember like they wouldn't release me because I couldn't like sit up on my own. It took me so long. I needed help like walking, going to the bathroom. Like it was just the most, to be able to go from being like an athlete and being able to push myself so much to being able to literally not even be able to like move my fingers, move my legs. I had like complete like body paralysis, and not even to know like what my name is. It was so scary. And it's something where like on a daily basis, like I have to manage making sure that I'm not like, because stress exacerbates it. Like what I have is a real medical thing, but stress makes everything worse. So I have to like be very on top of my therapy, but then also my therapist has to work with me of like if I'm starting to feel off, like I just don't do the exposure stuff. So it's very hard and very interesting because I'm also like, to your point, I'm very young. So to have something like that happen was very hard. And then also when I went both times, actually the second time, they didn't know who I was when I first got to the hospital, which is totally fine. That shouldn't matter. And the only reason why I share that is because my mom had said that they kept coming in and asking me to like lift my legs, and I couldn't. They kept saying, "What's your name?" And I was kind of just like, it almost like even like lifting my finger would like take so much energy that I couldn't even like, I just was so out of it. And they kept kind of like rolling their eyes and not really paying much attention to me. And then finally, um, my mom was like, I really hate to do this, but you guys are like ignoring her. I think you think she's like, I don't know what's going on, but you should treat everyone the same way. But she's like, I just want to tell you because you're not believing her, but just to give you a perspective of how like abnormal this is and how freaked out I am. She was like, do you know who Allie Raceman is? And they were like, yeah, we know who she is. And my mom was like, well, that's her. And then they were like, oh my God. And then from there, they like took such great care of me and were there for me. And I'm like, I want to share that because it's appalling. Like, it doesn't matter who you are, everyone deserves to get excellent medical treatment. And I don't know why they were like rolling their eyes at me or thought I was faking, but it wasn't until they realized that I was a very high level athlete that they were very nice to me and taking care of me, which is just like, that's also triggering for me because I already have trust issues with doctors. So it was just really, it's been a very complicated thing. And then I also have anxiety, like what if I don't feel well again, because there's the fear of like when I'm in Paris this summer, I'm going to be so busy, there's going to be a lot of triggers. I might see someone that maybe didn't protect me in the past, and so I always am just like, so it's working on that. It's very complicated. So I know that was a lot, but
First of all, I want to just like pause and be like, I'm so sorry again, because yes, you like went through it all. I'm like,
Yeah.
wait, Allie, wait. I want to like hug you. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Hearing the effects of what happened to you in the past still live with you, I think is so important to highlight, because it's infuriating when people, and there are ignorant people out there that believe that like, well, it happened so long ago. Why aren't like, and you said you went to therapy, like why aren't you better? Like, this is with you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And not that it is going to define you, or not that you can't like live a happy life, but like this happened to you and it was so traumatizing that this is going to impact you. This is going to impact like you, like I want to talk to you about your future relationships and all of that we're going to get to, but like I just think it's important to have these conversations though, because it's like educating people on the concept of like this lives forever and this isn't something that goes away. And those photos that the the entire world remembers of all of you standing there together and speaking up on this, that was like day one of the beginning of the rest of your life of like trying to heal from this. And so like you talking about these effects, I think it's really important, and it is like it's I think important we're having this conversation around the Olympics of like there are so many newscasters and broadcasters and people that stand, and it's almost like the athletes are like horses. It's like go, like everyone go, like win, and it's so fun to watch. But we have to stop like neglecting to acknowledge that like these are also the realities, and it doesn't take away from the beauty of sports, but it's the reality of a lot of the things that are happening behind sports, and it's on all of us to listen and to now like whenever someone sees anything happening again, like someone better stand the fuck up. And I hope that this is like, again, it's not your job to educate these people, but I hope this can change the culture slightly, and I believe it will. I believe the two of us sitting here and continued conversations, like I believe this will empower people to speak up, but it's fucking hell, and it's a lot. It's a lot to go through as you're sitting here. I'm just like, I'm so sorry. There's no right thing to say other than like, I hope people can listen to you and hear you and know at home if they have endured anything similar. We see you, and anyone that's trying to say, well, it happened so long ago. It happened when you were 5. Oh, well, then it's definitely with you forever. Like, this is ingrained in you, and you can get through it, but don't feel like you have to get over it.
Yeah, I think also both can be true. Like I love gymnastics and I have so many wonderful memories with my teammates and I'm still so close with them. And I'm so proud of my gymnastics career and I'm so excited to watch the Olympics. But then also, it could also be true that there was also a lot of moments that were really hard for me and I still struggle with it to this day. And I also think to your point of, whether someone, I think a lot of times people will naturally, I think, when people have been through hard times will be like, well, mine wasn't as bad. We kind of justify why it's not as bad. So I also want anyone who's listening to know, like, don't compare your experience to mine, whether your abuse happened one time or hundreds of times or thousands of times. Every experience is real and valid and it all affects us in different ways. And you didn't do anything wrong and it's not your fault. And just know that if you're struggling, and to your point, if it was 10 years ago, yesterday, 50 years ago, it's okay to still feel however you're feeling. I think that there's not enough people telling people that have been through hard times that we all are on our own path. And, also I think sometimes people might not be ready to do exposure therapy, and that's fine. It took me a really long time to be like, I'm ready to take this on because it's really hard to open stuff up. And I think if you want to, it's important to find a therapist who will like really do baby steps with you. And also, I'm here to validate. I get so annoyed when people ask me why I'm tired. I just like can't stand it because I also think like, why do people need an excuse to be tired? You have no idea what someone's going through. You could have like the most, incredible job in other people's eyes, but if you're having anxiety, if you're stressed, we have no idea what people are dealing with at home or in their personal life. And I just think stress can be so exhausting. Like I have seen the way that my stress and trauma has affected my health so much to the point where it has made me so careful. Like when someone's like, I'm tired, I'm like, that's cool. Like just go rest and take care of yourself. But I think people can be really judgmental with ourselves when we're tired, but we're also judgmental with other people, I think. And it drives me nuts. Like when someone's like, well, why are you tired? I'm like, I don't have to explain myself to you. Like you have no idea what I'm dealing with. And also like this would probably shock people too, but I barely have worked out in 8 years because my body is just like so tired. And it's interesting, like I don't recover because of the similar with the hospital stuff. Like my body doesn't recover the way that it used to. So if I were to run even for like a couple of minutes, like it might actually take me like several days to recover, or I'll get like a migraine or I'll get super nauseous. So like I just have to be very careful and get very creative with how I take care of myself. But I think that, for people who are obsessed with working out, like they might be like, well, why don't you work out? Like, and my favorite is like it's funny when you talk about dating, like when I've dated guys, a lot of them are like, but if you work out, you'll feel better. I'm like, no, I have like a full on like medical diagnosis and like I'm gonna be okay. Like my doctor is like confident that it's not gonna get worse because I'm aware of it and everything. But I'm like, just because you might feel better working out, like right now for me, it literally makes me like almost like vomit and I get a migraine. So I just have to do like, I might have a good day, but sometimes when you have a good day as an athlete, I like push myself too much and then I'm exhausted. But people, it's been hard with dating to get a guy to be very empathetic and like know how to like be there for me if I don't feel well. Like people don't always know how to like handle it well, and my mom is so good at it. Like in the times where I've gone to the hospital, my mom, instead of being like, you're fine, because that's also the worst, you're like, I'm not fine.
Right, you're like,
I'm not
"Oh,
okay."
Shit. No,
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
not.
walk.
Yeah, so when my mom will always just say, they're gonna help you. Like, it's okay, I'm here for you. They're gonna help you, and that is just like everything I need to hear, because it's like she's validating like this is crazy, and we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna help you, but she's also like there for me and encouraging me. But other people just like don't know what to say. They're just like, just breathe, you'll be fine. I'm like, no, I literally am laying on the floor. I can't move my body.
I think sometimes, like, note to anyone that finds themselves doing that, which I understand maybe you're trying to help, but it's like sometimes not saying anything but being like, I'm here for you is all you need to do.
Yes.
Like, stop trying to solve the problem. Why are you tired? Because I'm depressed? Because I'm anxious? Like, whatever it is. Just saying, like, I'm here for you. Let me know if you need anything. Like, and shut up.
Yes.
Just shut up.
Yes.
Like, sometimes people, it's like, read the room. Like, just stop. Your dating life.
Yes.
And I want to talk about this because it is all intertwined. And I think there's so many young women that listen to this podcast that like, it's hard because when people write in and ask me questions, I wish all the time I could sit there and answer all of them being like, well, I need backstory. Like, what was your upbringing like? It all is affecting when you're trying to date, and the men that you're picking or the women you're picking or whoever you're picking. So obviously you're in this moment of your life right now where you're kind of trying to like process separating, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like kind of process separating your identity from gymnastics and then separating that of like Allie and like the adult woman you are today. And like you're trying to separate that. And in dating, that's like a third head that's popped up. That's like another piece that you have to take on. In this article that you wrote, it was so brilliant and beautiful. When I read it, I was like, I wanted you to read the whole thing today, but I'm not going to make you do that. But I have a card that I printed out that has a couple lines from your article that I want you to just read because I thought it was so profound and accurate. And when I was reading it, I'm like, yes, 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 yes. So if you don't mind just reading this for the daddy.
Okay, yes. This is actually my favorite part.
Me too. That's
This is like one of the first things that I had written. Okay. I've lost count of how many times people have told me, you're too picky, you're difficult, your standards are too high. Give him another chance. You're probably intimidating him. Maybe you should make yourself smaller. Your biological clock is ticking. Don't you want to have kids? You should put yourself out there more. How are you still single? Rarely am I asked, how are you? How do you feel with your partner? Do you like the person you are when you're with them? You're single? That's great. It's so important to take time to figure out who you are.
Preach, bitch. Like, what the hell? When I read that, it felt like it was so, like, truly emblematic of every young woman's experience with society of, like, wait, give him another chance. Like, why don't you? And it's like, because they don't like him. Because he makes me feel like shit. Because it's toxic. Like, there's just so many things that women go through in their 20s and 30s when they're trying to find a partner. And so I want to talk to you, first of all, like, why did you decide to write this article? And I'll link it in the description, Daddy Gang, so you guys can all read it because it's amazing. But why did you decide to write that? This episode is brought to you by Polymarket. So everyone has that one friend. That one friend that's like, they knew the couple was going to break up. They called the surprise album drop. They somehow knew who was getting cast on the reality show before the announcement even happened. Like, we all have that friend, right? And every time you ask them how they knew, they're like, I don't know. I just had a feeling. Well, let me tell you something, Daddy Gang. Lately, I have been getting my feelings from Polymarket, okay? Polymarket, my God, how I love it. Okay, it is the world's largest prediction market, basically a place where you can trade on what's actually going to happen across pop culture, entertainment, sports, relationships, and more. Everything in our life, girls, is on Polymarket. So instead of just sending these hot takes in your group chat, you can actually trade on them and see what other people think is going to happen before it does. And the market moves fast because when people actually have something on the line, they pay closer attention. For example, hi, Love Island. So it could be who's winning Love Island, whether Kylie and Timothy are getting engaged this year. What do you guys think? We'll go to Polymarket. When is Taylor Swift going to drop another album? Do you have any ideas? Go to Polymarket. Who's going to take home the Oscar that year? Go to Polymarket. Do you see what I'm saying? It gives you a real clear idea of what's going to happen before it becomes the obvious take all over the internet. Even if you're not trading, for me personally, I always tell my friends, like, just, it's so fun to be on it, and it's a great way to keep up with culture and to see what people are thinking and starting conversation. It just starts a lot of conversations as well. So, Daddy Gang, if you're the friend who's always calling things early, this is basically built for you. So download Polymarket, Polymarket, now available in the United States and free to sign up. New entertainment and culture markets are coming to the app every day, so be the first to trade on them using code DADDY50, DADDY 50, to get $50 when you deposit your first 20. Have fun. Love you guys. Call Her Daddy is brought to you by Uber Eats. Daddy Gang, we have all been there. It is the night of your friend's birthday dinner. You are halfway through doing your makeup and suddenly you realize, oh my God, I never got her a gift. Now, you're frantically digging through drawers, looking for like, oh my God, maybe I could re-gift this unused candle, and realizing you're about to show up empty-handed and you're gonna be 20 minutes late. Well, thankfully, Uber Eats makes last-minute gifting super easy. It's always the birthdays and the anniversaries. They just sneak up on us, but that doesn't mean your gift has to feel like it, okay? Uber Eats has something for literally everyone, from flowers to perfume to champagne, even their favorite takeout order, and it can show up in as little as 25 minutes, even if you just remembered 5 minutes ago. I also love using this when one of my friends who lives out of town has a birthday. This is my favorite thing to do. I put their address into the app, look through the nearby flower shops, pick out a bouquet, and boom, gift secured, okay? And you can add a little personalized note, and you can even record a little video message, and it just feels really thoughtful, which we love, okay? We love to be good friends here, Daddy Gang. So order on Uber Eats today. Must be 21 plus to purchase alcohol. Product availability varies per region. See app for details.
I feel like I'm always trying to think about ways of how I can talk about things that are important to me, but it's also really important to me to be relatable, and I want to be relatable, and I know that so many people are going through so much different stuff, and I know for myself that I do feel the pressure. I love my parents, but I've literally had to tell them, like, every time they would be like, well, we really want to have grandkids. I'm like, I would love to be a mom one day, but like, you can't control when you're going to find the right person. And I'm like, I love you guys so much, and I would love to give you grandkids, but let's just take a beat. And so I told them one time, and now it's like totally fine, but they're so well intentioned. They're just excited. But I also will tell my mom and dad's stories, like when I don't have great experiences with dating, and because I want them to understand it's not easy to find that right connection. And I think it's a very different time than when they were dating, when they were younger. And I just know that there's a lot of people who feel the pressure to find someone. And I think that especially in this Instagram social media world, there's so much pressure for like this perfect relationship, and we want to post the most perfect version of ourselves. And no matter who you are, nobody's life is perfect, no one's relationship is perfect. But I also think it's kind of interesting to me. It almost feels like there's this like pressure that in our late 20s we're like supposed to find the right person. And I feel like the odds of us all finding that right person is just not realistic. And I wanted to sort of be a part of the narrative of trying to change that, because it is so much pressure. And I feel like even I was just for July 4th weekend, I was with friends, and just like the amount of people that were like, are you dating anyone? And I'm just like, I now, no matter what, am like, oh no, I'm not. I just don't. I also kind of feel more guarded and protective because I've shared so much publicly that I'm very protective over people that I date in my relationships, just because it should be sacred and special. And I think that it is. It's really hard to find that good fit, and I also feel like, I've gone through so much that I didn't really have the confidence to know who I was, and I feel like now I'm like just feeling more confident. And it's really interesting because I feel like now I'm finally at the point where I feel like when I was younger, dating in my early 20s, it was so hard in the early 20s because I was so afraid to like
Tell me about it.
even tell them like, wait, this makes me uncomfortable, or I don't want to do this. And now it's so interesting. The more I communicate, whether it's like from the first date or the first text, they're more into me because of it. It's really interesting. And I feel really grateful for that because it makes me feel, I feel like very quickly I realize who actually is really supportive and understanding. And it makes me, when I do communicate what would make me more comfortable, and they're like totally fine with it, in fact go out of their way to do that, it just makes me feel so much safer with them. So it's I'm going into dating very differently now, where I'm not as afraid to be like, I really would like this would make me feel good, where I was so afraid, I think I was afraid they would leave. Then and
And
it's
actually,
not right.
like, amazing. Thanks for letting me know.
Yes.
I think that's so relatable, and thank you for sharing that, because boundary setting with like
So
a
hard.
romantic partner, and when I say romantic partner, it could be your first date. Like, you're trying to come off like, fun time girl, and like you want to not bring like your baggage and be like, when do we have this conversation? And there's so many things that everyone wonders. Like, I was having a conversation with my sister recently. We were having fun girl talk, and like she was asking me a question, and I was like, this is such a good question. Like, she's dating, and she was like, is it weird if I bring this up here? And I was like, I don't think so. But what if you do and he acts weird? Leave the date.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many things that you second guess yourself for when you are dating. And I think it's so understandable because there are so many pieces of shit out there that can make you feel small, that can make you feel insane for bringing something up. And to have you now realize, like, oh my God, I said what I've always wanted to say. And like, I was just met with like, amazing. Like, thanks for letting me know. You're literally like, wait, but you probably couldn't have done that back then, not because you weren't actually capable of saying those words. It's a confidence thing, and it's like a learned habit that you just have to like exercise the muscle more to become, because it's actually not about them. It's all about you. It's about you being able to sit there and to advocate for yourself and be able to even express that, because maybe in your early 20s, you didn't even know you needed that.
Yeah.
You knew it was uncomfortable, but you didn't know why, or like what to say, or what, if you didn't want that, what did you want? Now you're like,
Yeah.
she's figuring it out. I'm interested, like, have you ever kind of like continued seeing someone because you just felt like you were behind and you were like, fuck it, like, I'll just keep kind of like, I'll go on another date because I'm single and like whatever, before you kind of like got to this new
Yeah, it's a good, I feel like, yes, I have, but it's okay. Someone told me recently, and it really helped me. Because I was saying, I was like, oh my God, I'm like so like cringing that I dated this person for so long. And they're like, if you're not looking back and cringing, you're not growing. And I was like, that is what I needed to hear. That made me feel better.
Let's pause on that for
Yeah.
all the daddy gang.
That
If
was
you are
nice.
so embarrassed by an ex of yours, me included, let's all pause. And you're so right. It just means growth.
Oh,
It's
my
growth.
gosh.
Thank God we're all cringing. Be like,
But I'm just sometimes like horrified at the stuff that I would put up with, and
can
I'm
you give me an example? Like,
Yes,
obviously, we're not talking
yes,
specific people, but
yes.
just like a little
I
example.
feel like it's interesting. Something that I've struggled with dating is that in the beginning, the guys are like really great.
Okay.
They're happy. They're chill. And also to what we were talking about before, I want a guy to communicate to me what they want too. And I also have had a therapist one time told me this, and I've never forgotten it, because I used to like wait, and then we'd talk about it and be like this whole thing where like, it's funny. I feel like if you bring something up when it's like just the littlest bit like on your mind, versus like you have like a 30-second conversation about it and the other person's like, great, like you're on the way to dinner, you're like, hey, by the way, this would like really mean a lot to me if we did this instead or didn't do this, and they're like, cool. Whereas if you wait till it happens like 50 times, then you have a 3-hour conversation about it. So I try to like also just bring it up really fast, and then it's quick and it's done, and then they like forget about it. It's not a big deal. And I would want the same
Such a good point.
for them. But I've struggled with, I don't know if it's because some of the guys I've dated maybe weren't like okay with my success or my life, but I feel like they've gotten very resentful and very moody. I don't know if like moody is the right word, but have you ever dated a guy that's very moody? Because it is just not fun.
Oh, it is miserable.
It
because
is
then you're
miserable.
tiptoeing around them.
Everything's ruined.
You are on eggshells, and it's you know what it is? I feel like that's so interesting. I've had that where because of their insecurity about your success, through the moodiness and through the like the lashing out moments, it's a way, it's like a power tactic where it becomes all about them. Everything is on their terms, and you're kind of like, are we still going to dinner, or are you pissed and we're just now going to sit here in silence? Like, what are we doing? And like, everything is on their terms, but it's all like a manipulation tactic at the end of the day. And like, it may not be so manipulative in what they're doing. It's the insecurity that breeds this like, how can I gain control because I feel so out of control because she's the one in a position of power in their mind. Meanwhile, you're literally like, in my success, that has nothing to do with you. Like, I'm here in this relationship. Why are we acting like?
Oh, it is like, I would say that's something that immediately, like within, like immediately I bring that up to any new guy I'm dating. I'm like, this is a total deal breaker for me. I can't, like, a guy is allowed to be upset or in a bad mood, but when you take it out on me and you're mean to me and you like ruin something that we're doing together, that's not okay. But everyone is allowed to, everyone has good days, bad days. Like, if someone's in a bad mood and they're like, I'm in a really bad mood, but like, I need, like, I'm gonna go to the gym or I need some space, or like, can we talk about it? Totally fine. But when, I'm sure you've had, like, when you do something together, you're like, we just went to this concert. I would have gone with my friend. Right. I'd rather you have not gone. Or like, why are we going to dinner together if you're just like miserable? Like, I would have rather you told me and we wouldn't have done that. So that is something I look back and cringe on. I'm like, I think because I'm a people pleaser and I really wanted to help them, I didn't realize there's like a difference between being supportive to your partner and then having them treat you not well. So I am learning that, but that is something like I immediately bring up to a guy. I'm like, that is a deal breaker for me and I'm not going to be treated like that.
That's interesting. Yeah. When you look back at that, like, moodiness is like one thing, and I feel like now that you're talking about it more, it's a little bit more than moodiness, Alex.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah, I don't think I realized.
Moodiness is the people pleaser, and you'd be like, he's just moody. I'm like, hold on.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, you're right. Add that to the list of therapy.
Right, you're like, write that down.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's the thing that I'm like, that is a full-on deal breaker.
Right, like, not treating you right.
But it's interesting because I don't want to, like, give into, well, it's interesting, like, when you think about stereotypes, I feel like women are stereotypically told that we're very moody and, like, we're, like, on our periods and everything, and this is just in my experience, and I'm not trying to generalize, but, like, the women in my life are not in bad moods. And I honestly, like, or if they're in a bad mood, they'll, like, communicate with me. Right. But there are a lot of men in my life that do not. And I think it's because our society doesn't let men be men. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt for a moment. But, like, I feel like a lot of men in my life, and not even just in relationships, in different areas, will take out their bad mood on me. And I'm also, like, sometimes too nice, where I'm working on, I need to be better at being, like, it's very hard for me. But it's really interesting because I'm like, why is there such like stigma that women are always moody? But I think because we're more open about therapy, we could call each other and be like, I'm having the worst day. We talk it out and we're good. But I don't think men have that same outlet.
Okay, I think you're onto something, and you're so right. I think it's this. I think women are more emotional in the best way because we actually express our emotions and we actually are trying to, like, constantly work through things. And the way that we get through it is most of the time communicating. Like, if I'm upset, I'm going to say something. We all know that. We cannot hold back. Like,
are you good at saying something if you're upset?
Oh, yeah, I've gotten better. But even when I was bad at it and I hadn't been in therapy, like, it's going to come out one way or another. It's just a matter of, is it coming out immediately, or am I going to go sit in the room for an hour and then I'm going to walk out and tell him I'm upset? Like, it's coming out. With men are moody, women are emotional. And I would way rather be emotional because at least I'm in tune with my emotions. The moodiness is this big twister of a storm of all these things. And it's like, poke the bear, and they're so moody. And it's like, why are you moody? They can't tell you because they don't know how to half the time express their emotions. Bye.
I just wish men knew, like, I find it so attractive when a guy is vulnerable and open. Like, if a guy, I think it's so hard to find a man who's secure enough in himself to be like, can you just sit down with me for a minute? I'm, like, having a really tough day, or I'm struggling on this. Like, I would feel so into that and so attracted to that I wish more men knew that is so attractive. And I feel I have empathy for them, that they feel like they have to be so tough all the time.
Right.
There's literally nothing better when you're like on a date and you're just like vibing and you're just like so
Emotionally
present. Yeah,
connecting.
connecting about stuff. And it's really nice to have that connection where you both don't feel judged and you
Yeah.
both can go to each other. And I think that is hard to find.
Yeah.
And that's like, I think relationships, they should be hard to find because I think that's what makes like finding the right
So
person, more special.
In your 20s, what partners were you pursuing? Describe.
I used to really go for the athletes, the professional athletes.
Oh!
And it's really hard to find a really good one. There have been a few very sweet ones, and I'm
Okay.
grateful for that. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard to find a good one. I just think that
Give me some qualities.
yeah,
of
I
theirs.
definitely wasn't treated the way I think that girls deserve to be treated. I think I think that was definitely my type. But I also will say what's interesting is like for years people were like, you gotta stop dating the athletes. And I was like, all right, I'll go on a date with anyone. And I've
Yeah.
been like so open. I literally would like, if someone set me up with someone, I'm like, I don't need to see a picture. Like, I'll just go on a date. And I go on these dates and I'm like, okay, maybe I should be like, it's like finding that I was trying to like find the right balance of like trying to be more open because I also think it's like crazy when you meet someone, you feel a vibe and like, you think about like, maybe if someone showed you a photo of them, you wouldn't have maybe said yes. So I try to be like very open minded, but like even dating guys who are not professional athletes and like not in the public eye, like some of them are not great either. So it just really just depends. I think that there's always like good guys and same thing with, I'm sure guys will say the same thing. There are some girls or women they've dated that are wonderful and others, like we all have had probably good and bad experiences, but I think that what I've also learned, I'm curious what you think about this, is like I used to take it so personally when I was younger. Like if I dated an athlete, they were probably texting 30 people at the same time. Like if they're not looking for something, there's just most of the time there's no chance. Like they're not interested. And it's not, I wish I knew like dating wasn't personal because I used to take it very personal when I was younger. And now I'm realizing like at least for me, I feel like guys show pretty quickly like what they're looking for and what they're interested in. Like I'd have a guy like years ago who like, would like text me like once every, 2 weeks or like barely take my dinner. I'm like, oh my God, do you think he's just busy? It's like, no, he's just not interested.
He's definitely not busy.
Yeah.
He could be busy, but he's also not interested.
Yes. Yeah. Like I think now I do a better job of not overthinking
Taking it
and just
personal.
being like, they're either like, I saw something on Instagram. It's like when a guy is into you, if you're confused, it's just not it. And I really tell myself that too. Like it doesn't mean, especially in the beginning, like every person has like a different cadence of how, like, even if, sometimes I think people get so caught up in like, oh, if you're texting every day, you're doing this, like, are they taking you out to dinner? Are they showing interest? Are they like I think that our gut is usually right and we should listen to that more because I think that is something I wish I listened to more is like understanding that if a guy is like looking, then they're looking, but if they're not, it's like it's kind of hard to, I think in my experience, like change their mind.
I completely agree with you, and I think though what I have started to realize, I would say in the past couple of years, is like I used to look at it a lot like, oh, I wish I would have done differently, and I actually the only thing I would change about everything you're saying is like I think that guys definitely do show you immediately like what they're kind of down to give you. And I think a lot of the times when we are not completely like full within ourselves and healthy and good and like know exactly what we want, we ignore that and we just choose to like kind of see what we want out of them. And I think that's normal and that's natural because that just means you're not ready for that end game relationship yet. You still have work to do because if you are going for someone that is treating you like that, it's because you're working something out on your end of like you needed to get this certain validation and you like this one part of them and you're completely ignoring the part where they're like treating you like shit. And then eventually it ends because you wake up to being like, I feel like shit. Why is this happening? And then you go to the next relationship. And then maybe if you go for something a little different, it's because you're looking for something different to fill the void of XYZ. All of a sudden, these string of moments of dating all these different people builds you into this healthy person because you start to just create your palette of like taste of like, I like this. I definitely would never go for that, because we all know it. You go on the date and all of a sudden you're like, I remember my ex did that. Nope, I'm not interested, and you're out. But you needed to learn it in the first place to even recognize it. That's how I felt like when I met Matt. There were so many green flags, and I always say, had I met Matt when I was like 22, I would have probably not dated Matt because I wasn't ready for Matt. So like, I think in a way when you're dating, there's almost like a hopeful element I can give to all the girls listening, if like, and you, of like, this is really exciting because you are like building this like repertoire of like memory and understanding, and you're just understanding what you like, what you don't like, and you're putting up with things as shitty as it feels in the moment that you'll never put up with again unless you don't grow. And half of the battle is on you. When people are like, God, what, this happened to me again. Did it happen to you, or did you put yourself in that position again?
I know I once had actually a male therapist say to me one time, he was like, I was just talking to him about dating, and he was like, why do you think you're attracting these people who are treating you that way? I was like,
Pulling yourself out the window.
okay, you have a point. I was like, but maybe you could say it a little bit nicer. But he was like, what do you think is like wrong with you that you're attracting people like that? And I was like, that is something that, like, I'm the common denominator, so like I have to, and also that is separate from like if someone's in an abusive relationship, very different, like very, very different. But for me, like, I just had to take a hard look at being like, I also go through phases where like I'll go on dates and then I'm like, I need a break and I need to take
dating
time.
fatigue.
Yeah, I need to take some time for myself, and it's really interesting because like the times where I'm the most happy being single and on my own, I like really try to think about, I'm only gonna date someone or let someone in my life if they just like enhance or add to my life. And I think that really helps when I have that foundation of knowing what I want and what I'm looking for. But it's I definitely like the idea of being with someone when it's not right. It's just so lonely to me, and I just don't want that.
It's so lonely, and I need to find this article. I read it so many years ago that my mom sent me. Now looking back, I'm like, I think she sent this to me when I was in my previous relationship that I was miserable in. Thanks, Mom. And it's a little like diagram that this person wrote, and it's an article about how like someone that is single is one step away from a healthy relationship. Someone that is married or in a relationship, in a miserable relationship, is 3 steps away from a healthy, happy relationship, because they have to remove themselves from that relationship. Then they have to get good on their own again, and then they can start to seek health and happiness with another person. But it's like, that's so exciting, and you have to be so intentional about who you let into your space. But I agree, it's like you have to get so good with yourself, because that's when you really start to attract good energy.
Yeah.
When you get out of a relationship and you fling yourself to the next, that's when you're just kind of like off balance, just trying to find anything that will like make you feel happy, but for a quick moment. It's not like you're actually stable enough to be like, hold on, what did I learn from that relationship? Let me be alone for a minute. Now let me go find something better. It's really tough though.
It is.
Get exhausting.
It is exhausting. I'm curious what you think about this, because I feel like a lot of people have different opinions on like when I go on a first date, like if I am not excited to see them again, like if I'm even on the fence, I'm not going on a second date. I'm curious what your perspective is on that. I just think it should be like easy and comfortable.
Okay, I have thoughts.
Okay.
Call Her Daddy is brought to you by Depop. Daddy Gang summer is obviously in full swing, which means so is my shopping addiction. As my calendar begins to fill up suddenly, I am convincing myself I need a new dress for every single wedding invite, shoes for that Euro trip, a matching set for the airport that's super cozy. And before I know it, my closet is bursting at the seams and I am shoving hangers together just to like try to make everything fit. And that, my friends, is where Depop comes in. Depop makes it so easy to resell the pieces you don't wear anymore so that you have more room in your closet for more finds. You literally just take a photo, and Depop's AI-powered listing tool helps with everything from pricing to getting your item listed in seconds. It is so easy and seamless. Maybe it's the jeans that looked amazing online, but you know, they just never quite fit, or the top that you've been holding on to for years, just in case. That is the biggest culprit of that. Chances are it is exactly what someone else is looking for. Depop helps connect your listings with buyers who actually share your taste, which can help your items sell even faster. And once you make a sale, Depop keeps things easy. Shipping is so simple. You don't even need a printer. And thank God, because I don't have one, okay? One of the best parts is the buyer pays for shipping and there's no seller fees, so you keep more of your money while making more space in your closet. So, Daddy Gang, download the Depop app now and start listing today. I was just having this conversation with a friend because she is dating right now, and she was like, I like didn't go on a second date with him, and I was like, why? And she was like, I don't know, like the sparks weren't there, and I was like,
Do they kiss?
No.
Sometimes you don't know until you
Right,
kiss.
I agree.
Sometimes it's like I will say that like sometimes there's almost this like awkwardness.
Yes.
And then when you kiss,
You need to
it's
get out of
like,
the way.
yes,
I
yes.
kind of like am so down for a first kiss on a date. Like,
Yeah.
I actually condone it.
Well, you know what's kind of funny is sometimes like I feel like it's funny the guys who are like comfortable just like grabbing you and kissing you on the first date. I found sometimes they're just like so smooth, know what they're doing, and maybe they're a little bit more of a player.
Yes, I agree.
But like so it's and then sometimes the guys that are a little bit more timid, not always, but they're just like trying to be like really sweet and respectful,
Yes.
and it just depends on like their experience. Like
I
if you're
agree.
dating a professional athlete, like
Grabbing the back of your neck.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
yeah.
romance. But
Yes.
then it's like 3
It
weeks
just
later, you're like,
depends.
hello?
Yeah, you're like, wait, you just ghosted me. You just told me you wanted to date me, and then you just ghosted me. What
I
just
thought we were
happened?
getting married.
Yeah.
Okay, that
It just depends. It
yes.
depends on who it is. You have to like
It does.
know the person.
Yeah.
So I think it depends. Like I do. Yeah. Whenever
my
I have
theory.
yeah.
Okay, my theory is this. What my friend said to me was she was like, well, you said that like you and Matt had sparks immediately on the first date. And I'm like, that is true. However, I have been in love before, and I have been in love with people before that I didn't feel the like insane spark on the first date. And so I think my new rule that I tell my friends is unless it was like so bad that you were like, whether it was how they spoke about something that you're like, I don't like the way they spoke about like their family or their mom, or like, whoa, that was a red flag. If it was like it was a good date, like I don't know if the vibe is there, but I can't tell, like go on the second date. Because I feel like first dates, unless you are a fucking pro, and then yet again, why are you a pro at first dates? It is like harder than a job interview, in my opinion. Because a job interview, you have your piece of paper and you're reading your exact qualifications, and it doesn't actually matter that much on your personality. This is like every fucking thing of the delicate dance of your looks, are you funny? Are you charismatic? What's your personality? Do you vibe? It all has to match perfectly in 1 hour at a dinner. Like, give it a second shot. I think once the second date doesn't go well, never see them again. But if it was like I don't know, I would say try it again, and I would say try a different vibe than the first date. So if you did a dinner, now go do an activity. If you did an activity, now go sit down and have face-to-face dinner. I would say do a second date.
I think it also depends on if you're dreading going on a second date.
Yeah.
Don't. But I think
check in with yourself. Check in with yourself, because I used to do that, and it was like, am I dreading going on the second date? Does it have anything to do with him, or am I being lazy? And and when I say lazy, I'm not actually being lazy. Am I being like, I want this to be easy. I wanted to feel it immediately. I wanted the spark to be there, and I wanted it to be a done deal, and I wanted to be like, boom. It's not easy, because do the work in the beginning, because then once you actually in a relationship, like, that's also another set of just hell, where you're like figuring out each other's trauma and boundaries and family shit. Like, the first date, I don't know. I don't think we can count people out unless there's a glaring issue. You're like, okay, let me
I feel like a lot of people say that.
that.
But what do you think about if you're on a first date or a second date and you kiss and the kiss, you don't feel that I don't want to use the word spark because I feel like that's like unrealistic, but you just
Connection.
It's not there. I think if you don't have that like physical like sexual chemistry in the beginning, I don't think you can like create it.
I completely agree. Okay. And I think
that is so disappointing when that happens too.
It is so sad, because you are like, versus when if you went on a first date, you didn't kiss and you go on a second date, and you are like kind of fantasizing about it. You're like walking around your place, you're like drinking your coffee in the morning, like picturing, like you're almost like creating like a movie in your head of like what it's gonna be, and then it happens and you're literally like,
Like, I need to go home.
You're like, oh God, I'm never gonna see you again. And that was not. And then when they're into it and you're not,
Well, that's what I was gonna say too. I sometimes feel like, do you think that like we are sometimes more picky about that than men?
yes, because I think that you also then don't know their intention completely. Are they just hoping that they're gonna sleep with you while you're like, oh, I'm actually like looking for a
Yes.
partner? So they're like, hey,
Yeah.
Allie, that was amazing. Let's go back to your place. And you're literally like, I hate you. Like, I literally felt nothing below the belly button. Like, we gotta go home. I think that men are less picky because men are just like dogs and they're just like, oh, that was great. Meanwhile, it's like, no, that wasn't great. Like, what about that was great, Daniel? Like, that was bad. Like, leave me alone. So, no, I think you're on the right track. I also think everyone is different, but I don't know, ladies, maybe this is like the year of second dates because then at least I think that you're training yourself to maybe then you can just start knowing in the first date, but start pushing yourself to see if there is a shift ever on the second date, and then maybe there is, and then you're like, holy shit, maybe I need to stop counting people out because what I said to my friend was, she was so cute. She was like, you know me, I can be a little socially awkward in the moment. And I was like, but think about this. How many times have you told me, I wish people knew me like in settings with like all of us and our friends when I'm the most comfortable? You wish that people would give you that, so give that to the other person.
Oh, okay.
Right?
You have convinced me.
We're
Okay,
going on a second
wow,
date.
okay.
Get your phone out, girl. We're like, I think it's, listen, there's no
You're
harm
right.
in it. And what I can say is, if you are super anxious about the first date or second date, you could do it as like a drinks or something that you have somewhere to go afterwards. So you always have it out. And then if you're vibing, be like, let me cancel my fucking dinner. Like, let's actually have dinner together. Let's go down the street. But you can always give yourself an out. Like, I have like an hour before like a work thing I have to go to, like, want to meet for drinks. Like, it doesn't have to be this fucking 3-course sit down dinner where you're literally like at the appetizers and he's eating his calamari and you're like, oh my God, I literally hate you.
Yeah,
And
you're like, I'm stuck here for 2 hours.
like, this is a waste of my life. Like,
Yeah,
don't do that.
That is
grab
just,
a
like,
drink.
the worst when they're just like you just know right away you're
Oh,
like
you're gridlocked. You're
you're
literally
just like but also I will say sometimes you like go on a date with someone and you are like you're the nicest person, you are gonna be an amazing
you are just not
you're amazing, you're gonna make some person so happy. I just
not me.
no, it's just not me. But it doesn't. That's what dating isn't personal.
It
It's like I've
sucks.
gone on so many dates where I'm like, you're just like so wonderful. I have nothing bad to say about you. But it's just like, and it's the same with men I've been in serious relationships with too. I'm like, you're so wonderful. It just there's when you're
When was the last date you went on? Come on.
It was
This
a few
morning.
weeks ago.
No.
It was a few weeks ago. But I'm not sharing anything else.
Okay.
I'm not sharing anything else.
Was it a first date?
Not sharing anything else.
I'll tell you saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not sharing anything else. You're like, Alex, I'm like, did it go well?
Yeah.
But I'm not sharing anything else. I just keep asking if you're answering.
That's all I'm saying.
Did you meet on a dating app or
Nope.
should I keep asking for that? Okay. We're moving on. This has been fabulous.
I know, this is so
I'm like
fun.
having the best time. I'm like, I could keep going. I love though the biggest point that I love about you writing that article too was about calling out like I'm 30 now and like everyone's like, what do you do? Like you are young and you are beautiful and you are successful, and I think it's important, especially for women. I understand we have our biological clock. Don't rush into something just because of a biological clock. Like, what? Like, what? And be miserable with a random person that you hate just because it, like, we're 30, time's up. Like, no. What are you the most excited about, like, entering your 30s right now?
Well, I feel like I'm most excited because I've been told for a long time that when you hit 30, you kind of care less. And so I'm like slowly getting there, but I think I'm just excited to like peel back the layers of who I am and just have more fun, focus more on my personal life. And also I had a friend one time tell me, it was at her bachelorette party actually, and this was years ago, and she just said you have so much to look forward to. Like you still have like that. So for anyone who's single, this actually really helped me. It's like you still have that like first date, your first kiss, like going into that like talking stage and falling in love and like there's just still so much to look forward to. And if you're in a relationship or if you're married, you still have so much to look forward to as well. Like there's so much different beautiful variations and chapters of life that I'm excited to keep growing and evolving and figuring out who I am, because I also think it's important to give ourselves like space and permission to, if you want to outgrow a friendship, you want to try something new, you want to whatever it is, like do what you want to do and do what makes you happy. So I'm starting to like care a little bit less, but um
I think that's
still working
beautiful.
on it. Can you tell I care too much?
No.
Too much.
You're like, I don't care, Alex.
Yeah, I'm like, I swear I don't, but I do.
Like, I literally don't give a shit. I actually think when you were saying that, it just made me think of something that is kind of beautiful. When I was reading that article you wrote, it was really interesting, and you mentioned it earlier, like talking about comparison, right? Of Instagram, and it's like every fucking week you open your phone and it's like someone got engaged or someone had a baby. And I look back at when I was single, and I talked about this recently. Like, I have two different friend groups. One friend group is like all married and have babies, and I'm like the one last on the totem pole. And then my other friend group is like, I'm ahead of the friend group in terms of like my relationship status or whatever the hell you want to call it. And I realize like we compare ourselves when we're single to the people in relationships that are getting married and all that stuff. We need to stop, because what I can tell you all is this. Here's a secret. I am now married, and now I'm comparing myself to the moms. And what I hear from the moms is then you compare yourself in your parenting style and where your kids are at. And then you compare what is your life balance to your kids and your career. It's like the comparison literally never stops unless you stop it. And so yes, it feels right now like this big point of like, whoa, I'm either married or I'm not. It's not just that. It's every fucking aspect of life. Is every fucking thing. Women are just, we keep comparing ourselves. Am I doing it as good? Am I doing it as good? And so I thought it would stop like, whoa, I'm about to turn 30 this summer. I just got married, and I'm like, it really doesn't matter that I got married. Like, oh no, it does. Sorry, Matt. No, it does. I promise. But I mean, in terms of that, like, of course it was amazing and beautiful, but I also would have been so happy if it happened at 35. You know what I mean? Like, or 40. Like, the timeline, we need to be nicer to ourselves, because the comparison game, the next step you get to, that's a whole new can of worms of comparing. So, like, don't worry.
It's so interesting, because for women, as you mentioned before, like we have that biological clock, and it's also like so unfair how inaccessible egg freezing is for women and how expensive it is. And I think it's so unfair, because for the women that are able to afford it, I think for so many it gives you sort of like a little bit longer timeline. Not a little bit, but probably a lot longer if you're able to afford it and you're able to even like take off the time you need for work and everything, where men don't have to worry about that. So it's very different, and I think it's so messed up how expensive egg retrieval is. It's so expensive, and obviously people need it for various reasons, but I think that adds a really complicated piece to it. And I also think that there's also so much pressure. I was gonna put this in the article, but then I just like didn't. It's like a balance of not writing too much, and
Right.
but there's also so many people like don't want to be a mom, and that's also okay. And I think a lot of people feel guilty for that. And if someone doesn't want to be a mom or a dad, they don't have to be. And I feel like people are so judgmental, and I know for some of my friends that are married, like they must feel like everywhere they go, people are asking them, when are you having kids? And it's like, it's just not everyone wants to, but it's also so much pressure. And also so many people struggle with infertility. And it's just such a personal thing that people go through. And there's just like so many layers to it. But I just think like I'm someone where I've always wanted to be a mom, and I'm excited for that. But I can't imagine like how frustrating it must be for people who don't want to be a mom, but maybe feel like they have to be, or they feel the pressure. Yeah.
No, I love that you're saying that, Allie. And I think this is like, it's like the trickle down effect of like, I think a huge thing I'm also taking from this, and I try really hard, like I never ask people in interviews, like, do you want kids? Because it's like, we don't know anything behind the scenes. Kind of like when you said, when people ask me, why are you tired? Literally stop. Just stop. Stop asking people, oh my God, the minute I got engaged, when are you getting married? When are you having kids? I'm like, oh my God, like, some of these people feel so entitled to answers that they have no business having or even asking. And I feel like we need to stop asking people, do you want kids? Or, oh my God, when are you getting married? And like, are you dating, Allie? It's like, read the room. If you have now asked Allie or one of your single friends constantly every time you see them, imagine how annoying that is. Like, imagine how frustrating that is. Like, maybe wait, like, how, what's going on in your life? Like, how
Yeah.
are you doing?
Well, like if I was in a like happy relationship, like you would know. I will tell you. Like they'd be here with me, you'd know. You know, but
Exactly.
sometimes it's yeah, I was at a group dinner and someone actually that I didn't know the other day was like in front of everyone and they mean well, but they're just like, so Allie, like, what's the dating life like and what like are you dating anyone now? And I'm like, after being asked 10 times that day, I'm like, why does this always have to be the conversation? Like, why can't it just be, it's just all the time?
Right, like, what have you been up to? Like, do you have like anything fun you're looking forward to?
Yeah.
What are you up to this summer? Like, I think that I would just say, Daddy Gang, like, be more cognizant anytime you're asking your friends, whether they're the single friends, whether they're the married friends, whatever it is, like, be mindful and read some context clues of, like, if your friend hasn't brought up kids to you, maybe it's because she doesn't want them, or maybe she's having a hard time with it. Like, being a little bit more generalized in our questioning and like letting them answer what they want to answer about their life and stop leading with like something so pointed that kind of puts them on the spot. It's like, excuse you.
It's like shocking, I think, for people. The reason why I also want to do the article was because it's like, how often do we hear someone be like, I just turned 30 and I'm feeling better than I have in a very long time. And I'm also like, I'm okay with being single. Like, I'd rather be single and wait until I have a good match. And I also feel like as a woman too, I don't know if you ever struggled with this with dating, but I felt like as I got older, I have this, I'm like, I really hope that guys don't perceive just because they know my age that I'm like desperate or like, you know, that like perception of like, I feel like, I hope they're not thinking I'm just like in a rush because I don't have a timeline. I genuinely don't. And I always wonder that.
I think you can point to that by the way you speak on your dates of like, yeah, like I'm just like, I'll be honest, I'm dating and I'm kind of just like looking for people that like I like to spend time with.
Yeah.
And like I'm not in any rush to do anything. I'm just like looking for like a good person to like hang out with and spend time with. And like I think the way that you speak about it can immediately disarm that concept of like, no, you're not desperate. You're actually like better than ever right now and you're like working on yourself and no one is gonna get to just come in and like be your partner. They're gonna have to be really fucking great. Okay, last question. What is something that you've learned about yourself recently that you wish you had known in your early 20s?
I wish that I trusted my gut more and just listened to that more and also realizing it's okay, in fact important to be myself. And I found the more I figure out who I am, the better relationships I have and the more fun that I have. So I think trusting my gut.
Allie, I cannot thank you enough for coming on. This was like one of my favorite conversations. I just feel like we hit so many different points. You are so smart and just like such a fascinating human being. And I really appreciate you opening up because I just know this episode is going to touch so many women. And like, you really went in so many different directions that I'm like, I have no questions left. Like, you killed it, you crushed it. Thank you for coming on. Like, I'm so happy we finally met, and now let's go hang out in Paris.
Oh my gosh, wait, are you gonna be 30 in Paris?
No, August. But
that's fine. We're gonna be like our 30. Like, we're gonna have. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me on. This was so wonderful.
This is amazing.
Hey, I'm Lydia. I work on Cloud Code here at Anthropic, and today we're launching Claude Tag, which lets Claude collaborate right alongside your team. At Anthropic, we've been tagging Claude in for most of this year, so honestly, all of this is just how we work now. And across Anthropic, Claude Tag opens 65% of our product pull requests. So, for example, here we have a team about a week out from shipping a product. So, what's going on in engineering? Drew heard from a sales rep that one feature, scheduled exports, is the thing their biggest deals are waiting on. He doesn't own it, so he asked the person who does. Notice that this is all multiplayer. Nadia texts Claude, then Claude keeps up with the group thread, reacting to product decisions made in real time. It opens the PR, and it lands the change. And the cool part is that Claude knew what the feature was and where in the codebase to go. It scoped each channel and the context each team has, and over time it builds memory as the work happens. Claude knows here that what it just pushed affects launch marketing. Claude keeps the team moving without the typical cross-team communication lag. Also, notice that Priya didn't open Drive. Claude made the edit itself. It has its own account and its own permissions. Claude has access to the systems it needs on a per team, per channel basis. So Claude in the legal channel can see contract information. In the engineering channel, it edits the code base. But if you tag Claude in the legal channel to edit the code base, it won't. Not because it's being polite, but because it literally cannot see it. Memory respects the same boundaries, so what it learned in a private channel or a DM stays there. And just to repeat, Claude has its own account, so every credential used is logged. Tagging in Claude has changed how I work and how our teams at Anthropic work. Just add Claude to one channel, tag it in, and see what happens. Let us know what you think.
Not every team in the league even carries a fullback, but man, if you have one on your roster, like, not many better places to use it than down here on the goal line.
Now the veteran Matt Prater for the extra point. He gets it to go. And the Colts will take a 7-0 lead. So now Raiders, after the touchdown, is out to kick it away. From the 6, here comes a return. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. Patriots offense going to take over now for the second time. They had that pick on the opening drive that led to a touchdown. So 7-0 the deficit as they get the ball back. First and 10. Douglas in motion. Not going to get too far. Tackled after a gain of just a yard.
So we have a quick hitter here. What you're hoping for, Mike, is that the defense can't react quickly enough because the ball's coming out so hot. But they knew it was coming. They end up holding them to just a short gain.
Ball on the 27. Here is second and 8. Battling out. Here's Mack. Pass completed to Douglas. They'll get maybe 3 out of that one. And just now, third down.
This is one of those throws where you're hoping you do most of the damage after the catch, but give credit to the defense. Once that ball was caught, they were on him quickly, and there was nowhere for him to go after the catch.
Throwing.
third down conversions are just so important. Like everybody stresses, we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on third down.
They ain't gonna hold on to this one. Run down, but not until he gets inside the 35. Making 22 yards there. Good for a Patriots first down.
Really nice explosive play there on the ground. And I'll tell you what, for these fans sitting in the stadium, they're not used to seeing their home team pushed around. So continue to be physical at the line of scrimmage. Mix in the runs with the pass. And they can continue to generate these big explosive runs. I don't think they can go away from it.
It's a pickup of 16 yards down to the 16.
Really nice throw there. The ability to throw the ball out on the perimeter. Yes, arm strength and all that, but it's also timing. The timing of the route. When is that wide receiver coming out of his break to deliver that ball accurately as his head comes around? If the ball's thrown too early, the receiver's not ready. If the ball's thrown too late, that's what disaster is.
So we are through one here on Sunday Night Primetime. The Bills with the early advantage. And EA Sports NFL Sunday returns after this. After the second quarter, Patriots win the football. Second down and 8 as we are ready to get back underway. On second down, it's big. One, take it in. The Mario Douglas. Touchdown, New England.
And this is what good offenses in the NFL do, Mike. It's the ability to bounce back, even if the onset of the game doesn't go exactly according to plan. Everybody wants to take their opening possession and go down there and come away with a touchdown. But it's not always going to be perfect. You turn it over on possession 1. What are you going to do in response on possession 2? Well, we just got our answer, and they took it down for 6.
Now Andres Borregales for the extra point. The kick is good. The Patriots will level things out at 7 apiece. World time, 7 apiece. And the kick's away. On the return, it's Ty Johnson. Good return here. Brings it up to the 33-yard line. The Bills offense ready for their second possession. They'll work in a tie game here in the second quarter and get started with first and 10. Operating out of the gun, here comes Allen. And he let him a bit too much. The pass is incomplete.
There was no hesitation from the quarterback. From the jump, he knew where he wanted to go with that ball, but it still leads to an incompletion. They're just still not quite on the same page.
Try again. It's second and 10. And in motion is Colvin. Rush out of the gun with Roach. And he's able to find the crease. Gets it for 7. They'll bring up third down.
positive returns on that run. I mean, really, the only thing not to like is that they weren't able to move the chains. You know what? The way he ran there, I think they go right back to him and see if he has even a bigger carry in him.
Third down, it's Allen. This is going to be incomplete. Here's a run down there. This was to be on target. It's no catch. And now fourth down.
Here we find the best laid plans sometimes do go astray. Every offense, Mike, what do they tell us? We want to stay ahead of the chains. We want to stay on schedule. This was a third and very reasonable, incomplete on that third down try. Now brings up fourth and short.
And he didn't get the check he was looking for in that one. That goes into the end zone. And it's a touchdown. Patriots offense and Drake May making their way back out. They'll start out first down and 10. The first down to Antonio Gibson. This will gain a couple of yards up to the 22-yard line. They'll come up on the second down and 8. Here's May. Oh, ill-advised throw there. It's an interception. He thought it worked, and now he won a turn for the next year. He has hit his guys first and 10 in the red zone.
So this is where an offensive play call needs to come to the rescue of his quarterback. Because this defense, they're on to it. They've got 2 picks. They're starting to pick up on your tendencies. They're shifting guys over to counter them. Now you've got to add some wrinkles. Now you've got to throw them a curveball and try to shift back some of that advantage to your side of the ball.
In motion, Shakir. After a gain of just a yard. To the air on second down. Here's Allen. To the ball. To the end zone. Up and Kane. Touchdown, Bills. So the turnover turned into a quick touchdown. Greg, that's exactly how you want your offense to take care of business.
Anytime your defense can create those sudden change situations, absolutely, you have to take advantage of it. 1 second you're sitting on the bench going over your next drive. All of a sudden after that turnover, you've got to be able to get out on the field and go. Take advantage of the short field and results in a nice touchdown.
Prater on to attempt the extra point. He's got it. And the Bills split the run for a 14-7 run. So now, Raiders, after the touchdown, is out to kick it away. This taken in at the 8-yard line. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. The Patriots offense ready to come back out for this next possession. They trail now 14-7 as they'll come up for first and 10. takes the shotgun. It's May. He's got his back. Shot attack. They bust him down up at the 44-yard line. That means 17 on that one. It's very quick. First down.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes in the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass, get past the first down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be out on time before those zone defenders can react to the receiver. That's essentially how it played out here. You can draw all the fancy plays you want, but when the quarterback and the receiver see it through the same set of eyes, it's virtually impossible to stop.
They hit another 17. Back-to-back plays of 17 yards. And another first down.
And these are the explosive runs that open everything up. There's all this conversation about the value of the run game. But when you take a look at the best running teams, Mike, it's not necessarily how many yards they run for. It's how many big plays they generate on the ground. And when you can generate big plays on the ground, it makes everything so much more difficult for the defense. The drag route is such a good way to get the ball early into the hands of your tight end and take some pressure off the quarterback and give them an easy completion. The size and the athleticism allows them to try to pick up more yards, but do it after the catch.
Trying to get around the corner, but will not. Brought down. That's a loss on the play.
So much of what makes a toss play so good is it allows you to get the ball on the perimeter of the defense really quickly, and it doesn't stress all of your backside blocking. But on the downside, it does get your running back running east and west. They're running sideways for the first couple steps, and the defense that can run to the ball.
And he's going to have a first down. It is a gain of 6. Good conversion on third down. First down, New England.
It's just been a really impressive drive, Mike, really from the start. And this is something defenses want to force offenses to do. Methodically work their way down the field. They've been highly efficient. Now they get another first down.
And it's caught inside by Henry. And now they are in business. Inside 15-yard line. That's Kansas 3 just on this drive. And it gets his team a first down.
It's like a textbook, methodical, efficient NFL drive. 4 for 4 throwing the ball, mixing in some run. You're just marching the ball downfield at your will, and you get a fresh set of downs now to see if they can convert this nice drive into sports.
On 4th and 10, here's May. He'll step up and run. And he'll give himself up here to gain 5 on first down.
Take a look at his eyes. You can see the quarterback clearly going through all of his progressions, and he's quick to realize there's nowhere to go with this ball. He makes the right decision and gets out of there, picks up some good yardage, and gets down on the ground.
The Bills going to use the first of their timeouts, and they'll get together prior to the second down play. Working out of the gun. It's May. Good run together. And he's in. May. Touchdown, Patriots. He's got another one. His second touchdown of the evening. The defense comes up with the coverage, but they cannot keep up with the speed as the quarterback scrambles to the end zone for the touchdown.
And down here in the red zone, Mike, is where I think a quarterback's legs can be the most dangerous. The defenders are trying to match backs, match tight ends and receivers, but often it's the quarterback that has no one assigned to him. And in this case, he's able to capitalize and run it in himself.
Ornegalis now for the extra point. He's got it. And the Pats will tie things up. They are all even at 14. square. 14 apiece to score as this one's away. Johnson now to return. He's brought down right at the 25-yard line. So now here comes the Buffalo offense heading back out onto the field. They'll do so with 1st and 10. Here's Allen. This one broken up. And take the quick defender right there with him. It brings up 2nd down. Keon Holden, the intended receiver. And that will lead to a 2nd down. That's Palmer, the man in motion. Right on 2nd down. It's Allen. The defenders ripped all over incomplete. Good work to body him up and set up a 3rd down.
All things considered, it's actually a pretty good pass. I mean, he puts the ball in a place where only his guy can catch it. But I think he hears those footsteps coming from that nearest defender, and he's not able to secure the catch through contact.
On 3rd down, it's Allen. He gets this competition here. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. Big time play there for Buffalo. And even 30 yards.
This defense just gets extra the ball on that one, Mike. And it just seemed from up here that not everyone on defense was on the same page, and the offense was able to take advantage of it. The defense has to clean things up here in hurry. It's in the in for a long day.
And they'll take this one inside 35. Now a timeout, Buffalo. They're 2nd. They get the stoppage with just over 50 seconds to play in this 1st half. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. That's Palmer, the man in motion. One more time going up top to that. And he'll be ripped out of bounds after a gain of 6.
Every pass has to be thrown downfield. You can rely on the run after catch, especially a big body like this tight end. Get the ball in his hands early and let him pick up the rest after the catch.
2nd down, they need 3. To throw again, it's Allen. Laying out, and he made it back. 1-1. Bills going to use their final timeout here as they stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the 1st half.
So, Mike, you look back at the quarterback and you see that this ball is coming out of his hand and it's going to be low. And the decision's made. You've got to go down to the ground to secure the catch. First order of business, your hands are between the ground and the ball, no matter what that looks like. And then once you secure it, you've got to roll
To the end zone, it's intercepted. And the Patriots are going to take over at their own 11-yard line.
So much of that play comes down to the defender's position. Being able to get himself to a spot, to get his hands on the ball, and a chance at that pick. Mike, that ball was thrown. Me and you were sitting here saying, that's a touchdown. And instead, they forced a turnover, and now their offense is back on the field.
Look ahead with a jet sweep here to begin this drive. And from here, he's tackled beyond the 35-yard line. Now the Patriots going to use their 1st timeout as they get it right at the 30-second mark of this 1st half. is mid. Look at his feet turning over the middle. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. New England going to take their second timeout. Clock says 25 seconds till halftime.
Every defense in the league might stress the importance of defending the middle of the field. In this case, that's just too much room to operate. They have to find a way to close and cloudy up those windows, make the quarterback throw the ball to the sidelines. When you allow him to operate in there, especially with that much space, you're going to make for a long day.
First and 10. To throw down. Mid. Looking down the field there, but it falls incomplete. Hunter Henry was the one he was looking to connect with. And it'll lead to a second down.
Quarterback's trying to give his big tight end a chance to go up and use that large catch radius, unable to connect. A little letdown here for the tight end community, Mike.
Fade to throw on second down. Back to Hunt. Down the field by Diggs. And he'll be taken down, but they are in business inside the 30-yard line.
That's a nice grab for his first catch of the game, Mike. And he's someone that the play caller has told us he wants to get him early touches, get him a feel for the game. Nice job there making that happen.
Big to the air once more. There's a throw right side. It'll be incomplete.
Until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on first down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in 2nd and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the first down here? Or is the idea to just make 3rd down manageable and take your chances picking up a key 3rd down?
He'll find Stevenson on the field. And he's going to be brought down just outside the 10-yard line. So, halftime straight ahead. And we go down to Scott Hansen, who has our EA Sports halftime report. Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Scott Hansen back with you in the studios in Orlando. We've got a close one, as we expected. No quarter given on either side. We are all tied up at the break. This one could go either way, so let's find out as they're ready for the 3rd quarter kickoff. Send it back out to the stadium and our commentary team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson. All right, Scott, thank you very much. We will be back on EA Sports for quarter number 3. Both teams look good on the offensive side of the first half. Will it carry over? We're about to find out. Second half is underway. Knocks it down to the turf. He'll be brought down right around the 25-yard line. The Bills offense looking to get back to work as we begin this 3rd quarter. This one, everything we could have hoped for at this point. All even at 14. They'll start this drive with first down. On the ground, it's Cook. Good gain on the ground. About 7.
This just shows why you can't count on just one guy to take a win. He's a powerful enough runner. You've got to have guys coming in strong when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
Allen now on 2nd down. He keeps it himself. And Kirby brought down for a quick 5. Good job breaking the pocket and going for 14 yards. And most importantly, a first down.
I love this call, Mike. 2nd down and short. One of the best downs in football to take a shot. Give credit to the defense. They were ready for it. And a nice job by the quarterback. Realizing there's nothing downfield, take off, turn it to a runner. First down.
This one down inside the 40-yard line. Give them 17 more, and they are on a roll. Another first down.
Nice job by them getting them back to the perimeter. Then he's able to get outside, stick his foot in the ground, and then get vertical. Right down the numbers. Those are the type of runs this offense wants to see more of going forward.
Once again, it's good. He's got space inside the 25. He's going to be taken down. 13 more on that count. He is turning out the yards. And another first down.
For that play to work, Mike, you have to distort the defensive line at the point of attack. And what that means is the offensive lineman, you need one of them to win their block. Move the defender out of his gap. Because when you do, you can see there is a nice run lane for the hit. Big hole up the middle. The interior of this offensive line did a great job clearing some space. The back saw it quick and he hit it. Next thing you know, he was in the secondary for a big pick.
He's in. Touchdown, Buffalo.
It just feels like a big drive, doesn't it, Mike? Here in the second half, you got a tie ball game. Now you're able to get out in front. Let's see how this other team responds, having to play from behind.
We got a ton of time, Greg, but a little momentum feel. Come out of the locker room, take the lead. Now it's up to the other team to climb uphill. So great way, perfect way to get this second half started. Now Prater tack on gets the point. This kick is good. And the Bills have buckled it in line as they move out to a 21-14 lead. So now, Prater, after the touchdown, is out to kick it away. This returnable from the 4. Whoa! He'll get this past 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. Patriots offense ready for their first possession of this second half. They're searching here for the tie score, down 21-14. They'll begin 1st and 10. Start on the ground with Stevenson. He is released and shot. Couple yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. Never want to lose yards on first down, but that's exactly the case here.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up second and long. It's second down and 12. It's the tight end Henry in motion. Throwing on second down. That one taken in by Douglas. And he'll be very close to a first down. Won't quite have enough, but now a much more advantageous spot.
The defender has to do a better job here, Mike, of getting depth. He wants to elevate that ball to give his secondary defender a chance to make a play. He gets too much width, not enough depth, and a quarterback like this is going to take advantage.
And he will have a Patriots first down. They're able to get the third down conversion.
When done correctly, Mike, this is just such a high percentage call. It's kind of hard to choose another play off the call sheet. It's impossible to defend. You can know it's coming, stack the box, whatever you want to do. But most of the time, they'll just drive forward and pick up the first down.
Quick throw, take it in. He'll get it up for you as he is taken down.
Similar to a tight end, a slot receiver is often considered the safety blanket. He makes all the difficult catches, tends to be a little bit more around the line of scrimmage, and so far today, he's certainly lived up to that reputation.
Ball on the 40 now. Here's second and 5. Interception belongs to Matt Howard. And he'll be marked down to the 45-yard line. First time they've looked his way all game long. He comes through with the grab and the first down.
I'd like to see them do a better job here the rest of the game, like just disguising the coverage from the pre-snap look to the post-snap look. And what I mean is, when you have a quarterback at this level, and what they see before the ball's in their hands is the exact same thing they see once they do get the ball, everything is just so much easier for them to process. Change the look, change the coverages, move your safeties. Make the quarterback have to process with the ball in his hand.
He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier, and that catch gets him a first down.
And that was just a simple read. That time he knew his guy was going to come open in the middle of the field based on the look they gave. All he had to do was let the play develop and then deliver a strike to pick up the first down.
They'll run on first down, Stevenson. It's a gain of 13, and it's first and goal.
And this offense just continues to chew up yards and get first down after first down. And defensively now, you find yourself a little bit on your heels. You're defending a goal-to-go situation. They need to step up here and get a stop.
And they'll run here with Stevenson. And he's going to be taken in. Not so easy this time. They drop him back behind the line. It's second down.
A loss was definitely not something they had accounted or budgeted for in this spot. And now, I think it really limits what do you feel comfortable dialing up here on second and goal.
Move back to the 10. They'll try here on second and goal. Out of the gun, here's Madden. That is caught. And brought down as we tip towards the end of this third quarter. So, these two teams take a long walk to the opposite end of the stadium. We come to the end of the third quarter. And Sunday Night Primetime continues after this. Disposal, but they'd love to get it right here on third and goal. They'll run the steam. And he will drive his way into the end zone. Great, big touchdown, Patriots. A huge touchdown there in the fourth quarter, and now just a point away from tying the game.
And that's one of those drives, Mike, where you know your best is needed. Can you come through here late and give your team a chance? They're an extra point away from tying this thing up. We got ourselves a ball game.
Now remember, all scoring plays are reviewed. Tight game, tight call. We're going to to take a good long look at this one. At issue, did the ball cross the goal line? A reminder, it just needs to be the tip of the football just breaking the front of the plane where that white goal line begins. And it needs to be indisputable, which can sometimes be difficult with all those bodies in there. So take away the touchdown. The officials rule, in fact, he did not get the football across the plane, the goal line. So here we go. Could be the play that ends up deciding this one. 4th down and goal. There to go. It's made. And he's going to be taken down. Couldn't get rid of the football. They turn it over. Stop on 4th and goal.
And this is a tricky call for this coach. A field goal doesn't do you a lot of good, but a touchdown does. I don't think the call, but great job by this defense coming up with a stand and getting the ball back.
Bills offense ready to take over once more. They'll have a long field ahead of them as they start 1st and 10. From the gun, throw here for Allen. Just taking it, big James Cook. He's a out of skip. That's a 1st down completion of 7 yards.
Great example of 1st down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play. Put yourself in a friendly 2nd down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
Here's 2nd and 3 to go. From the gun, Josh Allen. He went over on that one. That's the Cardinals down right at the 30-yard line. Taking advantage of that running ability. 8-17 and a 1st down.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the 4th quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I like that they haven't gone super conservative. Just handoff right, handoff left. It just turns into time. So I like the balance and make the defense defend everything. Because right now, possess the ball, protect the ball, and ultimately just run the clock.
It's a big play when they needed it the most. 37 yards.
These wide outside the number throws. This is where a quarterback really gets to show off his arm strength and arm talent. This puts a ton of pressure on the defense because now they say, all right, we have to defend every single blade of grass.
Through the contact, incomplete. Good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. It'll bring him 2nd down.
I got high standards for offensive players, but in this case, Mike, I think I'm giving all the credit to the defender. He timed that one up perfectly, and what could have been an easy play ends up as an incomplete.
That's Palmer, the man in motion. To the air once more is Allen. And the work is rush to a 1st down, big, just a tangent.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect.
We'll try and run here with Cook. So, a big kick coming for the veteran Matt Prater. This to make it a 2-possession lead. And this one, right down the middle. It's good. And that could be big. They now take a 2-score advantage.
And this is what you want. I mean, you clearly have the advantage, but you want to continue to apply pressure. Can you score every time you get the ball? They're able to do that here. They tack on 3 and extend their lead.
So Raiders now, after the made field goal, back out to kick off. This one taken at the 7. And it'll be brought down as the 25. He's in field position to start this drive. Patriots offense and Drake May making their way back out. And he has been masterful so far leading this offense, keeping the mistakes to a minimum, on point with his passes, generally one step ahead of the defense all game long. First down, they'll start out with Stevenson. And a good piece of running there. He'll get about 9 yards past the 35-yard line.
We're starting to see the fruits of their labor paying off here. I mean, they've used this run game to throw a bunch of body blows throughout the entire contest. And while some of the carries didn't result in much at the time, it's clear they're starting to take its toll on this defense.
To the right side, and incomplete. Demario Douglas, the intended target. Now it's going to be third down.
It's rare to see an offense that finds themselves trailing and say, well, their quarterback's been actually one of their biggest bright spots. Usually that doesn't go hand in hand. So it's a little surprising to see him miss a throw like that on a day where he's completing passes at a highly efficient rate.
And he will have a Patriots first down. They move the chains on third down.
I don't want to take anything away from the quarterback here, Mike. He did a nice job picking up that first down. But this play is won or lost by the big guys up front. They're the ones who need to get off the snap on time, get leverage on the defender, and create the space needed for the quarterback to get the first down.
He'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3 points.
All right, so anytime you're facing the blitz, the best thing you can do as an offense is just get the ball out of your hand, get into the hands of the receiver, run after catch. In this case, nice job by the defense, rallying to the ball, honest game.
Here is 2nd and 7. Operating for the shotgun. It's Madden. And trouble. He'll be taken down. C.J. Sanders getting into trouble. It's a loss of 6. And it's third down.
Defense came out in a soft zone, and I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, he ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get to the backfield.
He got a lot of what he needed, but just not enough. The mark is a couple of yards shy of the first down. And here comes fourth down. They'll go. Here's Big. Middle, and he's got his man. Complete. And they're going to get the first down. They were forced to go for it, and it's going to work out for them.
Some teams just have a stronger appetite for being willing to go for fourth down tries. Even on their side of the field, Mike, we're seeing it so much more often. The days of just pumping the ball back and forth and saying, hey, we're going to play good defense. Remember, the better your defense, that doesn't mean you should punt. The better your defense, the more chances you should take on offense.
That one is complete. It'll be taken down rather swiftly after a gain of just 3. They'll go up now for 2nd down. They'll drop to throw. And that's a first down. It'll be a gain of 8.
Offensively, landing a lot of body blows on this drive, Mike. Just the ability to steadily march the ball downfield and remain so efficient, both run and pass. As they continue to wear this defense out, they have to find a way to end this drive with points. Anything short of that It's not the big play they were hoping for, but first down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains. It's what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable second down.
Second and 5. Throw again is big. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incredible.
A great pass rush is like a closer in baseball. When you bring them into the game, it's all but over. That's exactly the case here. It doesn't result necessarily in a sack, but it was the hit that altered the throw just enough to end that play before it started.
The Buffalo crowd being heard before third down. Now a deep ball toward the end zone. Rashawn Mooney was the one he was looking for. And that's going to lead to a fourth down.
I just don't like the look of this passing game, Mike. It just seems a bit erratic. On top of the 2 straight incompletions, they've already turned the ball over through the air. Truthfully, with how dangerous some of these throws have been, you're lucky it hasn't been even more.
And this one online. And it is good. And they are indeed back within one score.
And I can tell you firsthand, Mike, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
They need a late recovery to have any chance. Here comes the onside kick. He will be taken down. We'll see. They want to use those timeouts. This one, the Bills offense about ready to take over once more. Still 2 timeouts remaining for the defense, but do the math. Even if they choose to use them, 3 kneel downs should be enough to. The defense can stop twice more as the kneel down comes. New England going to take their second timeout as they'll stop with 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Second and 10. Only 1 timeout remaining for the defense as they take it in. So the Bills Mafia goes home out. It's a win for Buffalo. They proved much the best in this one. And a solid performance in all 3 phases of the game. Right back to victory. And that'll do it for my Market Bengals. For our entire team, I'm Mike True. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. The Bills are victorious as we say so long from Buffalo.
Here's a look at MetLife Stadium here in East Rutherford. Straight up, we've got a full day on time here. As it'll be the Minnesota Vikings taking on the New York Giants. Brandon Gaudin and Charles Davis on hand. Kickoff just moments away. Charles, quickly, keys to the game.
For me, it's coaching. Who prepared his team the best going into this one to give them the confidence to believe that they would win the game? That's who's going to come out of this one on top.
Set to go. Young Wei Koo ready to do the honors. And off we go from MetLife Stadium. And then starting this drive just across the 30. Pretty nice work on the return. So here's the Viking offense making their way out. And a glance here at their quarterback standing 6'3".
We're seeing it more and more in this league, how teams love to have athletes back there taking the snaps, guys who can throw it and move around and get yards with their legs if needed. He's one of the best examples that we see out there right now. He can throw for hundreds of yards one week and then run for 100 plus the next. He adds an extra dimension that really confounds defenses when he puts it all together.
Now the man from Utah, this is Aaron Jones. And not a lot of movement right there on the first down run. He gets 83.
Yeah, this is exactly it. When you're on offense, you'll take that kind of a run, all right? It was kind of stacked up, found a little bit of yardage, and frankly, they're pretty close to staying on schedule on offense. The playbook is still open for the coordinator.
Here's McCarthy. And right away, he lost the football. The Giants have it. It's picked up. And they start with great field position at the 41-yard line. Not only a fumble loss there, but a fumble lost on your first drive in your own territory.
Now you're dealing with a lot of stuff here because you feel bad going off the field because you gave up the football. How does your own defense feel now having to go out there and stop them when the momentum is clearly shifted in their favor?
So here are the Giants now in great field position to start their initial drive. Leading them out is their rookie quarterback, the young man out of Ole Miss.
For every rookie prospect, there are always nerves involved in this moment. Running your team out to start a game. But there's a reason they brought him in. We're willing to make him their starter today. They believe he can overcome those nerves and lead his team to a victory. We saw him do it at the collegiate level and really make himself into a leader and someone you can envision doing the exact same thing here in the NFL.
Now they'll tuck this and run. They'll get waiting on the scramble there. It'll be second and a couple.
I think it was fair to say they were caught off guard a little bit and decided not to throw it on first down. I give them credit. They recovered in time to deny him the first down yardage. But it's only second and short. So that run is still likely to lead to a new set of downs.
Second and a couple. Off the bootleg, it's Tucker. Now he's going to step up and run. And he will slide to the hole at the end of that one. 8 yards that time, able to take off, and the result is a first down.
We both know there's a lot that went into why they made him the first round pick this year. Part of it was what they saw in college, his playmaking ability when things break down. As soon as he saw he wasn't getting a lane to throw, he pivoted and found an alternate way to the marker.
Tracy going to get it on first down. And they're going to stop it right at the line of scrimmage. Just no cutback lane to be found whatsoever. Second and 10.
How about the big guy there showing some agility and just flowed from his D-tackle position in order to make that play?
Here's second and 10. To throw, Dart. He finds Robinson. They get 7 out of that, so they're left with a 3rd and 3. Now Dart. Working out of the field, it's got one complete. And he will have a Giants first down, I do believe. Yes, he's got it by about a yard there on 3rd and 3.
And that one was a lot of fun right there because that was the game within the game. 3rd and short, blitz was on. What's the key for the quarterback? Get out of your hands in a hurry. And that was a quick little completion. Got the job done for a first down.
He's not able to get away. Sacked back at the 22. Now they'll stop play here, at least momentarily. A member of the Vikings in some discomfort after that last play. We'll get an update when we return to MetLife Stadium. The job becomes twice as difficult now after the sack at 2nd and 20. Play action now. Johnny. He's got his man in stride, complete. And he's going to be brought down just shy of the 5 at the 6. It'll be a pickup of 15 as that'll lead to 3rd down. Well, we know he can run the football too, but he's a good pass catcher. That's been on display here, Charles, on this opening drive.
And we certainly have seen the benefits of what he did in the offseason, which was spend more time with wide receivers, working on routes, working on cuts, and making something more complete running back, but even more of a threat downfield.
And he's unable to haul it in, so it falls incomplete over the middle third of the field, and that brings up 4th.
I wonder, Brandon, I just wonder, you think maybe he was worried about where he was on the field? Was he far enough? Was he close enough to the first down sticks?
Absolutely. He was right there by him, and I think he was thinking first down before he caught that football.
You gotta catch it first, because if you don't catch it, there's no chance of picking up a first down.
So pretty good opening drive. That'll make the home fans somewhat happy. They wanted 6, but they got 3 in the early lead.
And they should be happy. The guys look good getting down the field. That's gotta give them a little bit of hope. And good things are in store here today for them.
Who just hit the field goal. Now he kicks off. Make it to the 25. The Vikings taking the field here for their 2nd drive of the game. They fumbled the last time they had the football. Fortunate that it only led to a field goal. 3-0 to score as they start 1st and 10. They'll start the drive with a carry by Jones. And they nearly get this all the way to midfield. Mark it down at the 49. A big hitter there. First down gain of 26 yards. We ought to poke a little fun at running backs past the age of 30. Oh, they're getting old. They can't run anymore. What he's showing, past the age of 30, you can still have some nice runs like that.
He certainly can, and I think that we're starting to expand our definition of old running back. Because it used to be as soon as they hit 30, you want to get rid of these guys and go to the younger guys. But now that the guys are taking such good care of themselves, as you pointed out, you can still get explosive runs at any age. So for first 30, nicely bit off a pretty decent game.
Got the toss to Jones, running right. And he is going to wind up losing yardage here, as that will take us to the end of the 1st quarter of play. The Vikings with the football here to begin the 2nd quarter, as they've got it with a 3rd down coming up. They'll need 5 on this play to move the sticks. 3rd down from the gun, McCarthy. That is incomplete.
How about this defense? They came up with a couple big plays in this sequence, and none better than the one right there, forcing the incompletion and bringing up 4th down.
So on 4th down, on is the punter, Ryan Wright. Gunnar Olszewski deep for the Giants. And you can't do it much better than that. This ball kicks out of bounds at the 40-yard line. So the Giants getting the football back here for their 2nd drive. Their drive last time, it stalled out. They were forced to take the short field goal.
And the key phrase, you nailed it, forced to, because coaches look at these short field goals as a last resort, right? To them, that's not how drives are supposed to end. You're supposed to put 6 on the board. That's a consolation prize. Like going to the county fair, you don't get the big stuffed animal on that one, do you?
No, you don't go top shelf. That's bottom shelf material. That's how quickly to Highland. They wound up getting 7 on the play, and that'll make it 2nd down. To his tight end, Theo Johnson. And able to get it across the 20 before they get to him. His first catch of the game, good for 11 and a first down.
I know exactly what's going to be said about that play from the defensive perspective. That's why I tell all you guys, we need more than one tackler to the ball. He broke the first tackle. Luckily enough, there were more people there to get him down.
They'll run the option here on 1st and 10. Maybe the wrong read there as he's going to go down immediately. Yikes, a 40-yard loss really sets him back now for 2nd down. Well, that play never really got off the launching pad. He had a linebacker in his face before he had a chance to do much of anything.
Yeah, I think his big boys up front, that offensive line, they've got to do a little bit better job of protecting him if they're going to continue to run the option like this.
Now let's have this and roll. Able to make something out of nothing there. 17 yards and a first down.
He's been making himself a weapon as a runner, and the results, they've been welcomed by his offense. My question is about the defense we're watching right now, partner. Even after he got him with a scramble earlier this drive, they still aren't devoting enough attention to him. I would expect that after that play, they'll do a much better job going forward, spying on him and passing downs.
15 more there, and they're on a roll. It's another first down. They went counter there offensively, and a couple of defenders were on skates for a second.
They certainly were, and you know what offensive linemen love about the counters and the misdirections? Sometimes you don't even have to block the defender. He can run himself out of the play if he doesn't read his keys properly.
It fights forward for a modest 2-yard gain, 2nd down.
Not a huge carry there on first down, but not all there will be. But still, all in all, a positive play for the offense. It's all about picking up at least a few to set up what you're going to do here on 2nd down.
2nd quarter, 2 minutes remain, 3-0 our score. From the 47 now to work with a 2nd and 7. Throwing his dart. The Vikings out, and they get there for the sack. They push it back 8 yards and time on 2nd down.
All about the offense so far this drive, putting something sustained together. But the defense, they responded on that play. 2nd and manageable became 3rd and long. The drive marching to the end zone is one play from stalling out.
A long way to go here on 3rd down for the 8th play of the drive. To throw his dart. Under pressure, they got him again. The Vikings get a signal for their first of their timeouts, as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. On 4th down, here's Jamie Gillen on the punt. Back deep for the Vikings, Miles Price. And he'll get credit for putting him inside the 20 as the fair catch is made right at about the 19-yard line. A 40-yard punt, no return. And it will be Vikings ball, 1st and 10. throw, McCarthy. And the throw left sideline here is caught, but they'll rule it incomplete. Couldn't keep his feet in it. Second down.
I tell you, Brandon, this defense is playing with some confidence. Haven't allowed a play yet. Flying to the football. I'm telling you, he's almost 11 to the ball on every snap. Another nice job there for us in the completion.
Second and 10. McCarthy operating from the gun. Now right here off the RPO, he'll keep it. The Giants going to go ahead and use the first of their timeouts, as they'll stop it with just over a minute to go before halftime.
I sort of like what he did right there because he smartly wanted to avoid forcing anything downfield because nothing appeared to be open. Nice harmless slide there to avoid the big hit, and he gets a small gain on the play.
Here now a third down and 8. Working out the gun is McCarthy. And the throw there going to be incomplete. The passing game not in sync here early, and now it's fourth down.
It's going to be another frustrating end to a drive here. This offense, they've not been able to get anything going in this first half. And now it's going to be time to gather on the sidelines and try to figure out what's going wrong. Who has an idea? Who has a plan? Time to implement it.
Fair catch called for and taken right near the 30-yard line. So possession goes over here on the punt. And it'll be Giant football, first and 10. From the 32 now, here's first and 10. Dart. Kind of surprising to see the field of his caliber let it get away, but get away it does, and it's second down.
But one thing we certainly know, he likes to take those risks deep downfield during games, coverage or not. The coverage was there on that one. No catch, but he's also fortunate. No turnover either.
Left side is Mike Robinson. And they get it down, but not before he takes it across the 40-yard line. 10 yards, good for a Giant first down.
Well, this is where reading defenses and practice time comes into play. You got to know what you're running versus zone versus man and how to run the proper route. And they just executed that one pretty well.
From the gun, here's Dart. There's a short look by Johnson. Now the Giants will use the second of their 3 timeouts. As the clock will stop with 18 seconds to go in the first half. Well, that's always a good place to throw it just because he's one of the biggest targets not only on his team but in the National Football League.
And you and I both know the quarterbacks love these large-bodied tight ends, and why not? Nowadays, they're really wide receivers who are just taller and have a little bit more weight. These guys catch the football, make big plays downfield. In the old days, we wanted them to block. Now coaches want to catch the football first.
And this is going to turn into another first down as the tackle is made at the Vikings' 38-yard line. The Giants going to burn their third and final timeout. And with halftime on the horizon, they'll be out of timeouts from here forward. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another first and 10. Here's Dart. Throw out wide, going to be incomplete.
Nice progress down the field was halted by that incompletion. They could try for some safe yards here to get things moving again, or keep throwing it and pushing it downfield and try to pick up bigger yardage.
So on second down, the field goal unit is on here as they try to get 3 before half. This officially a 55-yard attempt. And this one is no good. He missed it. And that will keep this a 3-point game.
Yeah, 55 yards is anything but a given. You got to really concentrate on your leg swing and proper technique. This time, though, he's unable to convert.
no shot before break. McCarthy is going to take a shot at the end zone. Why not? And he knocks the ball away and it falls incomplete. So halftime straight ahead. Let's get you down to the Sunshine State. It's Scott Hansen with our EA Sports halftime report.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. Welcome in, everyone, to our studios in Orlando. Scott Hansen with you, and we'll keep it brief because the scoring has been brief. Just one field goal as we play on 3-0. I was promised there'd be touchdowns, so let's find out if we can get one in the third quarter. Send it back out to our broadcast team, Brandon Goddard and Charles Davis.
Okay, Scott, thanks a bunch. And we'll see which team's adjustments are going to pay dividends here as we are just about ready for the start of the second half. Just one field goal and a tightly played first half as we resume action here at quarter number 3. It's taken past 25 to the 26-yard line. Here's the Giants offense now getting set to start the third quarter. And they got the lead. CD, what do you think the message was at halftime?
I don't think the message was too drastic, I think, in the half, or that they need to change things too much. I do think the offensive line could play a little bit better. I think they'll try and help them out more. They'll probably keep a tight end in a few more times, and maybe add a running back to the formation to pick up those pass rushers, because they probably allowed a few too many sacks for comfort in the first half.
Dart to make the throw here. This one is sliding over the middle. We'll go down as a gain of 6. And it'll be second down.
When you see zone defense and you know you've got a drag route on as your primary call, you got to be really careful as a passer about how far you let your guy go, because he might wander into some tough coverage.
Here now, second and 4. Straight ahead, here's Tracy. And a 42-yard line here, brought down there. 9 yards to pick up there, and it's a first down.
That's a nice pickup of a first down on that second down run. And in that yardage gain, they can run that play at any down.
Tracy. He gets us to the other side of the field and across the 45 before going out. 40 yards rushing for him now. He's carried the ball just 5 times.
Sometimes it's hard to believe, but there are times this game is about patience, isn't it? Has had the game he expected, but that run there, that may get him going.
I was just going to say, maybe that gives him a little juice, because you're right, he struggled, especially in that first half.
It's always think to themselves, just hang in there. This one big carry away, busting this open, that's a good start for him. The plays like that are exactly what this defense needs here early in the second half to give it a little spark. I think their halftime adjustment to what they talked about, maybe just a little inspirational speech, who knows? But looks like they're ready to go.
They'll hand it to Tracy. And he is back in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. That'll wind up as a loss on the play, so now they're staring at a third down at 12.
Pretty straightforward play there by the linebacker. He saw the run, went with straight ahead pursuit, and dumped him behind the line of scrimmage.
The last 2 plays each lose a yard. They'll try to move forward here on 3rd and 12. Out of the gun. Here's Dart. He'll try to do this himself. And he takes this just a few yards shy of the red zone before going out. 23 yards on the tuck and run.
They're very comfortable there, scanning the situation, analyzing things, feeling the pressure, then stepping up right through the middle and sprinting for a first down.
Still in search of their first touchdown of the game, but they're on the move. 1st and 10. On the give is Tracy. And he's going to get this one down inside the 15. That one good for 10 yards. And it'll be second and very short.
Looks to me like maybe there's a little attrition setting in with this drive, because we see that type of a run, I get the feeling the defense get a little bit tired.
And that's the last thing they need, especially when they look up at the scoreboard. They'll go here on the jet sweep. And a big boy It's up front. They're going to stop it right at the line. Not enough there for a first. No gain, as a matter of fact. And it leaves them at 3rd and 1. Ninth play coming up here on this drive. This is 3rd and a yard. They'll try and sneak it here. And it will have the Giants first down as they're able to convert. Only not by much. On 3rd and a yard.
They pick it up on 3rd and 1 on the quarterback sneak, and that's not easily done because there are extra bodies in there on the defensive side, and they're moving forward at the snap.
Yeah, I was certainly expecting a handoff, weren't you?
Yeah, I totally was. I think they're doing it back, maybe trying to get a lead blocker or something. But as you talk about in different games, those guys with confidence in their offensive line, they just want to move forward and get it. Well, praise has to go to the guys on the offensive line because they've had a very nice, productive day running the football. How about that poor defensive line? They've been knocked around the entire game, and while they slowed them down on that run, can they continue to do so? Because they haven't had much success throughout this ball game.
Incomplete. Took a shot as he let that go. And it's going to bring up a 3rd down.
I think he had to unload that one before he went on it, too. He was right up in his grill. I think he was a dentist there without a license, don't you?
Just not enough time for the play to develop. Lucky it wasn't a fumble, really. They head to the line facing a 3rd and 7 following the incompletion on 2nd down. And he comes back with one complete. And they're able to stop him short. On 3rd and 6, they'll only pick up 4. Three quarters in the books. We'll return with more after this break. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Welcome back now here in East Rutherford. It's been a very hotly contested game to this point. Just a field goal separating these two teams as we get set for the 4th quarter. And here's a big one now. Trying to hold this lead. They're going to go for it here on 4th down. They'll try to run for it. And they'll take it on in for a giant touchdown. Tyrone Tracy taking it in from 4 yards out. And the Giants will add to their 4th quarter lead. Well, we lasted all the way to the 4th quarter without a touchdown being on the board, but here a key one to extend the lead.
Definitely, and I really doubt them that that's going to open the floodgates. What do you think, partner?
No, not the way that we've seen these defenses play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They've been rock solid, but we had to know that sooner or later, someone had to surrender a touchdown, and it happened right there.
Able to connect on the extra point. And the lead grows to 10-0. So that drive spans 13 plays. And it results in a 40-yard touchdown run. Following the touchdown, here's Koo to kick off. And out a little across the 25 to the 27. Now the Vikings offense works their way back onto the field. And you're still in this game. Yeah, you haven't scored. Offense obviously has struggled, but you're only 2 scores down, so all in all, not lost.
Not at all, because we're talking about the NFL, and teams can score fast in this league. Quick strikes, get right back in it. You're exactly right. Keeping hope alive.
Looking to put a drive together. They'll begin the drive with a give to Jones. He'll work this forward for about 3 and 2nd down.
Nice chunky yards at 1st down. It really opens up your options for what you want to do on 2nd. You go right back to it, hope you explode, or sucker the defense in before throwing over the top.
Now a 2nd and 6. On play action. Now McCarthy. And now a throw incomplete. He was hit just as he let that go. And now it's third down. Now we've got a giant player here slow to get up after that last play. We'll get an update when we return to MetLife Stadium. So after the second down incompletion, they'll come up now against a 3rd and 6. Now McCarthy. This one brought in by Jefferson. And he's going to get this to the 31. The punt is still well short of what he needed. So the completion gets him just a yard. And that'll bring up 4th down.
Don't ever get towards the point of the game where not taking a lot of yards is secondary to keeping the clock moving. To me, that's a double win defensively. Short gain and some more time off the clock.
Well, a deep throw. Here's McCarthy. And it's caught. And they get it down the line before it takes it across the 40-yard line. The time to pull off the stops is now, and they convert there on 4th down.
This possession means so much for them. They've got to focus on this drive and find a way to make this a one-possession game. Got to get a score.
Yeah, so good with a field goal. Don't necessarily need a touchdown. Throwing is McCarthy. And it's caught. And now the ball's out. Thinking they're midfield. And the Giants have it. It's picked up. And they'll start out with great field position at the 47-yard line in enemy territory.
I think it's safe to say they give up this guy is extremely frustrating. Here we are in the 4th quarter, and that last play, that turnover, they can epitomize what happened to them all day on offense.
So symbolic, and that's why they're still being shut out. New York set to take the field. They sit in a good spot, having the ball back after the fumble recovery and up 2 scores in the 4th quarter. And now before the ball changes hands, they're going to take a look at this just to make sure that they have it right.
Play is under review.
The question, was the knee in fact down before this ball comes loose? And is the video convincing enough to overturn it?
A lot of factors here. Remember, you also need clear possession of football afterwards. This is a tough one to overturn.
So that one overturned. They say the knee was down, and that will not be ruled a fumble. 2nd and short now following the fumble. To the air with McCarthy. Throwing quickly there, but it's incomplete.
We've seen these defenses making up opportunistic plays to keep this one low scoring. Flying around, making plays on the ball, and we see yet another errant throw as a result.
This offense so far on 3rd down, 0 for 3 to this point. They could use a conversion. They're up against a 3rd-and-1 situation. Only a yard on the keeper, but that's all they needed. 1st down.
It's been a good drive so far. They just wanted to keep it going, so they call this low-reward play. No one's worried about picking up big yardage here. Quarterbacks, they keep the chains moving and pick up another 1st down.
All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10. And that is incomplete. On the coverage, a little too good there. And it's 2nd down.
It's been clear in this matchup which side has been the more physical one. It's been this defense. And here's another example on that last play.
Another try, 2nd and 10 now. McCarthy off the play fake. And this one is incomplete.
Give a big credit for his coverage right there because when he saw the route break deep, he stayed in position to prevent a completion while avoiding any risk of a flag.
The crowd here at MetLife Stadium in full roar. 3rd down. McCarthy is set to throw it. And they find the open That's complete. And they're going to have another first down as the tackle's made at the Giants' 34-yard line. 2 minutes left to play in this football game here on EA Sports. So the Vikings in possession of the football as we get you reset. They've got first and 10 as they search for a late score. Now a first down carry by Jones. And a short gain down to about the 33.
This is what happens sometimes when you abandon the running game. It's hard to get back to it because once guys get out that mentality of firing out and hitting people, hard to get them started again occasionally.
Second down, 8 yards to go. From the shotgun, McCarthy. Finds his man. There's Jordan Addison. A big play here. Crowd on their feet. 3rd and 4. He's going to be taken down here. He's set back in the 32. Finally hauled down for the first time this game. Multiple defenders in there to block him. He seemed to have a reasonable amount of time in the pocket, but wouldn't get rid of the football, and the end result, Charles, him on the ground.
Yeah, he's got to keep an internal clock to go along with his offensive line, which took about 3, 4, 5 seconds. That's a reasonable amount of time to expect to deliver the ball downfield. So it's great to try to complete a pass. As he was playing on the crowd on the way to it.
They had to go for it with such little time remaining. And this long drive is going to wind up yielding nothing. Well, they had to take one final shot at the end zone, but now things are looking really bleak.
And I agree with that totally. You had to take the shot if they did score. You know, whether you call it a miracle or not, you line up, onside kick, get the ball back, throw one more in the end zone, who knows? Had to take the chance, just was unsuccessful.
From the 32 now, here's first and 10. Started to run by Tracy. The Vikings going to signal for the first of their timeouts. As they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the game.
That's it. That's what you want. Straight ahead, positive game. Just keep that clock ticking.
From the 37, they work on 2nd and 6. He'll try and run with it. And he is going to have a New York first down, and the Giants are going to win the football game. Now the Vikings will use the second of their timeouts. As the clock will stop with 35 seconds left to go. The D can only start it one more time as they take the knee. So a victory here for the men in blue, the New York Giants. And not all W's are created equal, CD, and this one came in shutout fashion.
No, their offense certainly didn't need to do anything, right? They could take the day off, and they did. But the defense, they carried them in a big way.
Yeah, look, the offense obviously stuff to work on, but they did enough, and the defense carried the load.
You know, they say it's always fun to work on things. If it didn't go well in your game, put the victory in your pocket, and that's what they've got going forward.
So that'll do it for us. For my partner, Charles Davis, and all the hard-working men and women on our crew, I'm Brandon Gaughan. You've been watching the NFL right here on EA Sports. With that, we say so long from MetLife Stadium. is Los Angeles, California. The first month of the season has flown by. On to October, we got a captivating matchup in store. As it will be the Washington Commanders taking on the LA Chargers. Seems like we were just starting training camp, but here we are in October, and off we go on EA Sports. And the tackle just shy of the 25. So knock off the Washington offense onto the field. A glance here at their shifty mobile signal caller.
Let's go ahead and keep this one simple. He had one of the most impressive rookie seasons in NFL history. A true dual-threat quarterback. He can get you a variety of ways. Took his team to the conference championship last season, trying to take them to the Super Bowl in year 2.
They go play action. Daniels. Oh, he's going to take a shot right away. He's got a man complete. A good play there on the first play of the game. 41 yards.
I've heard of quick strike offenses, but this is taking that to the extreme. I mean, the very first snap of the ball game, normally I'm thinking, let's get our quarterback comfortable and get him into the flow of the game, but not here. They come out attacking from the outset, and it pays off in a big way.
He's going to leave this first running back. It's complete. But they're able to get this one past the 30 to the 25-yard line. The Washington passing game dialed in now. It's a first down. That early game script that they drew up is working pretty well here on this first drive. Already in field goal range, Charles knocking on the door of the red zone.
You know, Brandon, when we met with the coaching staff, they kind of predicted that they would come out firing like this. I think you and I were a little skeptical that it would be this easy, but they certainly knew what they were doing in scouting and preparation and understanding what their team is capable of.
They'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11. Good job there defensively of stringing that one out.
You got a quarterback who's waiting and waiting for something to develop, and it just never materialized, and down he went behind the line of scrimmage.
To throw is Daniels. That's what he dropped on the ball. And going down the numbers when they get it inside the 10 to the 7. 19 yards on the pickup there, and now they'll have it first and goal.
Boy, no problems getting down the field here on this opening drive. They've looked really sharp in the early going, and they've come up with some big plays already. Here's another that's going to set up first and goal.
They'll run here with a rookie. And he stopped just inside the 5 of the 6. Only a yard that time, 2nd and goal.
Here's where we need to see some tenacity from this defense, because they've been pushed right down the field on this opening drive. They've got to find some way to push back, and that's a good first step.
The 6-yard line, the line of scrimmage on 2nd and goal. And they run on the inside. That is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. It'll go as a loss of a yard, and it'll set up 3rd down. Driven it down the field nicely here on the opening drive, and now it's put up a shot.
No doubt about it, because to make that type of a drive and ultimately kick a field goal would feel very disappointing. But I'm just wondering, is the head coach thinking, is this 4-down territory? Might you go for it?
They'll look to throw on 3rd and goal. He's got it. Touchdown, Commanders. From 6 yards away. And the Commanders are on the board first here this afternoon. And the QB rating right now is sky high. 4 for 4 on that opening drive, and it ends with a touchdown pass.
Yeah, I don't know quite how to figure it out. I think I need my friends from MIT to come in and help me. I think 158.3 is the number one.
Yeah, that's
right. That's the highest you can get. that's where he is. He'd like to continue on that pace.
Matt Gay on for the extra point. It's good, and Washington will take a 7-0 lead. So that lines up a 7-play drive all told. And the result, a touchdown for Washington. Following the touchdown, here's Gay to kick it away. Down the middle across the 25 to the 27. The Chargers ready to go on offense, led by their first-round pick in 2020. The man out of Oregon, Justin Herbert.
When you see Justin Herbert, all you think about is he's easily one of the most talented quarterbacks in the NFL. He can make every throw. Knows how to think his way through every game. And now, the regular season success needs to carry over into the postseason.
Herbert and the Chargers now with a 1st and 10 at their own 27. On the ground, this is Mario Hampton. They'll be taken down, but now they're working across midfield. 25 yards to pick up there, also a 1st down. Gotta give a nod of appreciation to some of those guys up front over on that left side. Several key blocks from here.
No appreciation for the guys from the backside. They didn't allow any leakage, anybody to run him down from the backside.
They're at the kids' table.
Okay, so front side guys good, backside guys, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Okay, either way, you're done pretty well, Denver. The nice sizable game.
23 yards a game. Another 1st down as well. They've done a pretty good job containing him up until this drive and until that run. There was no containing him at all.
Yeah, you're right about that. He finally popped free. But we didn't have to be in their practice sessions. We didn't have to be in their meeting rooms. They planned for a run like that to happen, maybe a couple of them. But what did they tell their guys all week? You know what they said. Move on to the next play. Now what just happened? Let it go.
He was able to bring to a one tackle, but it slowed him down enough that he could only manage getting back to the line of scrimmage.
Sometimes you just sit back and marvel at what he can do defensively. Speed, strength, quickness. He's the whole package, and that package just wrapped up the runner for a loss.
Here's Herbert. This one incomplete. Too much contact with a lot of that one, and it's 3rd down.
And partner, to me, that one was all about timing. If he's there too early, it's going to be a pass interference call. If he's too late, it's a completed pass. He was Johnny on the spot on that one.
An incomplete pass on that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on 3rd down. Justin Herbert looking to pass. And this is going to be incomplete. The Commanders' defense holds, and that'll bring up 4th down.
This defense has certainly played well so far in this game, and the coverage has been tight on just about every throw. Forced a few here so far in this game, and now it brings up 4th down.
Kicker on for the Chargers field goal. A 42-yard attempt.
And his kick is right there. It's good. And they are on the board. It's going to turn into a 7-3. So both teams come away with points on their opening drives. They still trail. They answered the touchdown with a field goal, but at least able to break that goose egg early.
And that is what's important, right? Because they didn't let that initial touchdown go unanswered. Took the ball themselves, moved it downfield, and put it through the post for 3 points. Game on.
Here's Digger now as he'll send this one away. And they'll get it down inside the 30 at the 27. Now Washington going to retake the field for drive number 2. This drive here beginning probably with a pair of motivated crews. Remember, the offense scored a touchdown, a On their last time out, look at repeat that, Charles's defense. They were very frustrated after giving up 6 the last time on the field.
And frankly, it's just a battle of wills in a lot of ways because you know they're both motivated, they both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its will over the other.
They'll start this drive out of the ground. Plenty for a first round pick in on the stop.
First 30 nicely bit off. Pretty decent game.
Second and 5. From the gun, he'll run this off. This is going to be Commander's first down as the tackle made about the 43-yard line.
First down, Washington.
There was a little space there, yes, but that was a well-executed run by the rookie.
It was, and he wasn't one of the higher-rated rookie running backs coming out. He's probably in the next tier. But let me tell you something. If he becomes more consistent and continues to have that drive to be one of the best, we'll see more of that in the future.
On first down, they'll go to the ground attack. And this time they were ready for him as they stop him right at the line of scrimmage. Officially no gaining the play, and it's second down. Here's Davis. That's complete to his receiver, McCoy. And he's brought to the ground with another first down at the Chargers 39. They got 18 yards out of that one, and it gives them a new set of downs.
Somewhat sharp in this game. He had a touchdown pass in the first drive. He's flinging it around really well here.
Really nice throw there to pick up the first down. You kind of just feel a laser focus and confidence about him. And I think we saw that this week. Talk with your men and the coaches. They thought he was a good scorer.
Yeah, I was really impressed with that last practice we saw. When they went through 2-minute drill, when they went through all the different situations, the ball hardly hit the ground, and I thought, yeah, he might be locked in for this one.
Washington with the football here to begin quarter number 2. As they've got it with a first and 10. Keep leading on the run again, back to the ground. He just threw it up the middle, only for a come on second down.
They suspected it was a power play up the middle coming at him, and boy, were they right. That defense got downhill in a hurry and limited them to just a couple on first down.
Here's a second and 8. The slot man in motion right. And he'll get it here on the touch pass. Looking for a cutback lane, but nothing there as it's met at the line of scrimmage. A yard in the wrong direction. Makes third down tougher. Third down and 9. This defense not fooled one bit on that touch pass.
And this has become one of those kind of in vogue plays, you know, kind of like the shuffle pass was a few years ago. This one never got off the ground, but you understand why a lot of teams are running it. These wide receivers, a lot of them.
Looking for McCoy, but this is intercepted. But they will finally get him down as he's all the way to the 36-yard line. When he went down, he was kind of shaking his head like after he threw that pass. What did you see?
Well, from a defense's perspective, anytime you have your eyes back towards the quarterback, you're in a position to make a play on the ball, whether it's a big-time play by you or an overthrow by the quarterback. You have a much better opportunity.
The Chargers get set to go here for their second drive. And they'll take over here following the interception with good field position and a chance to take the lead with a touchdown. So from the 36 now, first and 10. Herbert going to give the hand to. He stopped immediately there. Credited with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9.
That looked like a trap because it looked to me like the opposing front was on that play from the get-go. They had everyone crashing the ball carrier before he even made the line, and they hold it to just a yard.
From the 35, here's the 2nd and 9. Herbert now. And it's taken there by Quinn Johnston. And he's going to get this down near the 20-yard line. 14 yards is the pickup there, and a Charger first down.
First down. First and 10 at the 21-yard line.
2 minutes gone by, second quarter. Now it's Herbert. Over the middle, and it's caught. Keenan Allen. And down inside the 15, shy of the 10. Another more on that one, and another first down.
Another nice play there. They get that into the red zone in no time at all. That's what this offense can do when they get on a roll. And now they're set up for the 1st and 10.
Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. And he hits it in stride. So he'll get that completion. He'll now bring up a 2nd down to just a couple.
Not staying ahead of the chains. Really good pickup on 1st down, hitting the tight end there. Now brings up a 2nd and manageable.
Just found a hole in that zone. There's 2nd and 2 now from the 3. The middle is empty. And it's a big gain of this traps behind the line of scrimmage. 2 yards the loss, and now they go from 2nd and 2 to a tough 3rd and 4.
We all have habits. We can be somewhat predictable, and you know me pretty well on 2nd down and short. What I like to say,
Play action.
yeah, without a doubt, I thought that was a great spot to call it. Instead, didn't go their way, did it?
Defense sold out for the run. Touchdown. With a touchdown reception from Justin Herbert. And the Chargers have taken the lead. There was no going through the progressions on that touchdown pass.
Yeah, nor was it necessary. His receiver won that route early, presented himself. No reason to wait. Go ahead and put it on him and score a touchdown.
For the extra point, Cameron Dicker. And it's thrown and hits the lead at 10-7. So the drive there took 6 plays. And it was Keenan Allen who finished it all off with the touchdown reception. Now after the Dicker field goal, he's back out ready to send it away. But it won't quite make it to the 25. Here we go. It's drive from Washington. Now an ideal way to get their players driving 40 interception Charles after they had built up some momentum in the football, but something that needs built on for this offense as they run back out here.
Yeah, you're right about that. Up until that last play, it was working pretty well for this offense, gaining chunks of yardage, getting first downs, really making a push for the end zone. It looked like they had a nice rhythm going. Now you got to have a short memory here. Don't focus on the interception. Focus on what came before and really get back to it.
It's tough to bring him down that time. He surges forward. He's going to get a full 6 out of that. 2nd down.
Offensive linemen who are creating space for their guys carrying the ball. But when that guy also breaks tackles and creates extra yardage, they almost feel like he's one of them, and they really embrace him.
Now Daniels. Banana Samuel complete. 2nd catch for him today. They wind up the first down.
It's nice to go down for the simple routes in the playbook, but always so effective. Nice completion there. Keeps the sticks moving.
Ball up to the 35 now as they come up on 1st and 10. Daniels looking to throw. to Debo Samuel for consecutive catches. And he'll be taken down, but not before he works it past the 50. It's another first down as they look his way again, this time 19 yards. 2 minutes remaining in the first half, 10-7, our score. Throwing now is Davis. Looking for McLaurin, and he's got it. They'll wind up getting just a yard. And it's second down.
They kept the receiver in the short field, but that let his quarterback get the ball quickly to him before either guy in double coverage could react.
Now second and 9. From the shotgun, it's Davis. And the Chargers rush is going to get there. Down he goes. Got it and dropped it.
And another one drive from the offense, but the defense is denying them the end zone. Nothing to show for the last drive offensively. They can't come away empty-handed again.
How to approach this. Third down and 16 yards to go. That is caught. And they will finally catch it, but not before he gets it to the 11. Big yardage and attack for Washington. 41 yards.
We always talk about the guy who paid off the play, don't we? Got caught it or ran it. But how about the elements that go into making a big play? This one in particular, able to scan the field, pocket held up nicely. What a terrific job by the offensive line. The route, well run, and the football right on the money.
Well, he finds his tight end, it's Hurts. Washington now going to use the first of their 3 timeouts, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. Second and 9. To the air goes Davis. Over the middle here to Brown. The Commanders is going to use the second of their timeouts as they stop it here with just under 40 ticks to go in this first half. They'll break the huddle and come up on the 9th play of this drive, needing 5 yards on third down. Working out of the gun, Daniels. And they're going to get to the inside. Sack back at the 9-yard line. Chargers going to signal for the first of their timeouts as the clock will stop with 33 seconds to go in the first half. On fourth down, the Commanders send out Matt Gay to try the field goal. From the left hash, a chip shot here. And Gay knocks this one through. But now there is a penalty marker on the field, so let's see what this is about. And this is going to be roughing the kicker, an inexcusable penalty, Charles.
You worked so hard to hold him to a three-point kick. Now you give him the ball again with a chance for a touchdown.
Operating through the gun, Daniels. Throw is knocked away, and it's complete.
He came through well with a nice pass breakup there. Fortunately, he was on the spot. He's only got left to prevent the first down.
The line of scrimmage, once again, the 5 as they get ready for second and goal. Looking to throw, Daniels. That's caught. Touchdown, Washington. Zach Ertz from 4 yards out. And the Commanders will take the lead here in the final minute of the first half. That could be an important swing right there. A touchdown in the final minute of the half to take the lead.
And I like the point you just made there. It could be an important swing because now that they have the lead, if they can carry that into the locker room at the half, they'll feel really good about what they accomplished in the first 2 quarters.
Here's Gay now to add the extra point. And that makes it 14-10. And it appears we have a Charger shaken up on that last play. More from L.A. in a moment. After the touchdown, it's Gay to kick this one away. Returns and we stop just shy of the 30-yard line. The Chargers going to take over here one more time before the half. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
Final 17 seconds of the half here as they come up to the line, 1st and 10. They're just going to run it here. And just pushes right forward for a few as the clock will run. Now the Chargers will use the second of their timeouts as they'll stop it with 14 seconds to go in this first half. Here's a 2nd and 5. Back to throw here, Herbert. He's got a man, that's Keenan Allen. And there's a timeout as they're going to get 8 seconds remaining here in the first half. And Allen's going to have a Chargers first down as we get this up to the 43. At the 43-yard line. Dixon. And taking it across midfield and inside the 45.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando studios. Scott Hansen with you for a quick halftime report. We'll let both sides catch their breath and get their orange wedges as we're going to get ready for the third quarter action. So let's go back out to the stadium as we rejoin our broadcast team, Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
Scott, we thank you as always, and we'll see what happens here in the second half. Both teams trying to find the right formula to come out with the victory. The Chargers going to get the football first here in the second half, and they trail as we get back underway. It's a pretty good return here as we get this up to the 29. Out comes the Chargers as they'll go on offense now to start this third quarter. They do trail, but they have a chance to possess the football first to try and do something about it.
And that certainly makes it something of an important drive for them, because is it going to win the game? No, but you have to do something to bring some life to your sideline.
Herbert going to lead up the Chargers here first and 10, just shy of the 30. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. And that will be incomplete. Would have been a big hitter if they had connected. Instead, it's second down.
That's a good closing speed there defensively, because that looked open for a minute. But that's great work with the ball in the air. Never gave up, converged on his man, and broke the play up.
They'll fake the handoff. Now Herbert. They'll short throw the pocket. It's in the air. Now they get it down. The number 4 takes it across the 40-yard line. Second catch for him today. They'll run down the first down.
That's the kind of play that's on.
Here's Herbert. Short throw to Disney. We gain a 5. And it'll be second down. That's a staple of this offense. Drag route to the tight end.
He was unable to use his size to break off much more yardage after the catch, but still an effective gain nonetheless.
From the 47, it's second and 5. In motion right comes Allen. That's complete. It's not McCarthy. The first 2 years, the 10 is made Washington's 38-yard line. That time on the run pass option, they decided to throw it. Not a quick little drop-off. He went downfield a bit.
Reminiscent of a triple option quarterback in college, because he faked it inside, and instead of immediately throwing it out to the perimeter, step back in the pocket and find a target downfield.
Down at the 35 of the second half.
Give credit to the defense for stringing that play out, and they gave him no cutback. You know, he was trying to target well. Nowhere's further to go. A nice job there, only giving up a 3-yard gain.
Second and 7. From the shotgun, here's Herbert. And this one nearly intercepted. Boy, that would have been a great time for their first pick. But instead, it's third down.
Tremendous coverage there. Just did not catch the football, complete the interception. But what do they say all the time? If he had really good hands, he'd be playing offense.
Here's play number 7 on the drive. This is third and 7. Operating from the gun. Herbert. And throw in incomplete. Shot right there on the coverage. He was draped all over.
He's smart enough to avoid the taunting rule, but I'm guaranteed he quietly has told them, you might want to stop coming after me downfield, because I just broke up another pass and took away a big shot that you were trying to succeed with.
Cameron Dicker on down to try to field goal. He'll be spotted on the right hash. A 52-yard attempt. And his kick here is good. But now there is a penalty marker on the field, so let's see what this is about. And this is going to be roughing the kicker, an inexcusable penalty, Charles.
You've worked so hard to hold him to a three-point kick. Now you give up the ball again with a chance for a touchdown.
Out of the gun, and Herbert. They'll tuck this off to hands it complete. Herbert's in a position good for just 3. And it's second down.
Caught that look from me there, partner. I think we're on the same page on that one. Just his first catch. I think we both thought he'd be a little more active in the passing game. Let's see if that's the start of them trying to get the ball to him a little bit more here in the second half.
Justin Herbert looking to pass. And now they're inside the 10 as he's brought down at the lead. That leads us to a first and goal. It's a pickup of 8.
I think that's a big pickup for a first down because when you run a drag route against zone, you're sometimes asking for trouble because you might run into a defender.
Yeah, well, there they ran into a first down. Executed it to perfection. On first down, it's empty. And for the Robert, they get this to the 5-yard line.
With the air attack has gotten them down here, but now when you start to lean on that running game, that's a good pickup there on first and goal.
And the ball smacked down on the 5-yard line. Here's second and goal. Here's Herbert. They'll set up the screen to empty. And he's going to lose yardage here. It'll be a loss of 6 yards on the play. And that'll bring up a third down and goal. It looked like the defense, they were ready for that one.
Really left him almost no room to work after catching the ball. He could throw every move in the book at him. They were there, and they tackled him for a loss.
Big play coming here. It's third and goal. A shotgun snap for Herbert. Touchdown, Chargers. Around the clock here from 10 yards out. And the Chargers have taken the lead as they go right down the field and score on the opening drive of the second half. On that connection, it looked like they maybe had some replay communication. Maybe one of them noticed an area that was open to the defense to get the pass to.
By the time in, sometimes you have that great silent communication that you just noticed right there because your best quarterback receiver combos in the NFL didn't know how to make those adjustments in the line of scrimmage when they see something pretty play, and they got it done there.
Dicker down to tack on the extra point. It's good, and they'll take a 17-14 lead. So that drive, 12 plays in length. And it winds up with a touchdown for Los Angeles. So after the touchdown, here's Dicker out to kick this one off. Oh, a good-looking return set up here. He's past the 30. The high score. Touchdown, Commanders. A lot of special teams coaches, they just want to keep it away from him because that's what he can do.
And others have egos that their players can't keep up with. And they say, challenge him, kick into it. The way he runs as fast as he is, I wouldn't challenge him at all. I'd do everything possible to keep it away.
He is just a blur when he gets a full head of steam, and he got a full head of steam there. Gay is on for the point after. It's up and good to make it 21-17. A spectacular return of 96 yards. Great blocking in front of him on special teams as well. He takes it to the end zone. Try this again after the kick return TD. Here's yet another kickoff. And it brings us out past the 20 to the 24th minute. Atlanta readies for its next possession. It sees the lead there for a little bit with a starting drive in the third quarter, but only go with a touchdown that puts them back behind.
So their defense is under siege a little bit right now because they have not able to solve their opponents. So they kind of keep hammering away on offense and try and win this one in what appears to be a shootout.
Herbert and the Chargers down with a 1st and 10 at their own 24. They'll start again with a run back into. And forget about finding a lane. He barely had time to look up before he was planted in the backfield. It's a loss of 4 on the 1st down play.
An interesting and intriguing decision there defensively because they kept extra DBs on the field despite seeing the multiple tight end look that came out for the offense.
I thought they were going to switch out of it. I didn't know if they felt they didn't have time or what the case was.
Well, in any event, the extra penetration as they stuffed that one by the line of scrimmage.
It's caught by Johnston. Just 3 yards on the catch there. Couldn't get away. And that's going to lead to a 3rd and 11.
I think he just wanted to get the ball to one of his playmakers. See if they can make something happen, but he ends up throwing it to a crowded area. And after the catch, he isn't able to do much with it.
From the gun, Herbert on 3rd down. He's got his target. That's complete. And he's going to have the Chargers' 1st down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. Tries to force it in and it's intercepted. Gets it back down. And the return here is stopped at the 35-yard line. The first possession with the interception, so it'll be a second-half tone setter.
Indeed, and not the tone they wanted to set. That's the equivalent of running out the wrong door and running into your pool instead of running out onto the field. A real dud for that one.
Has that happened to you before?
No, but I've heard stories about teams actually doing that back in the good old days.
He's immediately taken it from the line of scrimmage. No gain there as he kept it himself as 2nd down. To throw is Daniels. Chargers. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back. So turnovers, Charles, you figure will be key in the second half. That's a big key right there.
Yeah, and as you and I both know, coaches are always preaching ball security, and none more often than right here in the second half of a tight football game. Now you've got to believe what the coaches are saying and take care of that football.
The Chargers ready to take over. So now, Charles, this drive may be a touch more important, trying to erase the memory of that interception they had the last time out.
Yeah, and everyone goes through this because even the best in the game, you're going to have games where it just doesn't go right for you, and interceptions result. So, frankly, to me, it's all about how you respond, not just the types of plays that you call, but how you carry yourself, how you show your team that you're still with it, and how you continue to lead.
Trying to shake off the interception and look to throw. The defensive tackle getting in there for a loss of 5. were trying to get outside there, but this defense had different plans.
Yeah, they really had an outside-in kind of a pass rush. It's almost like when you're covering a punt. You can't let him get to the outside, get to the sideline. You force him to stay in the middle of the field, and they did exactly that, made the play.
Gotta assume this defense will be charging again here. It's 2nd and 15. Now Herbert with it, looking to pass. Good slant to put it to Keenan Allen. And he'll go down, and that will do it for the third quarter of action. So they'll get a little extra time to come up with his third down play as we play 3 quarters. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. It's Charger football, but they trail here as we get going in quarter number 4. Washington on 3rd down. They've converted 3 out of 5 thus far. This will be 3rd and 5. In motion goes the tight end. Now it's Herbert. Let's go. He is going to have the Chargers first down as they're able to get the 3rd conversion.
Fourth quarter, they're to watch them drive for what would be a go-ahead touchdown. And you and I both know this is where you need a quarterback who can keep his cool back there, not just for himself, but keep the rest of the team relaxed too.
And a good run here is going to run it all the way down to the 40-yard line. 71 yards rushing for him now, and what was his 10th carry of the ball here?
Another carry for their leader and a good one. It's crunch time. They need him to continue to be productive in both the run and passing game in order for them to try and snatch a victory.
They'll send a receiver in motion left. Back to Hampton on 1st down. And he can only manage to get a couple. 2nd and 8 coming up.
He pretty much had nowhere to go on that play.
And the previous carry looked pretty good. That would lose a little time. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe should have tapped out and had a second back come in and maybe make that run. Who knows?
Here's a 2nd down and 7 from the 37. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. No gain on the play, and they'll bring up the 3rd down.
That's a nice job defensively to make sure everyone was accounted for, because ordinarily you pick up the guys downfield and sometimes you forget about the running back. In this case, they did not and dropped him for no gain.
Here's play number 7 on the drive. This is 3rd and 7. Now they'll throw here out of the gun. That is incomplete.
Coverage is awfully tight there on 3rd down. They actually closed off all the passing lanes, forcing the incompletion and bringing up 4th down.
But it is on the field, as this is a big spot right here. This from 54 yards away. And this kick is good. And that'll bring it back to this board. Let's see if they feel well, this one's not back within a field goal. Maybe not the ultimate result they wanted, but gets them that much closer.
This game is unfolding like a really good book, isn't it? Because I feel like there's a few more plot twists yet to be revealed before this one is over.
Here's Dicker down as he'll send this one away. Still about the 23. Here comes Washington's offense as they get set to take over here. And the last drive, obviously not what you're looking for. You got the lead, you got to protect the football.
So in other words, someone got lucky because they've been moving the ball really well and wearing them down. In this case, though, giving up the football
This one is incomplete.
I said surprisingly close to the target. That is a rare incompletion for him. He's been on point this entire game.
His percentage completion-wise way up at that time. Here's 2nd and 10. Daniels looking to throw. This is Ertz on the pitch and catch. That'll leave him with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there.
Let's not quibble about the game there on 2nd down. That was a positive play because that was a take what you can get situation. Got out to the tight end. Now it gives a much better opportunity to convert on 3rd down.
2 yards still to go. 3rd down now. Now Daniels. He had him. He was open, but he couldn't get it to him. It's incomplete.
I know coaches tell us all the time how powerful arm is the #1 thing they look for in a quarterback. When you're trying to throw inside routes and you need to put some heat on it, it helps have the big gun. In this case, just a little bit too much.
Here's Tresley now. And surprisingly, this is the first punt of the game for either team. 40 yards on the punt, 2 on the return. And it'll be Charger football here as they take over. The Chargers offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And he has put in a full game's work and then some. Just an incredible performance on the ground to this point in the 4th quarter. The Charger drive about to get going. Their defense accomplished step 1 of the mission. They forced the punt. Now they'll look to erase that deficit and take a 4th quarter lead. They get this to 42.
Running back wants is a little bit of room and space in order to maneuver. But he also understands how difficult it is for his offensive line up front, so if they give him any space, he realizes his job to make more out of it than what they give him. Picks up 3 on that carry.
Looking to throw on 2nd down. Herbert. And they take him down, losing yardage back at the 27. So they're losing 5 yards on the play. And that's going to lead to a 3rd and 12.
Well, his completion percentage continues to rise with that one. But sometimes you want your completion percentage to go down. Maybe you should have thought about throwing that one away.
Just say it's easier said than done, but that's where you may be buried at his feet. Make sure he doesn't catch it.
Great check, great call right there. Put it near the receiver.
Look at the ability right there as he's taking down. That's it. That's a good defense getting pressure. And it's a loss of 6.
Well, how about that? A dime set on defense, 6 defensive backs. None of them blitz. They're just back there in coverage. Defensive lineman gets the sack.
That's where the O-line, they go to the sideline, they keep their helmets on so the cameras can't find them, right?
Yeah, the cameras can't find them, but I know one thing. The O-line coach will.
Here's J.K. Scott now. As the drive goes backwards, so he's on to punt it away. Take it from just outside the 30. 46-yard line for the lead. 9 on the return. And we Washington football now with a 1st and 10. The Washington offense back out there. Now, the previous drive they punted, but that was just the first time they've had to do so in this game.
And when they turn on the game film, the coaches will rant about this, right? They'll say, oh, God, we got to move the ball, guys. We can't punt the ball away. But they have to keep smiles off their faces because that's the first time in the game they've had to do so. They've moved it quite well. They'll overall be happy with what they've seen.
Good starting field position for them here as they come up 1st and 10 at the 41-yard line. Here's Daniels. That's complete to his receiver, McCoy. The Chargers going to signal for the first of their timeouts. And as the 2 teams talking over on their respective sidelines, we take a break. Placed at the 45 for 2nd and 5. To the air goes Daniels. It's McCoy. And this defense here going to run their 2nd timeout. You can also factor in another timeout that they'll get when the clock stops at the 2-minute warning. as they come up 1st and 10. They'll try and run some clock here as they keep it on the ground. And now here comes the third of their timeouts defensively. So they'll be left with only the 2-minute warning to stop it from here on out.
I have to chuckle myself a little bit, Brandon, because right now I could be in that hole with that offensive line. I know exactly what they're saying. If you call a pass play here, we're going to call a timeout. Run the football. You got control of this thing. Get it behind us and let's go.
Their time to shine. Throwing now is Daniels. Looking for the crossing receiver. He's got it. It's Samuel. And he's brought to the ground with another first down at the Chargers' 15-yard line. This is something you got to be wary of defensively. Just because they're in the mode of trying to burn some clock doesn't mean they won't pass it. They got good yardage out of that one.
Yeah, and really, when you're looking at it, now they've got a fresh set of downs. Look for 2nd down. If they want to take another shot and try to loosen things up, that'd be the time to do it.
And L&D take a lead. Looks like he'll throw here. That's caught inside the 5. And he will have a Commander's first down, and that should just about do it.
These guys certainly are not hiding what their intention is. They're absolutely showing it. They're definitely not going to sit on this lead here in the 4th quarter.
One final nail down here as it comes inside the 42nd mark, and that should be enough to put this one on ice.
And how about this finish? Able to take a knee, run out the clock, and close this game out by 1 point. You talk about how many coaches we talked to? They all seem to say, "Oh, I want this win by 1 point." That got tested in this one.
Yeah, and that cliche rings true. A single penny separates this one. Well, partner, you and I were excited for this one today. It certainly had its moments. Good execution at times by both of these offenses. Defenses both made some plays as well. And always a joy to be up here in the booth next to you, my friend.
Yeah, it's a privilege to be up here in the booth next to you as well. Thanks for taking the time. And let's go ahead and get ready for our next one, right? I'll see you in the film room. Get the preparation started now.
So that's a wrap for Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gunn. And this has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. For more, check us out at easports.com. With that, we say so long from Southern California.
And Brock Huber.
All right. Thanks for that hard work, Scott. I'll be back for the 3rd quarter. Something's got and in the end, he's able to get into a 25-yard line before it's all down. Out come the Raiders. First to begin the 3rd quarter. And they could take control of the 2nd half. They break the tie up this 15th drive. The Las Vegas offense is stacked. 1st and 10. Here's Smith. Short pass brought in. He's hauled down right in that midfield strike. 24 yards on that one. That's a Vegas first down.
Well, become a quarterback's best friend to that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and the quarterback will find you again.
Only one play in, Brock, and this drive already at midfield. Tight end motioning right. Straight ahead with JT. Long flat first down, you net. No gain on that first down run.
You want to see the term read and react to the little video in the football dictionary? That's it.
Nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. Play fake. Now Smith to throw. Looks like he's going to be marked just a little shy of that first down. Ball at the 41, 3rd and short. So we have to pause here. Team officials saw what we did and injured Brown, and they're tending to him now. Third down, 1 yard to go. On the sneak in Smith. And that short gain is enough.
Everybody understood the assignment, right? Quarterback gets down. The marker for the other team. I'd like that, but it's crazy. That's first.
From the 40-yard line now, this is 1st and 10. Smith. It's a 8-11 there, and that picks up the first.
Sure seems like he
Here we go, first down. First down.
all three very often in the RPO. That's why the RPO, in fact, is part of their need to be.
Everyone's prepped. It's 2nd down now. Here he goes, 3rd and 1. Launch this one out, looking deep to the break it set. It's intercepted in the end zone. Denzel Ward makes the play.
The chances to score have been so few and far between for offense making that come through. These opportunities, especially now in the second half. Like all game, this defense has just risen to the occasion and jumped on the chance of that interception.
Now we see the Browns offense headed out. And they're playing with a chance to take the lead right here. Get a nice little cushion in what has been an otherwise really close game.
Yeah, really the mindset, Jake, is this has got to be the drive. When you break the huddle, you look at each other and say, right now, these are the moments that tilt the game in our favor. Because you know, if you don't get it done, you're giving your opponent that opportunity.
Offense to the line. Again, trips right to start out. Gabriel, 1st and 10. To the right side, caught by Njoku. He'll go down after pushing this up to the 29.
That can be a hopeless feeling when you fire a curl out right in your zone coverage perfectly like that. Unless that curl happens to be right next to where one of your guys is sitting, that pass can come in there and there's nothing this defense can do.
Just a yard left to go on 2nd down. They'll fake the handoff. Now Gabriel. It's complete to Tony. And all way across midfield. He's brought down. This one goes for another 25 yards. That's going to be good for a Cleveland first down.
I know the combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically. But I don't know how you test courage with the combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. That was the epitome of courage to make that impact and make the catch.
He's got it inside the 10. The first and goal. Stop was made at the 5-yard line.
First down. Man, that's a great player. It's hard to move the ball in this league. Short little dance, sometimes you've got to get the explosive jump. You got to get the big play. That throw to the outside, that gets the job done.
So much for finishing things on the ground. Now he gets stopped at the line. They're going to have to regroup now on second goal.
It's a loss of 1. Brings up second and goal.
After 3 quarters, we're still neck and neck. Neither side has been able to fully separate. We're tied at 7 apiece as we get ready for the 4th. Now for the 6 after that last play. Here's second and goal. Gabriel here from the gun. Dumps it off to his running back. It's a Cleveland touchdown. The Browns take a 4th-quarter lead. Well, this has definitely been a tight one throughout, Brock. So now that they've taken the lead, the question becomes, can they hold on to it?
And that question right there is one the defense has to answer. But this sure had the look of a drive where a coaching staff challenged that offense, saying, hey, we need a big drive from you guys right here. And sure enough, that offense delivers.
And no doubt. And this is Schmidt for the extra point. The point after splits the upright. The Browns break that tie and now lead by 7. Here is Schmidt to send this away. Roundby with the return. This makes it up to the 25. Another Raider offense headed back to the field. Raiders just about ready for this one. It's 1st and 10. First play is going to be a give to Jensen. He gets a few on the close forward.
That's kind of yardage is not going to kill this drive on the first play. But it does put you a little bit behind schedule. Now, second down becomes critical because nobody wants to bring it out.
Last run got him 3. Here's 2nd and 7. And go play fake here with Smith. And they don't get any help on this second down. He's out right along the line, so no gain. Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. To the air on 3rd and long. It's complete. This is Williams. And he's going to be driven in by a defender just before he can get it up to midfield. So 20 yards on that play. And the Raiders are going to have a first down.
I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On 3rd down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity. Man, did he make an impact play.
1st and 10 now. Here's Smith. Comes the 40. They're going to keep moving forward, Brock. Down the side, the opposing 30. A big play, 23 yards to move those chains.
That's another Raiders first down. First and 10 at the 29-yard line. They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think that's about the X's and the O's. That's a well-drawn-up completion that nets them the first down.
Smith on first down. And the Browns pick it up. And they can't come to return together, but they do have the football. They got it on their side of the field.
But you can just see the QB scanning, can't you? He's moving, he's looking at the field, but everything coming up on the back end. That second and third level defenders did their job, and what did it do? Well, free that pass rush up to strip the ball away from the QB.
The Cleveland offense back out, getting set for the drive. And after watching their passing attack take them the length of the field last drive, Brock, I expect we're probably going to see a heavy dose of the aerial attack again here. Nice field position here for the Browns as they start out first and 10. Off the play action. Here's Gabriel. He's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. Big gainer here as he picks up 20. And that's a Browns first down.
It's a gain of 20. First down. Teammates notice when they got a guy willing to take it on the chin to get rid of the pass. That's a pass that's going to earn a lot of points with the other 10 players, not just today, but when they go back and watch that play on tape.
Shotgun snap will get to Ford. It's the initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. And now the Raiders call for the first of their timeouts. They still have 2 to work with in this final quarter. Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. Stays on the ground with Ford. Able to get away from that tackle. Good by the defense. Gained on 2nd down. The timeout taken by Vegas. That's in 2nd. And with another one gone, they're going to have just one more beat in this game. Driving Dire Straits, it's 3rd and 9. Back to throw it. Lead it to his running back. Great job rallying to the football. They get it down right at the marker. 4th down. Now the Raiders using the last of their timeouts. And this could be an issue the rest of the way with no way to stop this clock. Look at them, they don't want to surrender the lead or possession. The offense staying out there on 4. He's keeping it, he's going for it. And his short game gets them an intercepted down.
So simple, yet so hard to defend, Kate. They line up, they play smash mouth, and get the first down.
They'll come up on 1st and 10. Judy now in motion left. From the gun, it's Ford. He's been anything on that run, and we've reached the 2-minute warning. We're down to the 2-minute warning here in Vegas. Browns feeling lucky with a 7-point lead. Another one for Ford. He gets it about 6 on a play. Stopped the right near the marker. Didn't get it 3rd down.
Almost 5 to 6 yard gain on the ground. Not a huge gain. Not a game-changing play by any means. When it keeps you on schedule, takes some of the starch out of that front 7.
Here comes play number 8 of the drive, 3rd and 1. Handoff now to Jorgens. They sent him right up the gut, but he wasn't able to get anywhere. The defense braced for impact, and they made the stop. It's 4th down.
It's weird to say, and it certainly won't show up on the stat sheet, but I'm going to give a lot of credit to that runner. Even though it didn't gain a yard, it actually took a heck of an effort just to get back to the line of scrimmage.
Look at them. They don't want to surrender the lead or possession. The offense staying out there on 4. Here he is to throw. No good. The pass goes incomplete. That lengthy drop in with nothing but turnover on downs.
Even the best receivers are going to occasional breaks in concentration. You just never want to see it happen on the most important snaps of the game. If we know anything about this guy, though, it's he'll be up for the challenge next time the ball comes his way.
First call here coming from the shotgun. Back to throw. That's not a quick hitter. This is going to come to an end. 13-yard line. Pickup of 12 on that play. That's a Vegas first down.
Part of the reason I leave you pregame, Jake, get down that field and watch these guys throw and catch is I want to see their timing. I want to see their anticipation. That is picture perfect right there. A crossing route thrown that quickly tells me these two are on the same page.
He looked to throw it. And he just sucks this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw or force something. He brings up 2nd down.
It leads to 2nd and 10.
Here he goes. One final shot. A bit of desperation. Here's a deep shot. And this one falls incomplete. No miracles on the final drive today. This game is over. So the Browns will take this win home with them. And there was no easing up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. This has been another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. With all our crew here and my broadcast partner, Brock Heward, I'm Kate Scott. It's a well-earned win for the Browns as we bid you farewell from Las Vegas.
Following presentation of the National Football League. We're sandwiched between Fort Worth and Dallas, Texas, and Arlington at the luxurious AT&T Stadium. Today, boy, what a matchup. Two NFL franchises with so much history, so much tradition. Game set to do battle here. As are the Green Bay Packers taking on the Dallas Cowboys. football, and happy to have you along. We are underway on Thursday night prime time. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line. So here comes the Packers offense now onto the field. They'll be led out by a first-round pick in the 2020 draft out of Utah State. This is Jordan Love.
And at the start of Jordan Love's NFL career, he had one of the best seats in the stadium watching Aaron Rodgers work. But now, he's only promoted into big play potential. He wants to show this organization his capable of being a dependable starter for the foreseeable future.
From the 29, here's second down and 7. They'll stay on the ground with Jacobs. Now we take it down, but not before they work it across midfield. 25 yards to pick up there, and also a first down.
Well, partner, I have to say they called him in the right defense there. Nickel set, fit defensive back on the field, and they love to run against that because now you typically get a bigger blocker on a smaller defender.
Yeah, because those DBs like you, they want the interception. They're not as worried about the running player.
Not at all. That's amazing. I still remember being in school and one of my offensive line teammates used to say, boy, I'd love to come downfield and shoot little people.
Good run there. 54 yards rushing for him now as he has gotten the night off to a hot start. So back-to-back big runs, picking apart this defense on the opening drive.
I thought this was a passing league. I thought this was the era we were in where the ball was always in the air, right?
They didn't get the memo.
They did get the memo, and I know this to be true.
And he's going to take it in. Touchdown, Packers. Matthew Golden from 19 yards away. And the Packers will claim the early lead as they're on the board first here tonight. Well, they spoke about the importance of getting off to a good start, and they're on their first drive, Charles, into the end zone for the touchdown.
And what an advantage for them to already click in one drive in, didn't need to wait to get up to full speed. We had heard about the extra time they put in with each other, trying to learn each other's skills, what they liked, the whole deal, and it paid off early in this one. I would expect them to keep firing on the next drive and keep that connection going.
On here, Brandon McManus for the point after. And it's good to make it 7-0 Packers. A drive there of just 4 plays. And it ends with a Packers touchdown. After the touchdown, here's McManus now to kick it away. Starts his drive in pretty good shape, past the 30. First look at the Cowboys offense as Dak Prescott gets ready to guide them.
And how about the toughness of Dak Prescott? We see him all the time on the field. And remember when he had that serious ankle injury, when he returned to form, boy, did he ever. And he was better than ever. And it's great for the NFL. Terrific resilience, playing at a high level, capable of winning a championship with his arm and his legs. Defense gives up a touchdown on the opening drive. Offense, you got to want to get out there and get those points back right now.
And that's a sharp throw there to get this drive off to a good start. Second down at a yard. The first carry now. This is Williams. Good. Williams will take this all the way out to midfield. Give him 10 there. Good enough for a Cowboy first down.
That's pretty much meat and potatoes right there, wasn't it? Just go right at them and let your big horse charge up the middle. Not too fancy there, was it?
Nothing fancy at all, challenging that defense, and on that go-around, the offense won the challenge. They stick to the ground, get him on first down. It's Williams. And we'll get this into enemy territory, but not by much, as he's down to the 48. Give him a couple on the carry there, 2nd and 8.
You've got to be impressed by that defensive front on reps like those. They were not being moved up the line, kept their shoulders square, and gave their teammates time to fight to the ball and limit that game.
Prescott down. Sweet plays for Williams. And they'll set up shop right near midfield at the 49-yard line. And now, meanwhile, after the dust settles on the fumble, we've got an injured player here as well. So as the medical staff takes a look, we'll step aside. And now before the ball changes hands, they're going to take a look at this just to make sure that they have it right.
Previous plays under review.
And the question, was the knee in fact down before this ball comes loose? And is the video convincing enough to overturn it?
A lot of factors here. Remember, you also need clear possession of football afterwards. This is a tough one to overturn.
So that one overturned. They say the knee was down, and that will not be ruled a fumble. Looking to throw, Prescott. Into the coverage, and it's intercepted. Picked up by Quinn Walker. And the Packers are going to take over a couple of yards shy of midfield.
Well, the timing is everything on a route like this. He tried to drive that football into a tight spot. And if you're a little early or a little late, chances are there's going to be someone there. And sure enough, this one's going the other way.
The Packers offense here coming back out for their second drive. They start near midfield following the interception as they begin 1st and 10. They've got good starting field position as they come up here 1st and 10. Just shy of midfield at the 48. On the ground, it's Jacobs to start the drive. Shuts it away. And they're going down the number before getting this inside the 30. 78 yards on the ground here for Jacobs. So this is a 1st down. One thing's for sure, this defense has to figure out how to stop the ground game. He's eating him up here in the 1st quarter.
It looks like they have to go to different forces, aren't they? The conventional things aren't working too well. So I remember a coach of mine said way back when a back's having a great game, you've got to get the ball in his hands. See how far he can run without the ball. And what he meant was takeaways, not get loose, because maybe you can't just stop him with just regular tackling.
First down.
Well, they're making an effort to get the ground game going tonight. So far, it's working.
I like what we're seeing from the offensive line. They seem to have the leverage going and they're controlling things and reestablishing the line of scrimmage, moving that defensive front backwards. Also, like with the runners into this tip. It appears that he's been waiting all day long to get out here and take off.
We'll go down as a gain of 6. And it's second down. That's probably as simple of a throw as he'll have all game.
And good for everyone. Good for his completion percentage. Good for the receptions for the receivers. But you know how they work on that. They have footballs with no laces. So as soon as you get the snap, you just throw in the football. All right? You're not trying to find laces and grip it a certain way.
And he will get this into the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. Josh Jacobs taking it in from 11 yards out. And the Packers have taken a 13-0 1st quarter lead. They've got to be thrilled on the road right now. Touchdown, turnover, touchdown, and quickly trying to make it 14-0.
Yeah, I mentioned it already. On the road, to be able to go into someone else's house and establish a start like that, obviously your confidence rises in a big way, and you put some doubt in their minds.
Extra point from McManus is good. And it's now 14-0. Just a 4-play drive that time. And it was capped off by a touchdown run from Josh Jacobs. After the touchdown, here's McManus now to kick it away. And they're going to start this drive in pretty good shape as they get it up past the 30. Second drive forthcoming here for the Dallas Cowboys. And they're in an early hole. The first drive, they threw the interception. That led to a touchdown. So decent-sized deficit early on.
It is, but I think you hit the key words, early on. So they have to decide, do we even need to change the game plan? Or do we just need to execute better and try to get back in this game?
Yeah, this will leave them a yard short. Nice pickup of 9 yards on 1st down.
Second and 1 at the 42-yard line.
From the 42-yard line, here's 2nd down and 1. Off the option, here's Williams. Pass midfield, just a yard or two shy of the 17 yards on the play there, and the Cowboys have a first down.
I'm okay with the call there. In fact, I actually like it. I know they're down a couple of scores, but the running game worked in that situation. I would continue to go in that direction.
Back-to-back good plays have them on the move on first down. Again, it's Williams. And they'll take this one down to about the 40. Brandon with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9.
Yeah, things were pretty stacked up there in the middle of the line. A lot of bodies, not much space. I think ultimately he was fortunate to get anything out of that run.
They work now on 2nd and 9. Up the middle is Williams. And they will only muster a yard here at the 38.
I do know from experience that when you slow down someone's running game, you're not doing the dictating on defense. And guess what? Now you're getting ready to tee off on your quarterback because they have to throw it all the time. But you still have to be alert for the draws and other plays of that nature to make sure you don't get hurt.
14-0 the score. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Start of the second quarter, and it's the Cowboys in possession. First down marker at the 31. It's 3rd down. Here's Prescott. He's going to let this go. Back of the end zone. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
The scoreboard tells the story for him a little bit bleak. It was not quite desperation time yet. It's definitely getting close, but the defense reads the scoreboard as well. They're going to back up and make them really earn it.
So coming on now is the field goal unit. They're going to try for 3, and he'll need all the leg he's got here. And that is not good. Hit around from distance, but he couldn't bring it back in. And this will remain a 2-touchdown game.
Yeah, 55 yards is anything but a gimme. You got to really concentrate on your leg swing and proper technique. This time, though, he's unable to convert.
The Packers offense and running back Josh Jacobs set to take over once more. The Packer offense ready to get their next drive underway. This offense looks like they have a little extra pep in their step as they take the field here for drive number 3 because their return time is 11-2. Both even in the end zone.
Yeah, right now they just got to be careful not to lean into overconfidence because every drive has a life of its own. But I like the way that they've started, the way that they're going about doing things right now. They've got a chance for that 3rd consecutive touchdown, and that would be a crushing blow to the defense.
Now Love. That's caught. It's Romeo Doubs. And taking it across midfield and just shy of 40. His first catch there, good for 10 yards and a first down. And defensively, they were in zone coverage there. You have to be a little careful. You're losing playing against a good quarterback like he is to not play too much zone.
Yeah, you have to be careful about how much time you're giving up. I think it's a good point you just brought up. So maybe if you still want to play zone, go to zone blitz scheme. And you can drop anyone out of your defensive front. Defensive end, defensive tackle. It doesn't matter. You just exchange someone to bring more pressure towards the quarterback and still try to cover downfield. What an intelligent play as he found open grass and uncovered quickly. A nice clutch play to move the chains. The defense, they've got to do a much better job of accounting for these shorter routes.
Here's Jacobs from the gun. 16 yards for him on the ground so far tonight as he has been terrific in his first half.
Well, that last run makes this a 100-yard night. I've loved the way he's hit the holes. He's been quick, he's been decisive, and he's been a whole lot of fun to watch.
2 big plays in succession. Not sure this D knows what hit him, but now they got to get ready. It's 1st and goal. Love down. He's got his man in stride, complete. That's good for a gain of 6, second and goal. Jacobs. It's right over the end zone. It's a touchdown.
What a luxury it is to be able to call a bowling ball like Josh Jacobs down near the goal line. 5'10", 220 pounds, and he's not afraid to get in there and get the tough yards. He finishes off this drive with a touchdown run.
Now McManus to tack on the extra point. And it is now 21-0. So the drive there took 6 plays. And it was capped off by a touchdown run from Josh Jacobs. After the touchdown, here's McManus now to kick it away. That's for 20 seconds, about pretty good. You're right at the 30-yard line. Dallas offense set for this next drive. Well, CD, you kind of feel like they're in a bit of a danger zone right here because now you're down 3 scores, and I know we're in the first half, but the way this offense hasn't been able to generate anything, I feel like they probably need to get something going on this drive, right?
Yeah, sometimes I overuse that this is an important possession. But I think this has to be the possession where they come up with an answer because only 15 football kids will ever come back from a 4-score deficit. If they don't score here, that's what they could be facing the next time they get the ball.
Now Prescott. He's going to get this one out to his fullback. No gain on the play. And now it's 3rd and 3.
But the stats that matter on this play don't help a team very much unless, of course, you're playing defense.
If you get points per reception, you got a reception, but
Yeah,
no yardage. Good job by the defense, though. They read through that one.
they ran through it, gave up no yardage, and people got credit for tackles. Pretty good deal.
Prescott for the gun on 3rd. He's got his target. That's complete. And he will have the Cowboys first down as they convert on 3rd and 3 with a nice gain of 7 yards.
When you're struggling on offense, you're looking for anything possible to get you going. Sometimes you're dealing with basketball teams that don't normally press. You put a press on, bring people to life, make them move a little bit quicker. Maybe that'll help them as they head towards the half.
Now a first down carry is Williams. And they went the wrong way there. Losing yardage back at the 43-yard line. They'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11. Right now, just wondering where they turn on offense, Charles. I know we're not in the 4th quarter, but 2nd quarter haven't scored and struggling to move the ball.
I don't think they abandoned the run game totally, but maybe you change up your tempos. Maybe you go a little bit faster. Try and catch them back on their heels a little bit to try and accomplish what you want to get done.
Here's Prescott. From the left side, it's complete. And this is going to result in another first down as the tackle's made at the Packers' 32-yard line. 2 minutes remaining in this first half of football. This offense finding its legs now. Here's another 1st and 10. Throwing, Prescott. This will swing out to Williams. Calling a gain of a yard. And it'll be 2nd down. 'Williams.
one. And the guy carrying the ball, he's becoming more like a body blowers guy. Every carry has played some damage on the defense. So after a while, I'm not too sure how many guys are going to want to run up and tackle him.
They missed a field goal on their last drive. Here they need something to even get into field goal range on third down. And going down the net before they get it inside the 10 to the 7. The Packers going to use one of their timeouts. So as they talk it over, we step aside. This is first and goal and a golden chance to get a score back here before halftime. They're going to look to throw. This is caught. Well, the Packers going to go ahead and use the second of their timeouts. 3, here's second and goal. From the shotgun, it's Prescott. Touchdown. Jake Ferguson from 30 yards out. And the Cowboys are on the board here in the final minute of the first half. The way this one was going, you just got the sense they needed something before half. They've at least got something on the board now, still trailing, but a good sign.
That takes me back to our preseason tour of NFL camps. You remember we talked with that one coach who said his emphasis this year was scoring in the last 2 minutes of a half, heading into the locker room. This hits it right there. Take that momentum, take that good feeling, and take the locker room, regroup, and start over. They got it here.
They didn't need a lot of football. Full half to be played. A 10-play drive that time. And it culminates in a Dallas touchdown. So after the touchdown, Aubrey down to kick this one away. That makes it across the 20 as these guys will set up shop at the 23-yard line. Here comes the offense again, and let's focus on Josh Jacobs for a moment. He's already cruised past the 100-yard mark. We haven't even gone away from halftime yet.
He might not want halftime. I want to cool off.
Keep everybody here.
Let's stay out on the field and keep going. But all that being said, everything is really working well for them. The play calling's been excellent. The blocking's been terrific. And obviously his vision and legs have held them to this big number so far. We could be seeing something really special here.
And we'll see how much they give him the ball here. Here's a 2nd and 5. Out of the shotgun, it's Long. Escapability in evidence there as that one good for 15 and a first. And the Packers going to burn their 3rd and final timeout as the clock will stop with 21 seconds to go here in the first half. To pass, here's Jordan Love. And that is incomplete. So 17 seconds now on the clock here. Prior to that, he made his first 6 passes to start the game, so on a nice little run to begin.
It feels like this offense has carried its dress rehearsal into the game. You know, because you do practice it, you do go through it, and in this case, it is clicking exactly like they drew it up.
Love. This completes the tight end, Tucker Kraft. Nifty running there, but it'll come on what should be the final play of half number 1. So halftime is upon us on Thursday night prime time, and we go off to Orlando and Scott Hansen for our halftime report.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando studios. Scott Hansen with you for a quick halftime report. We'll let both sides catch their breath and get their orange wedges as we're going to get ready for the 3rd quarter action. So let's go back out to the stadium as we rejoin our broadcast team, Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
All right, right, Scott, thanks very much. And we welcome all of you back here on EA Sports for quarter number 3. It's the Cowboys who get the football first, and they trail here as well as we resume action in the third quarter. Nice return sets it up pretty good here right at the 30-yard line. Now come the Cowboys now as he'll go on offense first here in this third quarter. And right out of the gate, they face what you think to be a pretty important drop. I would say so. You know, they're down 2 scores. That's not the end of the world. It wasn't the strongest in first half, but for them to start falling back, they got to start putting a little pressure on that defense, start cutting into this deficit. You can't have 3 and outs and expect to get that done. There's multiple times now he's tagged him with a big gain with his legs, really showing off some nice awareness and the ability to correctly realize when he's got a chance to tuck it and go himself. They give it to Williams running right. And he is going to be stopped cold behind the line of scrimmage. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11. If these guys got to chop into that deficit, they got to do a much better job in the run game. Caught behind the line of scrimmage, no yardage to be found. Looking at a 2nd and 11 now after the loss. They'll get 2 on the keeper, but it becomes now a 3rd down. They'll come to the line here needing 9 yards to pick up the first. Now Prescott. They'll fire deep downfield from Lamb. This is caught inside the 15. A great play here for Dallas. 45 yards.
That's the kind of play this offense desperately needed. They've got to be saying, our defense has kept us in the ball game. We're down, but we're certainly not out. And maybe that was the spark that they've been searching for.
Again to Williams, running right. He's able to get this down to the 5-yard line before he's out of bounds. 43 yards rushing for him now in the ball game.
That play wasn't quite as big as the play that preceded it, but still, gotta like the way they're moving the football, partner.
Absolutely. Pretty good room to run on that last play.
Yeah, they didn't get a first down, but still, you'll take runs like that each and every time, won't you?
Prescott to throw. 3rd down just got a lot tougher. That will officially go as a loss of 7. Backed up here, tough spot, needing 11 yards to pick up the first. To throw is Prescott. And he's caught. Touchdown. Cowboys. Jake Ferguson. 2 catches, 2 touchdowns here so far. And the Cowboys are back within a score. That's the score you felt they had to have here in the third quarter to get back in this game.
And you know that there's an emphasis on their side. Hey, we know this. We know where we are. But sometimes that binds you up so much that you try too hard, you don't get the score. A perfect combination of urgency, yet relaxed enough to get it done.
Aubrey down for the PAT. It's up and good. This becomes a 21-14 ball game now. So this drive spans 7 plays, and it's capped off with the Cowboys touchdown. So after the touchdown, all good now to kick this one away. The tackle going to be made right there at the 25-yard line. So here are the Packers now. They get set for their first possession of half number 2. Charles, they still have the lead despite their defense giving them a touchdown on the previous possession. And even though they have that lead, it feels like a back-and-forth ball game where to try to get momentum back. only reached 3 here on this drive.
I think you're right about that, Brandon, because your game plan doesn't change. I do believe your urgency does because of the last score that went against your team. So what you want to do now is have your own drive and try and make sure that that momentum stays in your camp.
Love, they go play action now. That's taken in by Kraft. And he'll be taken down, but not before they reach the 50. 22 yards there, first down.
I'll tell you what, a lot of those mid-range throws have been available because sometimes teams get too concerned about the deep ball. They leave too much space in front of them, and these guys have been taking advantage so far.
Looking out left to Dallas. That's going to be out of bounds, but not before he takes it inside the 40. Another strong gain on the last 2 plays. They moved it a combined 33 yards.
I like watching the wide receiver screen because it's a real teamwork play. Because guess what? The guy catching the ball, he'll get all the credit. But how about the people up to block in front of him, either fellow receivers or offensive linemen? That makes that play a really nice timing play, and sometimes it can break big.
Short throw, he's got Kraft. That's good. The completion there for 7 yards. And it'll be second down.
And that's staying ahead of the chains. Really good pickup on first down, hitting the tight end there. Now brings up a second and manageable.
Just found a hole in that zone. From the 32-yard line now, here's second and 3. That's to Google. He's got it right side. He stopped after a gain of 1. Not enough. Still a yard to go on third down. Here now, third and a yard. They will throw again here with Jordan Love. Ball is caught. And he gets it all the way down inside the 10 and mark him at the 5. So much for the run on third and 1. Instead, it's a big chunk in the pass game. First down.
It's all pretty simple sometimes, isn't it? Go where the defenders are not, and he does exactly that. It's a nice catch to move the chains. Defense, got to find a better way of accounting for the shorter routes that have been run against them.
And he'll get this one back to the 5-yard line, but no further than that. They'll say no gain on the play, and it'll be second and goal. That time they're able to bottle him up, and he's having a really nice game.
I agree with that. Let's just go big picture, right? Every back that's in the Hall of Fame had carries where they didn't gain yardage or they lost yardage, but you stick with them, don't you? But having a good game, keep feeding.
And he goes backwards on this one, losing yardage to the 7. It'll be a loss of a couple on the play, so now third down coming up.
You know, sometimes despite the best planning, the defense actually has a plan as well, and it blanketed everyone on that play. We're able to close it down and spill it for a loss.
This is third and goal now. 80,000 on their feet here in Arlington. Throwing. Love. Touchdown. Packers. Matthew Golden with his second touchdown of the night. And the Packers will add on to their lead here in the final minute of the third. Circle that drive because that might be one to remember. Well executed to give them a little cushion.
But let's take it into the boxing ring. You talk about them commanding it, keeping the fight where they wanted to, whether it's in the center of the ring or putting them on the ropes because it was jab, jab, jab. And finally, the haymaker to put that drive away.
Now McManus for the extra point. He's got it as they double up the lead. This one's now 28-14. So a nice drive put together there. They go 75 yards in 9 plays. And the result, a Green Bay score. After the touchdown, here's McManus now to kick it away. Up to the 35-yard line. Now Dallas gets set to take the field. They did what they had to do to start this third quarter. Went down, got the touchdown, and cut the lead with the magic touchdown a moment ago. And we're right back where we started at halftime.
Yeah, you're exactly right, partner. They had a little bounce in their step after scoring that first touchdown, but the defense gave one up. And that's the problem. Can they get better play from their defense and they continue to score on offense?
They'll wind up getting 7 on the play, and it'll be second down.
At the 42-yard line.
Fourth quarter coming up here on Thursday Night Prime Time. We'll return with more after this. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Back now in Arlington. Now 2nd and 3. It's the Cowboys in possession of the football, but they trail here as we begin the fourth quarter of play. Finding Williams once more complete. 4 yards to pick up, first down.
Another catch for him there on this drive, Brandon. It looks like they're going to utilize him out of the backfield any way they can. At that time, they pick up a first down. So now on defense, do you assign a man to him and try and cover it before he gets going?
Out of the gun, here's Prescott. He'll find Lamb, that's complete. And a run past midfield, just a yard or two shy of 40. 13 yards and a first down, Cowboys.
All right, this is the time of the game where they're down a couple scores. They really got to get some yards in chunks, and they know the defense doesn't want to give those up. They've got to find a way to take them anyway.
Now the question is, can they string a few of those together? Play action now, Prescott. It's going to wind up being complete.
Offense is moving a little bit out back on their heels, but they're in a brief pause by forcing the incompletion. That gives them a quick chance to regroup and try mount a stand before they're backed up even further.
Here's 2nd and 10. Prescott down. Finds a slant, completes its hold. This is going to result in another first down as the tackle is made at the Packers' 20-yard line. A good pick up there at 22.
Good yardage on the completion there. When they look at the scoreboard, they do understand a field goal is not going to do them any good. My guess, they're going to press the ball downfield as far as possible, try and throw it into the end zone and get a score because they know they've got to get that done and get the ball back as quickly as possible.
Well, the Cowboys are going to have a first and goal coming up as the tackle made at the 3-yard line.
Just picking up yardage in bunches here these last few plays. They have moved right down the field, and just like that, they're going to be set up with a first and goal.
2 big plays in succession. Not sure this D knows what hit him, but now they got to get ready. It's first and goal. Williams with the tackles in the end zone for the Cowboys touchdown. So how about that for an answer? They get the touchdown there, and it's back to a 1-score game here in the fourth.
And that's what these guys have done all game long because they've scratched and slashed their way to stay in this game. And by now, we should all realize they're not going away. Now the pressure again swings to their defense because they're going to need to find some way to get the ball back.
Aubrey now for the point after. He's got it, and they're back within a touchdown at 28-21. So that drives 7 plays in length. And it was capped off by a Javonte Williams touchdown. So after the touchdown, Aubrey now to kick take this one away. Over the juke. And take it down just past the 20 at about the 21-yard line. The Packers offense and their running back getting set for this next possession. And he has put in a full game's work and then some. Just an incredible performance on the ground to this point in the fourth quarter. Play action this time with Roth. To the sideline and incomplete.
You're thinking it, but I'll just go ahead and say it to give you an idea of how sharp he's been in this game. Just his second incompletion, and we're in the fourth quarter.
He has been locked in, laser focused all throughout this one, hasn't he?
Certainly has. He's got some help from his receivers as well. They also are locked in.
Yeah, the drops have been at a bare minimum. Working out of the gun. Over the middle, complete. That's Jacobs. And they were just well upfield across the 45. The extra effort after the catch makes it good for a gain of 26 and also a first down.
A great job there, and that old cliche, taking what the defense gives you, comes right into play. Nothing too out of the ordinary about the throw. Just a little dump off over the middle. But what it is out of the ordinary is what he did with it after the catch. Not only did he grab the ball, but how about the significant yardage he picked up after he pulled it in?
The pressure gets to Long and will go down. Finally hauled down for the first time this game. Multiple defenders in there to drop him.
That's a ball he needs to let go of there. Wasn't the most time in the world to work those progression with NFL quarterbacks. They get a sense the pressure. They get that internal clock, and the ball has to be gone. And if you're not going to escape and run for it, you have to let it go before the pressure gets to you and puts you out of that.
Give him a gain of 5 on the completion. And that's going to set up a tough 3rd and 9. They like going to him in the slot. He catches another one.
I think this comes under the heading of until they stop him, why not go back to it? He has something going really well. Great working relationship with the guy throwing the ball, and they keep making the connection.
To throw now, here's Love. He'll take a shot for the end zone. That will get this into the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay. Romeo Downs, 52 yards. And the Packers use the big play to extend their fourth quarter lead. And correct me if I'm wrong, that was just a simple fly route, wasn't it?
No, there's nothing to correct at all. You got it down pat. And I just remember as a player, when I'd be in practice sessions, and I'd hear 9 from the receivers. That meant fly route, go, look out. That was the 9, and he just kept going all the way to the end zone for the touchdown.
Ray Bannis now for the extra point. And he's been a busy man, 5 for 5 now as he knocks another one through to extend the lead. The drive summary that time, 5 plays. And that drive all capped off with a Romeo Doubs touchdown. After the touchdown, here's McManus now to kick it away. And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28. The Cowboys offense heading back out and ready to go again. A long drive last time out for this offense, Charles. If you remember, they started basically in the shadows of their own end zone, marched it down the field, and a lot of that was through the passing game.
As a former defensive back, I've got no much of physical reaction watching what's happening right now. Let's give credit where it's due because they did an excellent job moving the ball through the air. Secondary getting picked apart pass by pass. Obviously, they did make some adjustments there on the back end.
And because offensively, we know that they're not going to be shy about throwing that football. Prescott. And that falls to the ground incomplete. Nice job of bottling him up defensively. And now it brings up 3rd down.
When you run into slant, timing is everything. And against that man coverage, there was no space available and incompletion as a result.
The offense on 3rd down tonight, they've converted 4 times out of 6. Not bad. This is 3rd and 10. Now Prescott. And the Packers get nowhere to go. They bring him down. Rashawn Gary had time fighting free and getting to the quarterback. Tell you what, he did not have much time there to skim the field before. He was ducking and covering.
Did it appear to you, as it did to me, that the defense in front won their play really quickly? Meaning the guys in front of them had almost no chance to block them. They were on him in a hurry.
Well, finally on the way. It's complete. They get this beyond the 40 before it's taken down. The time to pull out the stops is now, and they convert there on 4th down. All 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning. Here's 1st and 10. Looking to throw. Prescott. And that sideline is complete. And he'll go down, but not before getting this inside the 30. To throw. Prescott. Short pass taken in by Schoonmaker.
After that completion, you can understand why so many teams in the league are emphasizing speed on defense at every position. The tight ends have created so many tough matchups now. If you can't run with the tight end as a linebacker, this is not going to result every time.
Now 2nd down and a few inches. Prescott. And this one will get to the 15 at the 15-yard line.
It certainly appears to me that the defensive guys are starting to look a little bit tired, while he still has some fresh legs. Not the biggest game we've seen on a scramble, but still some positive yardage on a play that initially looked like a sure win for the defense.
This is 1st and 10. Here's Dak. Flush to his right. This one stopped about 2 yards shy of the marker. 8-yard gain, 2nd and 2. Now the Cowboys going to burn the first of their timeouts, as the clock will stop with 1:06 left to go in the game. They'll come up now on 2nd down. Here's Prescott. They set up the screen. This is Williams. Minuscule gain, maybe a yard from the 6 to the 5.
Good reactions there defensively. That screen was a little slow in developing, and they shut that one down with little gain.
A yard all they need, but it's 3rd down. Now Prescott. Forced out to his left. And he takes a swing out to the end zone. Here in the final minute, things get a little bit tighter. Okay, game on. Don't go anywhere yet. You got a 1-score game now. Probably going to rely on the onside kick coming up.
Yeah, they have to. It's not a high percentage play, but it's better than not having a chance at all. And that's when you put your leapers and your flyers on one side, get that high hop, and hope that one of the guys can come up with it.
And on the other side, get that hands team ready.
No doubt about it.
Aubrey now for the PAT. And they'll cut the lead down now to a touchdown. Now it looks like we'll get a timeout, and we will. We've got an injured Packer on the field. The medical staff will attend to him, and we will step aside. So with just under 40 seconds to go, you figure this is going to need to bounce their way if they have any shot. The risk reward of the onside kick, when you don't get it, the risk comes out to play, and here they gave up great field position.
And that's the key to everything, because you're trying your best to press advantages when you have them, and field position leads you to that type of play calling, and whether you want to blitz or whether you want to throw the ball deep, those types of things. Now they've given up that type of field position, the advantage is switched to their opponent.
The visitors' offense and quarterback Jordan Love heading back out onto the field. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been that successful. He just processes things so quickly and makes a right read seemingly every time. What a finish in this one, Charles. You know, this group, they come in, they have to fight a hostile atmosphere every snap. They get the late score, they get the victory, and that flight home, it's going to be a little sweeter after this one.
And Brandon, just like you, I was fired up for that last sequence. How about that? Wouldn't you love to have been in the huddle when they were mounting that game-winning drive? Big time moment. No one shied away from it. They tuned out the crowd, kept their heads, and executed the way they needed to earn that win.
So that'll do it for us, for Charles Davis and all our crew. I'm Brandon Gaud. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say good night from AT&T Stadium.
Cincinnati. Today, a comeback in the AFC. It's the New York Jets and the Cincinnati Bengals. Mike Tirico and wriggled to with 11 McPherson getting this one started. Off we go from Cincinnati. He'll get across 20 on the block for the 3-yard line. Here comes the Jets. Their ever-changing quarterback, Carousel, stops on Justin Fields, the 26-year-old. Remember the Bears' first-round pick back in 2021 out of Ohio State.
There's a lot of eyes now that are going to be on Justin Fields taking over for Aaron Rodgers. That didn't go according to plan in New York, but it's going to be a very different style. So I'm very curious, how do they build this Jets offense around the strengths of Justin Fields? Rely just enough on his legs and his athleticism, but also let him be both a pocket and a movement quarterback that at times in his time in Chicago, he had some success.
That keeps him ahead of schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards.
Running these underneath crossing routes, you wouldn't imagine lead to a lot of explosive plays, but when done right, if you can get the receiver in open space and get the ball in their hands, there's a lot of opportunity for a big run after the catch and generate chunk plays.
He's caught wide on the RPO. Oh, nice open field tackle there. He could not get free. They're going to stop him for no gain. Third down. 3 to go. Taylor, the tight end, is in motion. Fields from the gun on third down. He'll try to report. And he's going to be taken down on the other side of the 50-yard line. They get 22 yards there. Good for a Jets first down.
You know this defense worked all week defending this quarterback as a scrambler, as a runner. But sometimes it's just hard to simulate until you see him in real life. His speed, his ability to create. We saw him get him here early on the big scramble. He's going to be on first down.
And he'll be hauled down at about 45 yards. That's 13 more on that play. And quickly, another first down.
Really nice explosive play there on the ground. And I'll tell you what, these fans sitting in the stadium, they're not used to seeing their home team pushed around. So continue to be physical at the line of scrimmage, mix in the runs with the pass, and they can continue to generate these big explosive runs. I don't think they can go away from it.
And they'll let us get just ahead for a pickup of 5. From 29, here's 2nd and 4. Number right here with ball. Good ball its way forward for a couple. Now up the safety spot, makes the play.
After that short run, it's them a little bit closer to the first down marker. They're going to need to create more running room on the ground if they plan on extending this drive.
7th play of this opening drive, and here's 3rd down. They'll try and get there on the ground. And he will take this into the end zone. What a run! Justin Fields, touchdown Jets. Exactly the way they scripted this one. A beautiful opening drive, Greg. Able to find the end zone on the game's first possession.
And Mike, the word that comes to mind looking at that drive is execution, and that's exactly what they talked about all week long. They wanted to come out early in this game and establish an early rhythm, and that's exactly what they did with that touchdown drive.
The veteran Nick Folk here for the extra point. And the Jets will take a 7-0 lead. After the touchdown, out is Folk to kick this one away. Now return, coming from the 7. Double put it across the 25-yard line. The Cincinnati offense set to take over for the first time. They'll be led out by the veteran, still going, former Super Bowl MVP, comeback player of the year in 2023, in Joe Flacco.
And here we had the former Super Bowl MVP. Now, Mike, he might not be what he once was, but you can argue he has transitioned into being one of, if not the most reliable backup quarterback in the entire NFL. Whenever he's been forced into the starting lineup, he gives your team a chance. That's all you can ask for, especially at this point in his career.
Just shy of the 40. 13 yards to start that drive. And a quick first down.
The ability to be effective on first down, Mike, it just makes everything else easier. In the event you do have to face a third down the road, usually a lot more manageable situations, a lot easier to convert.
Over here to Brown. And this one across midfield. Second down. They keep beating him. 15 more on the ground. And another first down.
And these are the explosive runs that open everything up. There's all this conversation about the value of the run game, but when you take a look at the best running teams, Mike, it's not necessarily how many yards they run for, it's how many big plays you can generate on the ground. And when you can generate big plays on the ground, it makes everything so much more difficult for the defense.
Ball on the 39. Here's second down and 2. Here's Flacco to throw. Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down. Former 3rd overall pick, Quentin Williams, gets him for a loss of 7. And now it's 3rd down.
And these are the type of splash plays that can have an impact, especially as the game goes on. So offensive line has to do a better job to make sure that they have this protection shored up and that this isn't a sign of things to come.
Third throw is Flacco. He'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
The threat of making a poor decision and throwing a pick is always in the back of your mind. And while you can't play scared, you do have to play smart. If you can't find an open target, throw the ball away, live for the next down.
So on fourth down, out is Ryan Rico, the punt. In for the Jets is Isaiah Davis. Oh, he landed him at the right spot, just at the wrong spin. Goes into the end zone, touchback. Ball's coming out to the 20-yard line. The Jets offense going to take over now for the second time. They lead 7-0 thanks to the touchdown on the opening drive. So try to double up here. They begin this drive first and 10. They go play action with Fields. Rush to his right. He keeps it himself. He lets him go down to the ground and give himself over.
Additionally, they do a really good job by the defense. Nowhere to go with the ball for this quarterback. He's forced to pull it down and turn into a runner. Little slow reaction, and he's able to actually pick up a pretty good game.
So from the 26-yard line, here's second down and 4. From the shotgun, it's Fields. He'll be taking that. And yes, it's a 2-set down. He picked up the first down.
Nothing a quarterback loves more, Mike, than being able to pick up a first down without being forced to push the ball downfield and force it past the line to gain. He settles for the underneath check down. He's confident that his receiver is going to pick up the rest after the catch.
Off the play action, here's Fields. It's made right side by Wilson. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. 14 yards on that pass play there. And the Jets have a first down.
First and 10 at the 46-yard line.
So after one, the Jets have the advantage. Greg and I back here in Cincinnati after this. The Jets have it here to start quarter number 2. 2 first downs, and they're at the 46 now. It's first and 10. As we are ready to get back underway. And a nice run. Build up 9. It'll bring up second down.
The offense broke the huddle in a line, Mike. I think everybody in the stadium knew this was going to be a run, but the offense is kind of saying, okay, line up. I dare you to try to stop us. And right now, this defense has no answers.
They'll go again with ball. And that one shut down pretty quickly. They'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing good.
These are the spots that if I was a play caller, I think I'm calling them something down the field. You know the defense is really packed in tight, anticipating a run. Now's the time to play action and throw it over their head. They take a little bit more of a conservative approach, still get stopped for no gain, brings up third short.
They'll go with the sneak. And will be stopped at the line of scrimmage.
I know it's early in this game, but in my mind, that's 4-down territory. And certainly now the coach doesn't have to make that decision. He keeps it on the ground on third and short, gets a fresh set of downs, and now they got to see if they can come away with some points.
Taylor, the tight end, is in motion. He gets the ball. And that play going nowhere. The defense all over that one. They'll bring him down for a big loss.
This is pretty impressive from the big guy in the middle, Mike. I mean, typically we see these guys make most of their plays on the interior of the defense. They're big bodies, they're run stuffers. But look at the athleticism here as he's able to get outside the numbers and make the tackle behind the line of scrimmage.
Now he's ball flying down into the red zone. Inside the
his secondary defender a chance to make a play. He gets too much width. Not enough width. The quarterback like this is going to take advantage.
And that'll be good for about a half dozen. It'll set up second down. Again, here's Hall. And he'll be close to a first down. The gain of a couple as they mark it as the field.
You know, it's easy to sit up here and say, hey, just keep running the ball. They've been efficient. Just kind of wear down this defense by 1,000 different paper cuts. But the problem is, it's only contingent upon your ability to keep the score down. So if you want to continue to run the ball this often, you're going to have to look to their defense to play really well.
And he's going to have a chance first down. At least it would appear that way. Didn't get it by much, but yes, they do give him the conversion on third and goal.
And with that run, it puts them on the doorstep of the end zone. This has been a really impressive series up until this point, Mike. I mean, so much that anything less than a touchdown kind of feels like a letdown.
From room to run as he takes it down to the 2-yard line. Second and goal. Fields going to hang on to this one. Trying to push the pile forward. He's not going to get hit. They stopped him up short.
Putting together what's been a long and methodical drive, they suddenly find themselves on the verge of potentially stalling out. So this defense, they can get a stop here. I would feel like a pretty big win on a drive that's largely been dominated by the offense.
That is caught. He'll be taken down as he took down to the 2-1. Interesting decision. A field goal makes it a 2-score game. They're going to keep the hammer down and go for it on 4th and goal. And he barrels his way into the end zone. Trace Hall, touchdown, New York.
You know, like, I think we're going to see a lot of this. And you know why? It's the new kickoff rule. So think about it. In the old days, you'd kick a field goal, you'd kick a touchback, and your opponent would have the ball on the 20. You didn't give up as much field position, but you only got 3 points. Nowadays, you go for 3 points and you kick a touchback. They get the ball on the 35. It's almost 30 yards of field position. You're just better off going for touchdowns when you get in here tight.
Extra point is good. And the Jets go out on top, 20-0. Touchdown, out is Polk to kick this one away. Curly Jones now to return. Now an opening at the 30. A very good field position to start as the return is past the 40. Bengals offense ready to take over for their second possession. They'll have very good starting field position as they set up past the 40. 6. It's close to a first down. Gain of 9. This pitch again on first down.
That's a nice grab for his first catch of the game, Mike. And he's someone that the play caller has told us he wants to get him early touches, get him a feel for the game. Nice job there making that happen.
They're going to get to him and take him down. Take it back to the other side of midfield. Now the Bengals are going to call the first of their timeouts. Talk things over before third down. Throwing, Flacco. He's got the tight end, Tanner Hudson. First down in these two. Connected this afternoon. It'll wind up being a first down.
And that's an important conversion, not only because it keeps their offense on the field, and now they can go down and see if they can steal some late points. But either way, worst case scenario, Mike, if you're the offense here, you want to possess the ball going into halftime. Don't give your opponent a chance to go down and score on you. So big pickup there. Now we'll see if they can turn it into some points.
And they'll take this down inside the 35. Give them 12 on that one. They're on the mark. Another first down. Flacco to throw. Right back to Chase. He's got it again. Down timeout Cincinnati. That's their second. On the stop, just under 30 seconds to go in this second quarter.
Receiver just finds himself in a really nice groove, and there's these weird times in the game, Mike, where it just seems like every ball comes your way, every play they call, you're wide open, and you just find yourself in one of those grooves that athletes talk about. So they got to continue to ride the hot hand, because right now on that field, there's no mistaking who it is.
Taking it on the team. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6. And it's a new set down. He picked up the first down.
There's this misconception out there, Mike, that in the NFL you have to run the same amount of run plays as you do pass plays. As you're seeing in this drive, you can fall on one side of that coin a little bit more as long as you're able to remain effective and efficient. So far, their passing game has dominated here early, and that last pickup leads to a first down.
So now they'll send out Evan McPherson for this field goal drop. This from extra point range, a 33-yard field goal attempt. McPherson's kick is good. And the Eagles are on the board just before halftime.
Really impressive way to close out this first half. When you think about it, Mike, they come away with points. They leave virtually no time remaining for their opponent to possess the ball. And on top of that, they get the ball first coming out of the brace. Look at a chance here to double up points. They can have a good opening possession in the second half.
Just 1 second remaining in this first half, and they will pick it away. And no return here. This is a touchdown. From the 35, it's first and 10. They will start on the ground to run that clock. And he's going to be out of bounds. 0-0 up there on the clock. We have reached the end of the first half. Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the downtown Orlando studios. Scott Hansen and crew with you for a short and sweet halftime, as this game's had a little bit of everything to it. We'll find out which side can establish some tempo in the third quarter as we're ready to kick off the second half. Back now to our commentary team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson. this second half. First half played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go. The second half is underway. Just shy of the 30-yard line. Bengals offense ready to get going again. They'll have it first in this third quarter. The deficit is double digits, so work to do as they begin this drive with first and 10. From the 34, here's second and 4. Here's Flacco. They'll set up the screen to Brady. And the whistle is down. Before they take the first down. For a gain of 7.
We're starting to see this so often. Like the days of just having a running back who you're just going to turn around and hand it to. Yes, that's still a critical part of NFL offensive football, but their ability to be used in the passing game. Just one more thing for the defense to have to defend. Make them go sideline to sideline, line of scrimmage to the end zone. Defend every blade of grass. Really good running back. Goes along first down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play, but put yourself in a friendly second down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
Second and inches. They bring Chase in motion. Now Flacco. Oh, he couldn't set his feet, but he just moves it anyway.
This is what modern day ground looks like in the NFL. They want to be able to activate these players in the passing game, no different than they do with the tight ends and the wide receivers. When you look out there and you have a mismatch, you have a linebacker or a safety on your running back, he's expected to win. That's exactly what he did.
Not much there. Maybe a yard. Second and 8 at the 39-yard line. Second down, 8 yards to go. He'll start with the throw. He'll swing this one out to the and this one short. First down again to look it in and get forward. We'll pick up about 8.
There's a lot of ways to get the ball in the hands of your running backs, and it's not always by just handing it to them. In this case, it's a simple check down, picks up a good game, brings up third down.
Here's third down in a few inches. It's the quarterback with the sneak. And that works for the defense. Held to no gain.
I don't want to take anything away from the quarterback here, Mike. He did a nice job picking up that first down. But this play is won or lost by the big guys up front. They're the ones who need to get off the snap on time, get leverage on the defender, and create the space needed for the quarterback to pick up the first down.
Throwing now on first and 10. Right side. That's the catch. 10 yards to gain on the pitch and catch. It's the Cincinnati. First down.
They've talked about in the locker room at the halftime break seems to have worked. They've come out with a new established energy. You could see it when they took the field. Now this offense seems to be building on it because with that chunk play, just a little bit of rhythm that they can build off of. They have a long way to go to get back into this game.
He's in it. Sometimes we say it too often. That was an important drive. That one really felt important for them to edge a little bit closer.
Yeah, now the question is, Mike, the offense does their job, but can the defense get a stop? They've got to continue to get the ball back to their offense, let them build on that previous drive, because they've still got some work to do.
Offense stay put. They will go for two.
The Bengals will line up for the two-point conversion.
Back to throw. They'll try and do it with the screen. He will find the end zone again. He gets the touchdown. And the two-point conversion. We call it the outdoors. And it cuts the deficit down a bit further.
Like, I think all of us can remember exactly where we were during a certain Super Bowl where throwing the ball this close to the goal line ended up being a disaster. But unlike that time, they ran this pass play to perfection, and the result, 2 points.
After the TD, on is McPherson to get this one away. And one move. Now return. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. Brees Hall making his way back out there as the Jets on offense again. They lead by a field goal as they go to work with a first and 10. Taylor, the tight end, is in motion. On first and 10. Fields. To the sideline. And what a great job to keep the feet alive. Inbounds as good as you can do it. They get 11. And quick to pick up the first down.
Nice way to start the drive here. Really good protection by the guys up front. Good decision by the quarterback to find his read. Ball's accurate, ball's on time. Now they're able to start this drive and get on the move the right way.
Moving outside the pocket, taking off. And it's a gain of 20 on the heels of another big play to begin this drive.
You know, Mike, I like everything about this play except the very end. You've already picked up good yardage. You've already picked up the first down. Now get down on the ground and protect yourself. There's no reason to take those shots.
Play action now for Fields. Rolling right. Look running in. Can't beat a running quarterback. Gain of 16 and a first down. 1 yard. That's another Jets first down. First and 10 at the 24-yard line.
We've seen this quarterback have some effective plays with his legs all game today, Mike. He knows when to stay in there and look to pass. And he also knows when it's time to tuck it and go. And he's able to pick up good yardage now.
And on, here goes home. Fourth again, 4 on first down. Nice run of 8. 7 seconds short.
He's done a really nice job making the most of his touches. They've made it a priority. Let's use this ground game to try to wear down the defense. And right now, it's one of the main reasons why they have the lead.
Here's Hall. The elusiveness on display there. If the footwork setting up first and goal. And the Jets first down.
The story of this drive has just been their ability to sustain and get fresh sets of down. Now, in this case, after picking up that big gain on the ground, they find themselves first and goal.
Reynolds is the motion man here. Ball. This one in. Touchdown, Jets.
Make no mistake about it, he may get the glory, but that does not happen without out unbelievable blocking up front. So let's give the big guys all the credit in the world. He's able to displace the defense right there at the point of attack, and that's about as easy a goal line touchdown as you're going to see all year.
Now for the extra point. He's got it. And the Jets will extend his third quarter lead. After the touchdown, out is Fulton to kick this one away. He fields it at the 8. And he'll be brought down past the 25. He's in field position to start this drive. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. And it's incomplete. Big quick look up there as time has expired. The third quarter has come to an end. Second and 10. The tight end Fant in motion. The air once more on second down. Higgins hits the ground. And he's going to get this to the 37-yard line. 11 yards on the pass there. And the Bengals going to have a first down.
This is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything get tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late.
Sauce Gardner as good as they come. There to knock that one away. They'll try again here. Second and 10. One more time. Oh, and this one's going to wind up incomplete. That's what you'd think you'd be able to corral. Can't find the handle, and it's going to lead to a third down. Trying to connect with Chase Brown on that one. And it'll be third down. Here's Flacco to throw. He's got his man complete. 18 yards on the connection. It's a Cincinnati first down. First down. First and 10 at the 45-yard line.
Okay, so now you pick up that first down, Mike, but now there needs to be a sense of urgency. You know you need to score twice. So this one, ideally for the offense, results in a touchdown. But either way, this first score of the two needed needs to be fast. you need every possession you can here late in the fourth quarter. So I think as you look back over the course of this game, it's really been the inability of this offense to create any sort of balanced attack to get anything going. I mean, whether you look at the rushing yards, whether you look at just the points scored, this offense has to find a way going forward to generate more big plays and more balance overall impacts.
It's incomplete.
At this stage of the game, things haven't been going your way, so one more mistake, it could just be too much to overcome. So a nice decision there, just throw it away out of bounds and give your team a fighting chance.
It's going to be third. They need one. On carry, here's the Brown. He has got a drop. The yards behind the line of scrimmage, too.
Surprising to see them keep the ball on the ground, especially given the situation, Mike. I mean, you're trailing. You haven't had a lot of success running the ball up until this point. They need chunk plays. They need to score, and they need to score fast.
Trailing late, they've got to go here. It's fourth down. To throw is Flacco. They've got a receiver in Chase. He's going to have a Bengals first down. It's a gain of 12 facing fourth down.
And while it ultimately worked out for him this time, Mike, this is not a throw he wants to make a habit of because that was risky. When he threw it, I thought that ball was being picked. I think he got away with one here, results in a big pickup and big first set of downs.
Business inside the 15-yard line. Screen goes for 12, and that's a first down.
It's been tough sledding for this offense all day today, Mike, but especially here in the second half. So they are just in desperate need of a spark, just something to get their offense into a little bit of a rhythm if they want to have any chance to find themselves back into this game here.
And he's going to be taken down. Sacked back at the 17-yard line.
It looked like that zone coverage had his head a little bit spinning there, Mike. I'm not sure he got a real clear picture of what the defense was giving him, and as a result, he holds the ball a little bit longer than he would have liked, and the defense is able to get home.
Now they'll send him to drop. Oh, this pass rush wild in right now. They get him again. Jermaine Johnson, the former first-round pick, in there to bring him down.
That last sack is exactly why defensive coaches preach over and over. Just play the next down. Just continue to make them snap the ball again. You're one big defensive play from changing everything about this drive. And what's looked like a promising drive following that sack is a little bit different now.
This is going to be incomplete. That is a letdown there. Pass was to be on target. No pass. And now fourth down.
This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. At the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go from there. I can tell you firsthand, when you find yourself trailing in a game, you don't feel very good about coming away with field goals. But in this case, it does get them a little bit closer and cut into this deficit.
So the field goal makes it a one-score game here in the fourth quarter as they kick it away. On the return, here comes one loose. Across the 20, the mark down before the 25-yard line. That's where the offense will take over. Brees Hall making his way back out there as the Jets are on offense again. And it's hard to believe he could run the ball a whole lot better than he has. The vision, the comeback ability, the acceleration, the stats. It has all been on display throughout. So here's a 1st and 10 now. They'll start from the 24. control. Now the Bengals will call the first of their timeouts, and they'll get together prior to the second down play.
Brings up second and 7 at the 27-yard line.
Working out of the gun, it's Fields. Now timeout Cincinnati. That's the second. Clock is over. Here's the down. On the shotgun, it's Fields. That ball is caught on the sideline and will be inbounds. A big third down pickup for a first down.
This is why the timing of these routes is so critical. If that ball is thrown a little bit later, he's unable to keep his feet in bounds. But instead, the quarterback is on time and accurate, and the receiver does a nice job not only securing the catch, but ensuring that both feet remain in bounds.
And a fair catch is taken, and it's just inside the 20-yard line. The Bengals offense ready for this next possession. They'll do so with first and 10. Flacco. This one broken up. And Taylor's late to defender right there with him. It brings up second down.
All things considered, it's actually a pretty good pass. I mean, he puts the ball in a place where only his guy can catch it. But I think he hears those footsteps coming from that nearest defender, and he's not able to secure the catch through contact.
This one complete to Higgins. And he's going to take it down to 37. Taking advantage of that running ability. Gain of 17 and a first down. So, 2 minutes to play here in the second half. Greg and I back on EA Sports. After this, they'll go up for first and 10. They'll drop to throw. High again. Another look to him. It's a right down schedule. That's a first down completion of 7 yards. Here comes second down. Flacco to throw. And that's going to be a first down. A pickup of 9.
These curl routes, he's been running these routes since he was a young kid in Pop Warner football. And I like to call it pulling the string. You've got the defender thinking you're going downfield, you stick that foot in the ground, work back to the quarterback, friendly to the ball, and really nice job picking up the first down.
Gonna have a first down. Throwing Flacco. The throw here is complete. And he goes to another first down. But now just shy of the marker.
Usually have these rules for the receivers, like they call them green grass rules. And the idea is if you're running across the field and you're looking at the quarterback, you're going to stay on the run. If you're not looking at the quarterback, that tells him, I'm going to sit in this soft zone. I'm going to what they call punch and pivot and stop. That tells the quarterback to put the ball on the chest. That verbal communication between the receiver and the quarterback, recognizing when you're open, stay open. That's the stuff that makes a lot of these offenses so difficult to defend.
Pressure time. No timeouts to stop the clock as they get set here for a big first down. It will underneath here for Brady. And he's brought down, but they are out of timeouts. So this one a win for the visiting Jets. They're able to get the job done in front of a hostile crowd as they come away with the victory. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. With that, we say so long, everyone.
Team Fates now, ready to get this one started. And we're off in Detroit. Here's Devin Singletary, return. And he's brought down just beyond that 25-yard line. Touchdown the Giants, their first round of the game coming up. And bringing them out to our two quarterbacks taken in the first round of this year's draft. Out of Ole Miss, it's Jackson Dart.
One of the things I know Brian Dable, the Giants loved about Jackson Dart is every step of his career, high school in Utah to USC to Ole Miss, he just kept getting better and better and better. How about the first QB to lead Ole Miss Rebels to back-to-back 10-win seasons in over 80 years? That's what they're getting their first-round pick.
Darts coming out throwing. And the connection not quite there yet on his opening throw of the game.
That's a little taster, a little entree of what's to come for this wide receiver. He's going to have to make some plays with some contested coverages. He could do it right there.
Still 10 to go. Second down now from the 26. There goes Dart to the air. Screen to the running back. This one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped.
Well, this is the time of game you come to expect from him as a runner. Total ball. He's just as adept at turning the screen into the same kind of yardage, too.
Extra man in the secondary for the Lions on his third down. Here he is on third and short. Getting out to his left. Throwing for himself. That one gains 7. And the Giants are going to have the first down.
As long as these are the results he's getting, they're going to be just fine with him calling his own number. He does such a good job seeing the field and knowing when it's his time to take it himself.
First down from the 41. Out of the gun this time. Here's Dart. Defender runs right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete.
Kid covered much better. Really well covered. There just simply was not a window for him to sneak that throw in.
After the incompletion, they come up on 2nd and 10. From the gun, it's Tracy. Unable to get away from that tackle. Good work by the defense. Nothing gained on 2nd down. We're going to stop it here. Looks like there's a Giant in some discomfort following that play. Third down, and they need to get 10. Good long for him here. And this opening drive, so it's the 4th down. That's incomplete. They're there to knock it away. Couldn't throw for it on 3rd down, and as a result, they ran off the field earlier than expected on their opening series.
Keep him on the scoreboard. That's already a win defensively. Not letting him even cross the midfield. That's the cherry on top.
The Giants ready to punt, so they're going to send out the lefty, J.B. Gillen, for the kick. And he'll get under this one and make the fair catch at the 19-yard line. So the Lions take the field for their first drive. Leading the Mouse got his first MVP votes after a career-best season last year. Now reached a decade in this league. It's Jared Goff.
The legend of this guy just grows year by year in the Motor City. The best individual season of his career, leading these Lions to a franchise record 15 wins. Now they just got to get to the ultimate goal, the Super Bowl.
Goff tosses it quickly out of line. He takes it forward to maybe the 23. Got a little bit with the tackle.
That's a pretty similar result to a first-round run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
2nd down now, they need 7. First down the ground to Jameer Gibbs. He won't be able to get past the line, and very quickly, Brock, they're going to take some 3rd down to begin this ballgame.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline in his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Escapes the pocket. He's got on foot. And they're going to bring him down just beyond the 30 at the 31. That's a pickup of 9. The Lions have the first down.
You know, before the snap, right before the snap, you may have to take off if the read isn't there. adjustment made at the perfect time for the first down.
On first down, it's Gibbs. And he's only going to get 2 or 3 yards on that one.
I know that may look like a whole lot of nothing burger on the stat sheet. Now, those are the kind of plays that inside road that you see creative play actions come off later in the game.
After the 3-yard pickup, it's 2nd and 7. Out of the shotgun, gone. Going the out route, complete. And the out route right along the 40.
I know I can sound like a broken record when I talk about timing, get the ball out on time and on rhythm. These outcuts, it is so imperative. The best of them, make it look oh so easy.
All right, looks like they're going to try to power this across. Goal line formation on 3rd and inches. Trying to sneak here, drop. Landed a really fat sneak one day. They stepped right the line. No gain.
It's more than impressive game for a quarterback. They really put that in the Louisiana territory. Even if the defense knows what's coming, you got to be able to drive forward for at least a couple inches.
So first down from the 41. Running it with David Montgomery. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play.
These big D tackles in this league, they love weaponizing their size right in the middle of the field. It is so hard to clear a lane against them. Once he got his paw on him, it was dead on arrival.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Play action here with Goff. Football defensively, he knocks it away. That's going to pay up here again. Hunter tested the perimeter early there. Coverage held up. And tough save for those outside receivers to make an impact.
Okay, partner, testing you here. You've heard me say this a lot. Okay, coordinator's job is to get you man-to-man coverage, and your job is
To win it. Goff on 3rd. It's complete to Sloan. He's taken down directly on that 43-yard line. That's 16 on the pickup. And that is good for Detroit first down. So that connection for a first will bring us to the end of the first. Hopefully no shortage of excitement coming up in the second. We're back to Ford Field right after this. Back and beginning the second quarter. Lions in possession. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. And the receiver's going to take this one on the jet sweep. That one stopped right at the line for no gain. It's going to be 2nd and 10.
that's what an offensive player wants to see. A defender just waiting for him on the edge. At that point, the play is dead. Even if we're going to miss one, to at least get back to the line of scrimmage.
Nothing doing on the last run. It's 2nd and 10. Goff back to throw. Spreading here for Gibbs. They're on him to send him out right before he gets to that 30-yard line. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
At that down and distance, this group is pretty confident in the screen to give them enough yards for the first and 10. So long as it keeps working like that, I bet you it'll be a go-to play for them when they need it the next time.
Offense already looking like they're in mid-game form. They've got it down to the 32. Goff off of play action. Moving on into the red zone. And he's finally taken down the 16-yard line. It's 16 yards on that play. And the Lions have a first down.
Numbers are pretty clear, Kate. You get explosive plays. Those explosive plays on drives lead to points. You can't ask for a better start offensively.
Coming to the line for another 1st and 10. Inside the red zone. He completes it in traffic. And he stopped as we get closer to our first points of this ball game. It's going to be 1st and goal now. That right there is not the best you can hope for against double coverage. Good chunky yards, and more importantly, Robin, don't get burned taking a risk.
Yeah, it's really the defense that gets burned, and that is just demoralizing. You got double coverage, you got what you want, and 2 guys can't stop one.
1st and goal. Here's Gibbs. And he pushes it a little closer to the 3. Give him a couple on the run, and it's now second and goal.
Listen, everybody in the huddle on the sidelines sure want a little bit more from that run, but you didn't go backwards. Still in a great spot. You can't wait to see what they do here on second and goal.
So from the 3, here's second and goal. It's again. He's not going to get there. They get it for a loss, back to the 4. Saying up on the scoreboard, Brock, is not going away anytime soon if they keep having plays like that.
They really need something. An injection of energy here. Nothing will take the spark out of the series quite like it's stuck for a loss.
All right, got to get 4 here, Brock, or they're going to have a tough decision to make on this opening drive. Tight end, motion left. On third and goal, Goff. He's got it. He's in for the Detroit touchdown. The Lions get the game's first points here in the second. It's a Jameer Gibbs touchdown. This was the type of start we expected, right? Given the lopsided matchup we've got. Now it's up to their opponents to start giving them a challenge. Keep this one competitive.
Easier said than done, and you know that King playing as severe underdogs on the road. How they respond on this next drive is going to be really telling for the direction this game goes.
Now it's Jake Bates for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And they add one on to their first touchdown of the contest. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Return, this is Singletary. He's brought down to end that run back, and we have reached our 2-minute warning. And we are still waiting for scoring from anybody ready to get going as we've hit our 2-minute warning. Stick around, more from Ford Field on its way. Offense into the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. We got it. Here's Starks. Lions with it bring it down. After one play of this drive, already be in trouble. It's going to push them back for 2nd down.
Remember, great look when your quarterback's picking himself up a few seconds into a drive. They're going to need a lot more fight on 2nd down. A whole lot of yardage to get this back on track.
Time to reach in the bag of tricks on 2nd down. 16 to go following the sack. Darts out of the shotgun. That's his outfield working left. He's going to be locked down here at the 42. The Giants using their first timeout. And they can take a moment to try to build more momentum after getting the first.
First and 10 at the 22-yard line.
First down from the 42. Shotgun snap, we get to Tracy. First guy here, man. No gain on that 1st down run.
Russell Wilson's kind of like tracking down a runner. And same athleticism comes to life. He looked pretty good hunting his prey right there.
First down run, netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Back to throw, here's Starks. Out by Theo Johnson. And he'll be brought down a step or 2 shy of midfield. They're going to mark him at the 48.
That's not a big completion on a stat sheet, but that's a big contested, what I call pretty catch right there. And that's what the best tight ends will get you.
Here they go, getting set for 3rd and 4. Darts looking to throw. Coverage holds up, but he just had to get rid of it.
There's not a quarterback alive that enjoys throwing it away on 3rd down. That's a good case right there. And live to play another day. Live to play another series. Don't put the ball in harm's way.
Jacob Gillen on down a punt. And he's going to try to give his defense a long field to defend. Some excellent English on that punt. This one makes it all the way to the 6 before the team touches down. Detroit getting its offense set for their 2nd drive. They're up by 7. Let's see if they choose to rest on that. Just go into the locker room. A little less than 30 seconds to go as they begin this drive. Here's Goff on 1st and 10. He's on the kick. He's going to be driven out with a nice pickup. Getting down 8, 2nd down.
That's what you call efficiency. Exactly what you're looking for on 1st down. It's excellent. It sets up 2nd and very manageable. It creates that space if you want to take a shot downfield.
Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. And in motion here. On the gun, Goff. Short pass brought in. And he'll pick up enough to run the chains.
Those are the completions they rely on the passes. Lions, 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line.
So a 1-possession game, Brock, after our first 2 quarters. Now let's throw it over to our pal Scott Hansen. He's got our halftime report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Scott Hansen and crew, thrilled to be with you from the Orlando studios at EA Sports. We'll keep this one short and sweet. Just 1 touchdown on the board so far, 7-0 at the half. When the offense is picking back up, to find out, let's rejoin our commentary team, Kate Scott and Brock Hewer.
Thanks for that update, Scott. Jacob Sailors now to return it. He stopped on the run back in the 27. Here come the Lions. They've got the first series in the 2nd half. And they take the field in good but not great shape, Brock. They've got that lead, but no doubt they'd love to see it grow.
Just having the lead does take some pressure off, doesn't change the sense of urgency. It's always on tilt in the NFL, but it should allow them to operate a little more freely.
Detroit offense to the line. Here's 1st and 10. Here's Goff. It's on the other end. He's going to be pushed down here at 40-yard line. 12 yards on that play, and a good call. That's in the 1st.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap. 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line.
Fresh set downs now from the 39. Williams coming in motion right. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Really look back at this one, Brock. It is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark, really, from the 1st half through this 2nd half. There have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered. That's why that scoreboard's not been lit up.
This is Gibbs on 2nd down. That's right. Still going inside the 35. He will go. Touchdown, Detroit. The Lions grow the lead coming out of halftime. It's a Jameer Gibbs touchdown.
That right there is why you continue to feed a running back. Definitely the most we've seen him do with any touch this game. That's exactly what got the order.
Bates now for the point after. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Lions double their lead to 14. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Shesky now to return. Decent run back is going to end as they bring him down inside the 30. New York taking over once again. The offense heading out. They haven't been able to get that offense going just yet, Brock. The deficit at 14. New York offense ready to get going here. It's 1st and 10. Scott around here, Tracy. This runs quickly into the wrong direction. First play set down behind the line. Their dominance against this ground game rolls on, Brock. Another stop to what's going to be a real nice film for them to watch.
How many times do you think in your lifetime, Kate, you've heard from a defensive coordinator, job number one is
Stop the run. Goes to the air. No drag on this. Good business decision there as he comes up at the end of it. Around 7. Keep this offense down 3rd down.
You know, Kate, back in the day, we had a slip and slide in practice for moments just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play. And denied that defense yet another chance to take a shot on.
3rd down now. Here's Ducks. Finds him over the middle. This up to the 44-yard line as they haul him down. And that one goes for a gain of 11. It's good for a New York 1st down.
1st and 10 at the 44-yard line. I'm not sure how this defense let that guy slip through him like that. On 3rd down, nonetheless, he took that snap as an opportunity. Man, he make an impact play.
Staying between the tackles for Tracy. This is across midfield. They can stop him at the 45-yard line. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down.
I just love that so much, Kate. And they trail at the break, but that doesn't deter you from winning the ball. It's always like that. More than likely have them lean into the right game.
Let's see how they attack this 1st down partner from the 45. Here's Dart now. Taking a chance to the end zone. Running for a moment. Defensive play. Charlie Lewis incomplete. Thought he had a touchdown there. Well, that brings up 2nd down.
That pass falls to the ground, and you can just sense their desperation, just kind of oozing out of them. Running out of time, start connecting on more of these, really break open the scoring in a way they just have not been able to do so far.
It's Tracy on 2nd down. Defender gets to him right on the line. It's going to be marked as no gain. So that means 3rd down coming up.
You want to see the term read and react to the little video in the football dictionary? That's it.
3rd and 10. Can this offense get it done? To the air on 3rd and long. That's complete to Robinson. And he's marked down. Looks like at the 32-yard line. Nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a 1st down.
Giants, 1st down. A gain of 13 yards. 1st down, Giants. You know, they call that the money down for a reason, because you're just simply not going to last long in the NFL if you don't convert a good portion of your 3rd down. It's the money down. Nice to see them roll the dice and continue the series.
Calls it at the 7. And he has the New York touchdown. The Giants start the second half with some needed points. All right, so the offense does its job, Brock. Now they need their defense to give them a chance to overcome that big deficit.
The momentum in the building's clearly changed. We can feel it here in the booth, but you're right. It's down to the defense to make a stop and give them a chance.
Young Hoiku on for the point after. The point after splits the upright. The Giants took the lead in half. It's down to 7. Just like that, we're back to a one-possession ball game as the kickoff is away. Sailors now on the return. Finds some space. He's past the 30. He brought this one almost to midfield before he's tackled. Lions offense returning to the field. And the last time they had it, they ran it down the field on him. I'd expect some better resistance up front. They try that again. Good field position for the Lions here as they head up to the line. 1st and 10. Start on the ground. Who gives? Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that 1st down play.
I don't think that's enough that they were looking for there, Kate. Gonna lead to some shuffling around here in the playbook. Aggressive call on 2nd.
Last run only gained a yard. That means it's 2nd and 9. Tight end going in motion here. Out of the shotgun. Gone. Completed over the middle. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
That's a obviously a great route. We just need a safe, short gain on the throw. So that's a good route to turn.
3rd and 4 coming up now. A touchdown aside in that play as we run out of time in the 3rd quarter. It's Lions ball as they try to keep that lead and close out a win. Jets move the chains here on 3rd and 4. Shotgun snap here to go. Complete beyond the marker. Hits the 20. There it is. Touchdown Detroit. The Lions scored by 2 scores as they try to put this one away. It's a Jameer Gibbs touchdown. His 2nd scoring kick to the game. I should know this by now, but I don't know if you're a Broadway guy, but there's a lot of names that belong on the playbook for this lead we've got here, but his name belongs on our key as he brings in his 2nd touchdown grab.
A bunch of contributors all throughout this roster. No, not Brother. And with 2 scores now, it's a 2-score game. Easy to see he's been one of the key actors throughout.
Appreciate the honesty. Bates now for the point after. Right down the middle. Let's go. The Lions double their lead to 14. Return. This is Singletary. Pretty solid field position starting out here. Rockies tackled at the 29. Giants about to get to work on offense. This could be the decisive drive. Down 2 scores late. They've got to find some points to get it back within 1. left right to start out. Usually left is their running back. On first down, here's Douglas. Got it, Robinson has it. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
Once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule. Get a little something coming out of the toe.
So go here. This is second down. Run this time. Here's Douglas. The left side finds Johnson. He's down enough to get this up to the 41. 7 yards on that pickup. And the Giants swing ahead to first down.
Gotta move them chains. No momentum.
Let's heels.
First down from the 41. To throw. Here's Douglas. This is cuts. That's Slayton. Nearly moving forward, brought down inside the opposing 30. Good pass from the rookie at Ole Miss, and he gets him a first.
Analytics are pretty clear. It's hard to move the ball in this league with short little dinks. Sometimes you've got to get the explosive jump. You've got to get the big play. That throw to the outside, that gets the job done.
This is taken in by Slayton on inside. And he gets this down to the 13-yard line. He picks up 15 on the play. It's good for him on first down.
Nice to see that connection, that chemistry working between the two of them.
Keep this drive moving, partner. Here's another first and 10. Get inside the red zone. And all we can do is get back to the line on that effort. So no gain on first down. Back to the line they come, second down. Here's Douglas. Between it to his running back. And not much doing. He stopped quickly.
That's a defense's goal, right, kid? Just get us to third down so we can have a chance to get off the field. That was a good adjustment on that stop in particular. When the back ended up being the target, they were able to keep him short of the sticks.
Play number 7 on this drive, and they need 7 here on third down. Giants have the shotgun. Kicks his way in close. Touchdown, New York. The Giants now within one score in the fourth. So the offense showing a slightly different dimension there, Brock. Getting the running back involved with his hands for the touchdown.
Yeah, such an advantage. And I think when you think about it, Kate, it really is about the 80s where we start to see these running backs not just tote the ball as runners, but be real weapons when they get the ball in the passing game. That's well done.
Giants offensive dart looking to get 2 more here. Right, they're going to throw for it. And the tip-top pass falls incomplete. They tried to get aggressive, but it doesn't work.
That is instructions defense. First and foremost, you've got to defend against the run on this short of the field. To do that, adapt in time to force an incompletion, boy, that is a huge win for the defense.
All right, that lead cut down to 8 after that score, and the kick is away. As they set the 6. Things going well so far. Shots left first on that punt back to Lincoln all the way to the 40. The Lions, Jameer Gibbs back out on offense. After that touchdown, cut their lead back to 1 score, Brock. The response in order as they take over. Good field position points here as they head up to the line. 1st and 10. Drive begins with Gibbs. And this is going to be just with his defense. Sort of a great play to back these guys up. Shift the momentum a little here in the 4th. So timeout comes in. Looks like the defense using its first to stop this game as we get close to our 2-minute warning. One loss of a yard to begin the drive. Here comes 2nd and 11. Got to the air now. Into the hands of just long. And he's going to get this up to the 45 before he's brought down. Got the whistles and a timeout call by the defense. 2:07 left to play. So now here's 3rd and 5. He's back to throw. This gets the 1st and long. Defensive space inside the 35. They're going to bring him down, but not until he gets it down to their 32-yard line. All set now. 1st and 10. Tight end motioning right. Dump off 1st and 10. Dumps it off to his running back. He can't escape from. They lose yards, but defensively, no timeouts left to stop the clock and take advantage. Oh, it's 2nd down. Brock with this, he set up to throw it. Very quick throw, but they picked it out.
A play like that, that just goes to show you that you can't take any completion for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game.
So after that prior incompletion, it's 3rd down. Setting up to pass. Going all the way to the end zone here. And that is the chance to end this game and seal this win. Touchdown. They were throwing for a favor. They didn't care who knew about it, Brock. And it turns out, hey, nothing was going to stop them either.
Yeah, there's something about an empty formation. You are declaring to a defense under the QB draw, this ball's going to be in the air. But at the same time, you also force the defense's hand. There's only so many coverages they can play. They just exposed them.
Bates now for the point after. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Lions lead by 15 now. Bates has it all set up. Here comes the kickoff. Return. This is Singletary. Seaton gets it down to the 26-yard line. Now here comes the New York offense. They just saw that lead stretch out to a 2-score margin now. It really makes this must-score series late.
And you know, I believe this. You can never play this game in a state of desperation, a state of urgency. Gotta be a sky high right now.
New York to the line. 1st and 10. To throw, here's Dart. That's incomplete left side.
Those passes get more and more difficult as you try to get aggressive down the field. Those windows and running lanes get there. That home corner only takes a little bit for the throw to be thrown off.
Still 10 to go. 2nd down now from the 26. Shotgun snap. Looking to throw. That's on the quick third down.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight end short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage. The trusty tight end.
A less than ideal 3rd and 8 here. Gonna throw it. He has the first over the middle. He kicks this one out to the 40-yard line. They'll move the chains after that pickup of 12.
Well, they sure found the right route at the right time to hit the soft spot that coverage. And that slant, it goes for big yardage.
No timeouts and down 2 scores. They gotta find points quickly here. It's 1st and 10. I'm gonna throw again. Stepping up and he's gonna run. And he's gonna slide down here. Picked up close to 5 before the slide. It's only 2nd down.
That is quarterback play. Maybe not the first chapter of it, but the main is that important. Getting downfield, get what you can with your legs, that most importantly, protect yourself. Get down and don't take any extra contact.
Short pass Ryan. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
They like to say it's about the Jimmies and the Joes. I think it's about the Texas. It's a well-drawn completion that gets them on first down. Gain of 9 yards. First down.
1st and 10 now from the 46. Yards looking to throw. Flush shot out to his left. And he just humps this one away. Wasn't going to risk a throw and force something. Brings up 2nd down.
That's a veteran move right there by a rookie quarterback. You see so many rookies we do, kid. They try to play hero ball, force things in every single spot. He's already wise enough to know how to throw it away.
2nd down, still 10 to go after that incomplete pass. Sending the throw here. Going deep here for the end zone. This one is knocked away. Potential touchdown prevented. The offense has to get a long walk back to the line for 3rd down. Great play defensively there to just get a hand in there and deny that touchdown.
That's exactly right. Active hands and aggressive mindset. As a DB, you've got to assume that every throw is going to be intentional. If you're the last line of defense, the guy that's got to make the play on the ball, he just did it.
We've been running the last play, Brock, because he just has to get rid of it.
So often, so many of these games in the NFL, they come in there playing to third down. Whether it's a close game or already out of hands, the coach wants to see them convert those.
They've got to go for it in this spot, Brock. This is 4th down. Desperation time here. Taking the final shot at the end zone. And there's our last hit into this game. It's intercepted. And the Lions will take over as this gets brought out to the 20-yard line. So it's 1 for the win column for the Lions. And they didn't fall victim to that dreaded trap game against the lesser opponents. They were a better team coming in. They played like it to earn the convincing victory. So that's it for us here. Brock Heward, on crew. I'm Kate Scott. This has been the NFL on EA Sports. It's a win for the Lions, as we'll see you next time from Detroit. James Stadium. Today, two NFC South teams set to tangle. It's the Carolina Panthers and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Almost teed up, Chase McLaughlin to do the honors. And we're off and running from Raymond James. Trevor Etienne to return this. He gets across the 30 before he's brought down. Now out comes the Panther offense for its initial drive of the game. And they're brought out by someone still trying to live up to that #1 pick status from the 2023 draft. Now his third season from the University of Alabama, it's Bryce Young.
Watching Bryce Young in Alabama, he just made the game look so easy. One of those rare prospects, everything just feels like it's in slow motion, and he's in total control. Well, fast forward to the NFL, and he took a beating early in his career. Everything must have felt like a blur. But there's no denying the promise he has as a quarterback. That high upside that made him the #1 pick overall.
Gallup. And he's brought down by a collective effort there, only 1 yard on the carry.
I don't think that's the amount that they were looking for there, Kate. There's maybe some shuffling around here in the playbook. A more aggressive call on second.
Need a better result than that last run. It's 2nd and 8. Out of the gun, Young. He doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. It brings up 3rd down.
Everybody wants to play quarterback until they play like it now. There was no resistance off the ball, and the defense ready to maul you. It was all he could do to get rid of it before he gets just clocked.
Last pass unsuccessful. Let's see what they do on 3rd down. Now throw, 3rd and long. Into the hands of Leggett. He is hauled down right at that midfield stripe. That play good for 17 and a 1st down.
That's good for Panthers. 1st down. 1st and 10 at the 50-yard line.
Numbers pretty clear, Kate. You get explosive plays. Those explosive plays on drives lead to points. You can't ask for a better start offensively.
Shotgun give down to Gallup. Touch the tackle. He has this down to the 34. It's a great pickup, 16 yards, and now they've got 1st down.
Want to drain some of the excitement, some of the noise from a home stadium? It's exactly how you do it when you go on the road, running right down their throat from the jump.
So they'll head up here, 1st and 10 from the 34. Young on the play action. It's complete. Sanders got it out right. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain. Following that completion, remember the O-line looks to be in some pain. They're headed out to take a look at him now. Still to go here. This is 2nd down. Going down on the run. He'll get it down to the 24-yard line. 6 yards on the play and enough for a 1st.
Look at here. You don't even have to worry now about a 3rd down call as that run moves the sticks. You have that call you had ready, though? Then recycle it. Save it for later for that next 3rd down coming.
So new set of downs. Here we go. 1st and 10. Young working from the gun. That's not a quick hitter. And he's short at 1st after a wild game.
We saw his guys pick up the blitz. Well, he felt them pick it up anyway. We weren't looking at him. But with their effort on his behalf, I think this QB felt owed to them. The group up front to find somebody to get a completion, so that effort up front wasn't in vain.
Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. Play action. Here's Young. This time they're going to get to him before he can get that pass away as he goes down. That pushes him back. 3rd down coming up.
Oftentimes, these early exchanges are just a feeling out process for rushers and blockers. They can also set the tone for the battles the rest of the game, and that defender, with an early win, he's feeling really good about himself.
It's been an 8-play drive, and on play number 9 now, 9 is what they need on 3rd down. Long, they're going to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And the stop is made 3 yards from the end zone. It's going to be 1st and goal.
Kate, years ago, my old high school receiver and I got together for a football camp. I can still close my eyes and throw in that slant. We've done it millions of times. You get a QB receiver connection like that, it's dynamite.
The red zone on 1st. They can touchdown here, but they cannot connect. So that's going to send them back to the line for 2nd goal. So they fire for the end zone on 1st down. But I think a lot of folks probably assume after the incompletion it'd be a run here on 2nd and goal. What say you?
Yeah, I think you always got to be careful about assuming. As a fan, as a defensive coordinator, I think as an offense, you've worked on it all week, continue to get to the stuff you trust the most.
Tight end in motion now. Shotgun snap down to Young. Flushed out of the pocket. That's the Carolina touchdown. The Panthers finish up an excellent opening series. It's a Bryce Young touchdown. What an outstanding opening series, partner. They just wore down that defense as they marched their way to the end zone.
Yeah, it took a whole bunch of that opening script to find a touchdown, but it showed just how well designed that script was. It was the right sequence of plays to keep that ball moving and find the end zone, getting your offense established in its top gear right here early on.
This is Ryan Fitzgerald on to try the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Panthers will jump back to a 7-0 lead. Fitzgerald on the end of the kickoff. On the return, here comes Sean Tucker. He's brought down just inside the 25. So here come the Buccaneers, ready for their opening drive. And at the helm, coming off a career-best performance in year 7 here in the NFL, the #1 overall pick back in 2018 out of Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield.
There's just certain quarterbacks, the way they run on the field, you just say their name and just adjectives, attributes pop up right away. Baker Mayfield, scrappy, tough, a will to win. I'm not surprised at all to see himself back in the starting role. Not surprised at all to see him flourish. The dude is mentally tough, he's mentally strong. Typically gives the coach his opportunities.
He's up to the 44-yard line as they haul him down. Big gainer here as he picks up 20. And the Bucs have the first.
I can assure you of one thing, that carry just brought some extra work in the opening quarter. You couldn't script that run any better.
What a jolt to start that drive. They're up near the 45-yard line. 1st and 10. Here's Mayfield. That's complete downfield to Godwin. Big rally to catch by the defense. Stopping the gain at the 33. A big play, 23 yards to move those chains.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. A lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
So that's one quarter gone in a battle of NFC South rivals. 7-0 is our score. More from Raymond James Stadium coming up after the break. Back for the start of quarter number 2. It's Buccaneers football as we begin. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. Again, this is Irving. He's going to get inside the defense's 30 here, which will be a gain of about 6 on the play.
It's got to be so demoralizing as a defense when you go up against a running back who just keeps those legs churning like a piston in an engine. And that effort's contagious. This entire offense is getting a boost. He busts those tackles.
This is Irving on second. He's going to be stopped for doing some damage. He's down to 12. It's a pickup of 14 yards as the chains reset.
That right there, that will make the coaches happy. He didn't just get the first down, he got a healthy chunk of bonus yards afterwards.
First down, here's Baker. He's got it. And that is a Tampa Bay touchdown. The Buccaneers finish off their opening drive. Great opportunity to find a touchdown there, Brock, and they come through with 6.
Receivers want the ball everywhere in football. If you start smelling the end zone, they really want their chance. And they will tell you as a quarterback, just give me an opportunity and I'll make a play. Sure.
On is Chase McLaughlin for the point after. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Buccaneers start off well to tie things 7-7. After tying this game up, they're all set to center away. On the return, this is ETN. All right, and in the end, Brock, this is going to make it out to the 30. The Carolina offense out ready to go for their second try. And I think they'd be content doing everything the same as their prior drive and getting another touchdown here. So 1st and 10 now from the 30. On the counter, Dowdle. Off by the first guy he met. No gain on that first down run. That's a nice quick correction for this front run. Give up the big play and then deliver on the very next one.
Exactly the kind of response you want to see from your defense. You got to forget about the big play for now and stay focused on that next snap.
Run loss of a yard to begin the drive. Here comes 2nd and 11. Rolling from the gun here. McMillan on the slant. And he will have this across that 40-yard line before they manage to stop him. A nice gain of 13 yards as it brings up a first down.
Well, they sure found the right route at the right time to hit the soft spot in that coverage. And that slant, it goes for big yardage.
First down from the 42. Gun on for Dowdle. It's a space runner in midfield. And they send him out of bounds right as he was coming up to that marker. It's going to be 2nd down.
So much to like about that run, particularly when he's able to get out of it. Defense, I think feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run, crossing that first down marker.
First down carry, got him 9 yards. Here comes 2nd and 1. Going play action. Young. Excellent possession so far. Just too good there. Didn't find the throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up.
Fairly safe to say as that one falls incomplete this first half so far. It's not been the standard they set for themselves.
No connection on the last play, and now it's 3rd down. It's going to sneak it. And that short gain is enough. Purdy set it down.
Everybody understood the assignment right there. For one guy, the quarterback, get the snap and make the marker. For the other, drive like mad, push like crazy, and create that space for the first.
Quite a defensive battle, Brock, that we have got so far as we've reached our 2-minute warning. Off of Raymond James Stadium coming up. Here's first and 10, number 47. Off the play fake, gets Young. This play is nearly going to reach that 25-yard line. Defender there to take him out just short of it. That shot with a nice 21 yards. And that's good for Panthers first.
You know I love those chunk completions. They're so critical. Those chunk plays, they lead statistically so often to scoring. And when you get into a tight end and play action, just a little icing on the cake.
He just gets rid of it. He made a couple plays left. He didn't want to take a risk there on first down.
There was almost no resistance offered against the rush who came off the line ready to ball anything in sight. It was all the QB could do to get rid of that before he gets absolutely clobbered.
Still 10 to go. It's second down now from the 26. Shotgun snap. They'll throw. Running right side by McMillan. They get this down to the 12-yard line before being stopped. He picks up 15 on the play. And that's going to bring up Carolina first down.
You know, they really love that trade route because he's one of those guys that you count on not only to make the catch, but create after the catch. If they don't close on him quickly, he can have a lot of yards if someone tracks him down.
First down, Young. Wisconsin. It is another first down on this drive. Man, this time they're in the first and goal. Timeout taken by the Buccaneers. They're first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
I really like this receiver on that drag route in particular. Why? Because he's a guy that creates after the catch. If they don't close quickly, he can take it to the house.
They'll break the huddle and come up on first and goal. Dowdle will not score. The defense holds and stops him short of that goal line. Tampa's been its second timeout now. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left in this half.
So aggravatingly close to a safety on that one right there, Cage. It's a matter of a foot. They could have had some points on the board defensively.
Hardly anything here. Second and inches. Again. This time he's going to score. Touchdown, Carolina. The Panthers get some late points in the lead. Well, we've been saying it for years, Brock. If at first you don't succeed, try that run again.
You're exactly right. It's going to take more than one stop to deter those offensive coaches from calling another run play. They've got such faith in their movement run. So the leverage right at the point of attack and punch it in on the second time around.
This is Fitzgerald trying to tack on the extra point. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Panthers break that tie and now lead by 7. Fitzgerald on the end of the kickoff. Tucker now on the return. And this drive will start inside the 25. The Buccaneers and Bucky Irving ready for their next possession. And they can try to move this into field goal range, Brock, if they so choose. 55 seconds left. Offense into the shotgun set as line this up. First and 10. Center receiver left. First down throw here. Mayfield. It's an excellent work to drive them all the way up past the 30-yard line. They get an even 10 on that play. And that will be a Tampa Bay first down.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted. Got going right where he wanted to with the ball off the snap.
First down now, ball at the 33. Shotgun snap for Mayfield. It's made by Bucky Irving. And they're going to bring him down just on the other side of midfield. Timeout taken by the Buccaneers, and that's their final one. And that's all they've got for what little remains of this half.
Year after year, the best offenses are multifaceted. It's not just the receivers or the tight ends that can make plays through the air. When you get running backs that can attack the middle of the field like that, man, it's difficult on the defense.
Ball just a yard shy of midfield. First and 10. Baker now from the gun. It's made left side by Ibuka. And he's going to be hit and set out for about a gain of 1 and 2 yards there.
That's an honest little drag route. But if you ever just need a safe, short gain on the throw, that's a go-to route to target.
Second down now, 7 to go. Once more, it's Mayfield. The 3-2 is made, Sterling Shepard. And they're going to bring it down at the 36. So we have a one-score game here at the break. Now it's time for the EA Sports Halftime Report. Scott Hansen, take it away.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the downtown Orlando studios. Scott Hansen and crew with you for a short and sweet halftime, as this game's had a little bit of everything to it. We'll find out which side can establish some tempo in the third quarter as we're ready to kick off the second half. Back now to our commentary team, Kate Scott and Brock Hewer.
For that update, Scott. Welcome back, everyone, for the third quarter. And a one-touchdown game here as we get back down to the field. Now Fitzgerald on the handle the kickoff. Turn. Here comes Cameron Johnson. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Buccaneers get their offense set to go to begin the third. It's a touchdown ball game, right? It's first and 10. Give to Irving. And gets stopped with that through. Wiggles his way forward for 2.
That's the kind of yardage that's not going to kill this drive on the first play. It does put you a little bit behind schedule. That second down becomes critical because nobody wants a 3 and out.
After the 3-yard pickup, it's second and 7. Mayfield now from the gun. It's on the out route. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
Move the chain! Gotta move them chains! More momentum. Keep that. That's RTS.
New set of downs from the 37. There's the give to Irving. And you'll see it as he goes. Looks like they'll get about 3 out of it.
It's a pickup of 3. Brings up second and 7. After a 40-yard line.
Last run got him 3. Here's second and 7. Right back to Irving now. Well, that's how the offense signs. They stick him for a loss. It's going to be third down.
This is one of those situations, Kate, I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline and his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no time at all to try and escape and react.
Instead, it goes backwards.
Third down, here's Mayfield. Big gain downfield. This great effort winds up getting him well into enemy territory before he's brought down. It's again at 27 yards to move the chains. Double coverage deal breaker for a lot of QBs, Brock, but less so when it's a target you trust.
You know, it's interesting, Kate, even 20-some years ago, watching Marvin Harrison and Peyton Manning work, every defense would go into every game trying to double cover it, and yet those two, on the other side of the board, just got to put numbers.
Give him a few yards on that run. It's 2nd and 7.
And not a bad play by any means. There's room for more. They know it.
After the 3-yard pickup, it's 2nd and 7. From the gun, Mayfield. Finds him over the middle. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. Eighth play to drive now. They need 2 to keep it going. Throwing now on 32. But it's intercepted. This is going to be a big 6. He's in for the Carolina touchdown. That play, Brock, that play was beautiful. Not just making the interception, but then seeing the return slowly come together in front of him as he took it all the way to the house.
Yeah, I think even for us up here in the booth, it looked like a scene out of a movie. And then starts running it back, scans the field for a lane, and the blocks come just in the nick of time to wipe out the would-be tacklers. And he's got open space and nothing but the end zone in front of him.
This is Fitzgerald trying to tack on the extra point. The Broncos splits the upright. And the Panthers double their lead to 14. Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. Tucker now on the return. He's brought down just inside the 25. Here come the Bucs on offense now. And the goal for this drive, Brock, moving past the way their last one ended. Give to Irving to start this drive. Can't slip that initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play. Presence of those tight ends works both ways, Brock. You know there's some more blockers up front. It also puts the defense in be ready for that run.
You put 7 blockers up there, and even you put 8, I don't know, 9. All the blockers in the world, if they don't work in concert together to create a lane, it doesn't matter.
Here's Baker. Screen to the running back. This certainly makes the third down easier. Nearly avoided it altogether. 8 of 10, right up near that marker now.
We've heard it said, I believe it to my core. Football is the ultimate team sport. And a well-run screen like that is the ultimate team play because it takes all 11 doing their job.
3rd and a lone yard coming up. Mayfield keeps it himself. And this defense is going to win this round. They hold strong there in the middle, getting down right at the line. 4th down coming up. Just 1 quarter remaining in this one. It's Buccaneer football. They trail, but it's still within reach for them. Down in the fourth, offense staying out there for this. Running for it, here's Irving. They love this play. They're humbled and sent off the field here with loss of yards and a turnover on downs.
I think every analytics book out there said you got to go for it. You're in 4-down territory, down a couple scores here in the fourth. But now it's all about the defense. Can the defense come with a quick turnover or a stop to somehow, some way, spark a comeback?
Carolina about set to go once again offensively. They have played lights out on offense, scored their first 2 times out, Brock. A chance to go 3 for 3 and grow that lead here. So first and 10 now from the 30. Out of the gun, Young. He takes it in. Touchdown, Carolina. The Panthers have likely locked up the win right there. No doubt about it, Brock. That was a route they worked on in practice, and it manifested in a touchdown with the downs counted here.
Hey, no doubt about it, Kate. You grew up watching and celebrating Jerry Rice running backs.
Yes, sir. You know it. You know it.
He was so good at it. Every receiver can do it some of the time, but Jerry, the best of them, they do it all the time, just like that one right there.
This is Fitzgerald trying to tack on the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. The Panthers stretch their lead to 21. Now Fitzgerald on the handle to kick off. Johnson now on the return. And he's brought down just beyond. That 25-yard line. Tampa Bay ready to head out to the field. And the last time we saw them, Brock, they took a risk, went for it on their own half of the field, but it didn't work out. Tampa Bay bringing the offense to the line. It's first and 10. Mayfield with a blitz coming. That's on the quick hitter. And he's going to be out of bounds after about a yard there. Second down coming up. Now here's Mayfield. Take the field. Evans has it. And he's going to just get this across midfield before he's taken out of bounds. That goes as a gain of 25 yards and picks up the first.
Gosh, that is so demoralizing defensively. You do everything right, you draw it up right, you get double coverage, and yet you still can't take the ball away.
Ball's on the 48. Here we go. First down. Baker now. Finds out one slant. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
Look at this big old dude like him in the slot. It's an automatic disadvantage advantage. You trade a little bit of speed, sure. Sure, you get a lot of size. Anytime he's in the slot, you got to assume the ball's going his way.
Offensive line. This is second and 4. Evans, the motion man here. Mayfield to throw again. Back-to-back passes that should have been intercepted. Some great chances to take it away. Both of them dropped, Brock, and now they stay out there for third down. This goes for every player in every sport, Brock. Fatigue in the fourth quarter. So that can mean dropped interceptions just as much as it can mean a dropped catch, too.
And believe it or not, Kate, quarterbacks, they can get fatigued too.
Yeah.
Maybe not as much physically as their buddies running around and hitting them, but mentally, just get tired there as a passer. You start to assume that it's a dangerous place to play.
And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. 19-yard pickup, and that's going to move the chains.
Wait for him to a nice route catch to move the chains. There wasn't a whole lot not to like. Not that amazing play.
Coming to the line for another 1st and 10. Baker throwing again. That one is incomplete. Hang on for the contact.
You know what that route's called, right, Kate? O-T-B. Over the ball. And those are the ones you've got to hit. You've got to be able to play offense from the inside out. You've got to find a completion right there.
Still 10 to go. 2nd down now from the 23. Going again. It's Mayfield. Left right side, it's incomplete. Well, he already has himself one interception in this game, partner, and throws like that are going to find him another if he isn't careful.
Yep, those are the throws you want to intersperse and sprinkle into your passing game. Because if they become the norm and you're constantly thrown into coverage, that's when one pick becomes two becomes three, and on and on.
Here he goes, 3rd and long. They knock away another one. This free pass is Brock failing to connect. Brings us to 4th down.
You know, I say this all the time. You get down there to the red zone, and things happen so fast. Those windows close in a hurry. Quarterback's fortunate that it was one hand and not two hands that got on the football.
Down big, they're going to exhaust all options, it appears. The offense lining up to go for this. Desperation time here. Kobe finds him beyond the marker. And they come through to stay on the field. That is enough to set this offense up with a 1st and goal.
Part of the reason I leave you pregame, Kate, get down to that field and watch these guys throw and catch is I want to see their timing. I want to see their anticipation. That is picture perfect right there. A crossing route thrown that quickly tells me these two are on the same page.
Stick it in the air. Here's Mayfield. And he's going to have the Tampa Bay touchdown. The Buccaneers getting back to within 2 possessions. Baker Mayfield, the touchdown. Great play by the QB there, Brock. The play broke down. He didn't have much of a choice other than to escape and improvise. And in the end, turned out to be the best call it could be.
It is such a necessary tool in today's NFL for that QB put right in his tool belt, Kate. You know, in my day, you could be a blacksmith. Right? You could just do the job and stay in the pocket. Not anymore. You got to be an artist. And you got to be an artist that can create when things break down. And that's big time to get a touchdown out of it as well.
Roughlins extra point, they shot it good. And the Buccaneers getting back to a 14-point game. Well, this one's not quite over just yet. They've got 3 timeouts at their disposal, but really need to make the unexpected recovery here. Well, Brock, you can't blame him with how tough it is to recover an onside kick anymore. But he did hit it before it went 10 yards, so they had to throw the flag. Ball's on the 48. Here we go. 1st down. First down, straight up the middle. And they're on him to send him out right before he gets to that 30-yard line. That one goes for 17 yards and moves the chains.
Unlike that game, it just gives everybody a little bit more bounce offensively because you also know it set the table for them.
Set it downs for him from the 31. Set the tight end in motion. Going to the ground again on 1st. Second down's going to be a good bit tougher. He can't even get back to the line. This play loses yards. work with in this final quarter. Break the huddle. It's second down now. Shotgun snap down the yard. So that's brought in. This from they need 11 on second down. Nice work to toss them back. They make it third and short.
12 yards on the play. Leads to third down and
1. Offense headed to the line. Just need to punch it 40 yards to reset the downs. Gotta keep this one and go. He's fighting all he can, but won't get that final yard. They're gonna have fourth down coming up. That timeout taken by the Buccaneers, and that's their final one. And this could be an issue the rest of the way, with no way to stop this clock. On comes Ryan Fitzgerald, and the Panthers field goal team here on fourth down. It's a 38-yard look here. Fitzgerald sends this through, and that makes this a 3-score game.
I think you can call this one okay. This field goal makes it a 3-score game, and even the most improbable comeback.
Johnson with a return here. He's brought down to what looks like the 24-yard line. Buccaneer offense back out for another series. They really have the passing game clicking on that last touchdown drive, partner. We'll see if they stick with that or if they mix things up a bit on this series. Starting out with an empty backfield, Brock. Here they come. First and 10. Shotgun snap for Mayfield. Evans brings in the slant. And he'll go down after pushing this up to the 29.
That's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, makes second and third down a whole lot easier to manage.
5 still to go here. This is second down. Baker now from the gun. And the beat inside the 40. Get it down, but the damage is done. He gets down inside the 35-yard line. He finds 37 yards on the play to move those chains. We've hit the 2-minute warning here in Tampa. Buccaneers hoping to make it look a little better before time runs out. First down, here's Baker. Setting up the running back screen. And this is down to the 28 before the defense halts it.
Well, this is the type of game we've come to expect from him as a runner, toting the ball, but he's just as adept at turning the screen into the same kind of yardage, too.
After a good pickup, they've got second and 4. Once more, it's Mayfield. Played it over the middle. Bring it down to what he thought was a great game, but officials are saying he had some extra help. He got a flag down, and this might be a hold, partner. A game they were pretty happy with goes away via the penalty, and now we're going to wait to see how they respond. Mayfield now from the gun. It's made over the middle. Talking about a good game when they needed it. That's 13 on second down. Now only a yard to go here on third.
Sure, nice to see them looking for their tight ends in the passing game. Such great size to have out there. It really forces defenses to try to find a way to defend them along with everybody else.
Third is short. Mayfield. Balls out of the pocket play. Speaker good for it. And he's going to have enough for the first down. Not by much. He got it. That's all that matters. Sets him up with the first and goal.
You know, these are the type of plays that really get an offense going. This is a chance for QB to inspire the guys around him. Call his own number, carry his teammates to a first down on that big run, and it can suck the wind out of that defense.
Catches made in the edge. And he pushes it all the way to the goal line, but goes out at the 1.
sound like a broken record when I talk about timing, get the ball out on time and on rhythm. These outcuts, it is so imperative, and the best of them make it look oh so easy.
Now it's second and goal from the one. Keep pushing across. They make the stand. It looks like they might have stopped a little bit behind the line, too.
It's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. Making a short run, you're feeling good about yourself. With a negative play, well, now that was a critical third down.
Touchdown or bust for them here as they set up for third and goal. From the gun, midfield. And it's incomplete on third and goal. Great play defensively there to just get a hand in there and deny that touchdown.
That's exactly right. Active hands, an aggressive mindset. As a DB, you've got to assume that every throw is going to be intentional. If you're the last line of defense, the guy that's got to make the play on the ball, and he just did.
Desperation time here on fourth. And he's going to take this to the end zone for a Tampa Bay touchdown. The Buccaneers get it back to within 2 possessions. No hesitation on that throw. Got the guy he wanted right away, and he got it to him for the touchdown.
You know, it's great, Kate, to drop plays and have all sorts of different options, but it's even better when you don't have to get to your second read. His first broke open just like they planned, and that's 6 in the end.
McLaughlin attack on the extra point. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Buccaneers cut the lead down to 10. Time making this all but impossible, but they're going to try for the onside kick here anyway. And the Panthers recover the onside kick. That should lock up this win.
Hey, the numbers don't lie. The numbers tell you, Kate, time and again, it is so hard to recover these onside kicks. And when you got an opponent prepared for it, well, that makes it even more difficult.
Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on first down. Design keeper. So it's the Panthers who take this one on the road. And partner, I know you took down plenty of division rivals in your NFL days. Heck, your conference opponents back in Washington in your college days always makes the win a little bit sweeter when it comes against a rival, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's just a little bit more emotion. There just is. I mean, you try to keep every game level, and no opponent's bigger than the other, but familiarity does breed a little more contempt. If you can feel it today, that's why that W is a little bit sweeter.
So for Brock Ewart and all of our crew, I'm Kate Scott, wrapping up another edition of the NFL on EA Sports. The Panthers are winners. As with that, we sign off from Tampa.
Of the National Football League.
Inside of State Farm Stadium. Cardinals listening for the sound of their signature big red siren. The signals in the air brings them out to a sea of red here in Glendale. Tonight, a pair of AFC West rivals set to do battle. It's the Seattle Seahawks and the Arizona Cardinals. Here's Jason Myers to get this one going. And here we go on Monday Night Prime Time. Fielded at the 7. Gets across the 30 before he's brought down.
different shapes and sizes. Some are 5'10", some are 6'6". Some are better on the run, some are better in the pocket. Kyler Murray, he is not as smooth as the playmaking plays out. Noticing their total threat nature comes to life. That is when he is typically a defensive first game.
They get 37 on the play. And it'll be first down, Arizona.
I can assure you of one thing. That carry just brought some extra work in the opening quarter. You couldn't script that run any better.
Play action now. Murray. Right side cut by Higgins. And he's short of the first after a long game.
I can promise you that's one of those play-action plays they've left over the week or in practice. The quarterback and tight end went to bed last night thinking, man, I hope this one's called. And when it is, you have just a little space to operate. That play-action works beautifully. And the tight end, the beneficiary.
On second down, with Connor. And that's not what the offense side. They stick him for a loss. It's going to be third down.
Give some credit to the defense on that one. We don't see him get fooled into making the wrong read very often in the RPO. That's why the RPO, in fact, is part of their game to begin with. He normally makes the right call and do it there.
3rd and 6 for them to figure out now. The gun. Here's Murray. He's got the right, complete. And they have this well into the red zone now at the 15. They get 13 on the pickup. And that's a Cardinals first down.
That's what we call situational football. You spend all week working on your nickel passing game package to take advantage of third downs just like that.
First down carry for Connor. They're able to drive into Alden for pickup of 4.
You gain that kind of yardage in the run game, and you're going to gain the trust of the offensive coordinator. Plays like that, runs like that, set the table for everything else in the playbook.
So 8 of 5 on that first down. Let's see if they can repeat that performance now here on second. Operated from the gun. Here's Murray. Stays upright. He's going to score. It's an Arizona touchdown. The Cardinals take a 6-0 lead on the opening drive. It's a Kyler Murray touchdown. And this distance, a very dangerous player on any pass play because Brock, he's scanning the field to throw for the end zone. He's looking for an avenue to run into.
Okay, this is exactly why it's never been harder to play defense in the NFL. The precision and the execution of the passing game, the efficiency has never been better. But then when you do cover it up, you got guys like this who can scramble and make you pay with their legs.
On his Chad Ryland for the point after. Right down the middle, it's good. The Cardinals will jump out to a 7-0 lead. All set now for the kickoff. Ryland with the honors. Return coming from the 6. And this drive will start inside the 25. So now it's the Seahawks' turn to take the field for the first time. And bringing them out to one of the league's best stories from last season, wasn't he? Former number 3 overall pick, coming off that career-defining year, Sam Darnold.
If we'd have Sam Darnold coming out of USC as the 3rd overall pick in the draft, to write the story of his career, I don't think he would have written some of these chapters. But in the end, it makes you tougher. It makes you great. And playing quarterback in the NFL is a lot about that. Your ability to just withstand adversity and to continue to get up time after time after time. And Sam Darnold has shown that kind of perseverance.
Here's 1st and 10 from the 34. They'll empty the backfield and motion him out. 1st and 10, Darnold. He can run it. This one's about to lead well downfield from that line of scrimmage.
I don't ever want to be a defensive
so many things right to take away the pass, and then what happens? When you get a quarterback that lowers his head, gashes the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game. You take away the pass, but you can't stop it. Just keep running.
Good pass out wide. That tackle stops him after a solid game. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Kenneth Walker gets it for the first time. He's able to drive this to the 29 before the stop. 9 on that play, and it's enough for the first.
Easily had the yardage for a first, but he was hoping for a lot more. I think that tackle prevented something that's going to be a lot bigger than just a first down pickup.
And they've got themselves another 1st and 10. Play fake, Darnold. Gets it to the 15. They're going to stop him, but he got enough to make a 1st and goal from the 8.
I know the combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. That was the epitome of courage to make that income.
And they take it across the goal line. Touchdown, Seattle. The Seahawks finish off their opening drive. Kenneth Walker, the touchdown. No doubt about that one, Brock. They softened that defense up, that lengthy opening series, and then the front just couldn't stand up to the run as they reached the end zone.
Yeah, the numbers tell you, kind of just like baseball, you love home runs, you love explosive plays, but when you can play small ball, if you can keep that defense gasping on the field, you can often run it right down their throats in the red zone.
Now it's Jason Myers on for the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Seahawks start off well, tight things, 7-7. Now after tying this game up, they're all set to send her away. Here's Greg Dortch with the return. Making some progress here. Races past midfield. And they finally bring him down after a few run back into their territory.
I just love to see that. I love to see the momentum created out of the great special teams play like this one. Look at the little pounds on the front. Look at the little more juice this offense has now. Set up with great field position.
Second drive of the game upcoming for this Arizona offense. And the last time they had it, they ran it down the field on them. I'd expect some better resistance up front if they try that again. 1st and 10, Murray. Defense too much. The Seahawks drag him down. Nice work by the defense to start this drive out. It's a sack on the first play.
Pretty even match in this first half. You're just kind of waiting to see. Right? You just kind of try to get a feel for which defense is going to come to life. When you get that sack, that can go a long way to infusing some energy on that side of the ball.
Got his man, that's St. Jones. And he takes this one into the right zone before going out.
I know I can sound like a broken record when I talk about timing, get the ball out on time and on rhythm, but these outcuts, it is so imperative. And the best of them make it look oh so easy.
Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. Now Kyler. There's a screen. It's Connor. Spins out one stop. And they bring it down to the 18-yard line. That one ends up the gain of 6. And it'll be 1st down, Arizona.
This dude just simply got a nose for Walker no matter how they give him the ball. Okay, hand it to him, and he sniffed out that first down. Get it to him on a screen, and it's no different. He surges ahead and keeps this drive moving.
Play straight ahead. And you'll get quality gains on the run. And that also brings us to the end of this quarter. That's going to do it for our first quarter here on Monday Night Primetime. Both teams neck and neck so far. We'll return to State Farm Stadium in just a moment. About to begin the second here. The Cardinals definitely thinking points. On the gun, it's Murray. Score! Touchdown, Arizona! The Cardinals take a second quarter lead. It's a Kyler Murray touchdown.
That score, this is now a time where this defense can get on that sideline, look at each other and say, hey, we got to play this quarterback a whole lot more honest because he is doing damage with his legs.
Ryland now for the extra points. Extra point set right down the middle. The Cardinals break that tie and now lead by 7. All set now for the kickoff. Ryland with the honors. As they set the 6. Brought down what looks like the 24-yard line. The Seahawks taking the field for their second possession. It's a touchdown ball game right now, Brock. 14-7 as they start this possession. Seattle getting everybody 6. They've got 1st and 10. First play of the drive. It's Butler. Doesn't get much beyond the line. A yard at most. That was Max Melton who held him down there.
This offense is now left for some ground to make up a little bit here on second down. After that drive starts with a very minimal gain.
Get a better result than that last run. It's 2nd and 8. Staying with Walker. He's fighting good enough to gain about 4. It's 3rd down.
That run's not going to turn many heads, but at the end of the year, I promise you, if you average over 5 yards a run, you're going to be a Pro Bowler.
All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Here's Darnold. He's out for it. This one gets to the 33-yard line before it's stopped.
Just not much to do right there, whether you want to be running or throwing. Even if he scraped a positive gain out of it, but still a win for this defense.
Point down punt from the Seahawks, and that means we're going to see Michael Dixon head on to send it skyward. And a fair catch made here at the 17. The Arizona offense ready to get things going again. And that lead they've got, Brock, they are never going to have to worry about losing it. They keep scoring every time they touch this football.
Is that how it works?
It surprisingly is. You know, if you have the lead and you don't lose it, you win.
That time to start, well, you are all 17 games of the season, but you're lucky to get it more than once.
3 yards on the first down play, and that brings up 2nd and 7.
I know that may look like a whole lot of nothing burger on the stat sheet, but those are the kind of plays, that inside run, that you see creative play action come off of later in the game.
Here's 2nd and 7. That's on a quick hitter. Hits him for a gain of 6. He's up to the 26. Third down, 1 yard to go. Out to the 34, first track down. With 8 yards on the play. And that's a Cardinals first down. here from the gun. Takes out a one stop. He is hauled down right at that midfield strip. It's a great pickup, 16 yards, and now they've got first down.
You know, the elite running backs in this league, they don't just see what's right in front of them. You set up big runs like this because they see what's behind them. That's called extraordinary vision and extra yards.
Going to the ground again on first. It's around 6 there. Brought down by Mike Bullock.
Fans love the long ball in baseball. That's why they did the home run derby. But you know what, tough managers, they will tell you small ball can win too. Singles and doubles, you add them up, you can win a lot of baseball games. Football coaches will tell you, you get runs at that late, it may not be a home run, it may not score points, but it can do some serious damage.
They're going for action. It's Murray. Looking for a target. He's holding up. They're able to drop it. And that pushes them back. Third down coming up.
That looked like they're trying to bootleg out of some of this chaos, Kate, and unfortunately, well, he gets trapped right in the middle third, and you can't get to that space outside, you really do become a sitting duck in the middle of a broken play.
Play number 7 on this drive, and they need 7 here on third down. Here's Murray. That one is incomplete. Hit on through the contact. Trying to find Trayvon Bryan. So that brings up fourth down.
That took some force right there. That took some serious defensive effort to force the incompletion. You're not going to see a lot of guys ever let go of a football when they got a first down right in their midst. That force, that contact, separated man from ball.
Seahawks offense running out now. They were only on the field for 3 plays their prior series, Brock. Let's see what changes they make to take over here. Turner up for the action. Dump off to his fullback. This runs quickly headed in the wrong direction. First play sent down behind the line. Offense to the line for second down. Darnold looking to throw. Here's a screen out from Walker. Now over that screen. Didn't even get back to the line of scrimmage. The Cardinals decided to use the first of their 3 timeouts. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Defense looking to defend the marker on third down. From the gun, Darnold. He just gets rid of this one, but unfortunately, it's fourth down coming up.
There was almost no resistance offered in this rush. He came off the line ready to ball anything in sight. It was all the QB could do to get rid of that before he gets absolutely clocked.
Seahawks bring it out the punt team. Greg Dortch back to return for the Cardinals. He's just going to fair catch this one. That's brought in at the 39-yard line. I've had the Cardinals now on offense. They seem likely to carry the lead into the locker room, but some points here to end the half could make things even more comfortable. Murray here on first down. Running to all in Mark Jones. This one will get them into enemy territory. Getting stopped quickly. Catch moves into the 48. They'll lose the chains after that pickup of 12.
That is pretty darn impeccable timing between the two. They hit a curl route of that length. It takes great anticipation and precision by the quarterback. Receiver on the other end, finishing, doing his job.
Short pass ball in. And there's not going to be a score, but great effort. He's out of bounds inside the 10. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets them up with first and goal.
So head forward and find that space upfield to turn good play into a great play.
This one's caught. That was that for a short game.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move the forward, get some small yards on the field, quarterback's best friend, security blanket, it's big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
Here's second and goal from the 6. And it's ready to throw. Oh, again, it looks like a pick, but they drop it. A chance to steal it away in the end zone. They just can't finish the play.
Oh, that was such an opportunity lost. They were looking for a way out without giving up any points on the series. And instead, just couldn't quite hang on.
Murray, third and goal. Touchdown, Arizona. The Cardinals throw their lead just before halftime. Training pride and touchdown. So Ron, this offense looking sharp here in the first half as they extend their lead.
You know, when things are going well, sometimes you really just get in a groove. This is a unit that's putting pieces together.
Ryland now for the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Cardinals double their lead to 14. All set now for the kickoff. Ryland with the honors. Turning it from the 4. Speaks it up to the 25. Now we're getting a break in the action as one of the Cardinals is in some pain, and they'll be out to look at it. All right, working from the gun is Suggs. First and 10. It's an 8-yard pickup, and they're going to have 7-2 next. Seahawks calling for a timeout. They're first and 3. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
That is just a great drive starter. What every offense wants. Gives you a little bit of energy, a little juice. Now a really manageable second down.
After that little 8-yard scoops, here comes 2nd and 2. Motion out of the backfield left. From the 33 on 2nd down. Taking off into the game. He slides down with enough to pick up that first.
Honestly, that was the goal from the moment he took up. Kept his eyes locked on the chains. It's almost like he had a spidey sense. He knew exactly where to get in order to move the sticks and get that critical first down.
First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Darnold now to throw. Throws his own throw again. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down. Now Seattle going to call it second timeout. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left in this half.
They made something out of that play for them. Everyone's so concerned with defending the pass. They didn't quite keep tabs on what he was doing as a QB. They gave him just enough room to run.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Darnold. Oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Picked off on Will Johnson. And the Cardinals get the football back. Minimal time to go in our half. Oh, man, I'm going to hold my Parker back after this one. Captain Fundamental not happy that he didn't take the time to stop and get set before delivering that football. Gotta think that in part led to the turnover.
Yeah, Captain Fundamental because they couldn't run. Kind of like Tom Brady, right? But he's the essence of it. He's the GOAT. Why? Because he sets his feet. He's so fundamentally sound. The chance of interception so much higher when your fundamentals are no good.
It's okay, partner. It's gonna be okay. Here's Murray, first and 10. Going the out route complete. He drives this across midfield and down into enemy territory. Arizona goes ahead and calls its second timeout. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left in this half. After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the 47. He's going to pull this one down and run with it. Murray hits the ground safely, picking up the first down on that run. They're going to call a timeout. 3 seconds left. That means one last play in this half. This Cardinals field goal. It's a deep shot for him from that left hash. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. So a one-sided contest as we reach the break here. Let's head over to Scott Hansen for the EA Sports Halftime Report.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando studios. Scott Hansen with you for a quick recap of the first half, which has been strongly one-sided. This is heading towards blowout territory unless they can come from behind and get themselves a victory. Let's find out what happens in the second half. Let's go back out to the commentary team, Kate Scott and Brock Hewer.
Thank you, Scott. Great work there. We, on the other end, didn't have a great first half. Just hoping things get a little bit closer this time around as we get set for quarter number 3. All set now for the kickoff. Ryland with the honors. This one's fielded at the 40-yard line. And this drive will start inside the 25. So as we get set to begin the third quarter, it's the Seattle offense who's going to be out there first. In that first half, they just couldn't keep up the pace, but they're going to be the ones setting the pace here to begin this third quarter. Walker on first down. He's taken down, but not before he gets this one to the 41. They'll get 18 yards there. And the Seahawks will have a first down.
Just everybody gets to breathe. Things become so much easier when you start a drive. It's a like that.
Big shot to begin the drive has him up beyond the 40. Going up first. Here's Cardinals. For big yards on the right side. Some excellent work on this play. It takes him a while to get to him downfield.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs? You need only one. Move the chains. One play, keep driving that defense backwards.
Here's Darnold, first and 10. He's going to dump this one off to the fullback. Complete. And they get him right at the line of scrimmage.
And the defense was all over that throw. They would stop it right at the line. They could smell that one coming, and they sniffed it out in a hurry.
2nd and 10. We need to get some positive yardage here. Walker on the counter. He finds space in the red zone. And he gets all the way ahead to the 13-yard line. They get 18 yards out of it, and a new set of downs.
Having been in enough locker rooms at halftime, Kate, I know what the messaging was in there. Start the game out by sending a message. Doesn't matter you're trailing, run right at him, and go make a play.
First down, and they go right back to it. Solid gain on that play, Brock. That's 5 yards. It's going to be 2nd down.
I'm not kidding you, Kate. The run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15 plus at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards, and they just got very successful.
First down run gets him 6. So now it is 2nd and 4. Running with Walker again. Frederick gets to him right around the line. It's going to be marked as no gain. So Brock, that means 3rd down coming up.
The linebacker makes that tackle right in the middle of the field. All I'm thinking about right now, Kate's training camp, because
because that's a middle drill right there. That is textbook. What you do in training camp, coming to life when it matters.
Like the drive they've had, Brock, but they're up against it. 3rd and 5 now. Here's Darnold. And he will score. Touchdown, Seattle. The Seahawks cut into the lead coming out of halftime. Just a great effort there from him, Brock, to take it upon himself, embrace the initiative, and turn that drive into 6.
You know, Kid, there was a day when you were watching Steve Young, Randall Cunningham, and that felt like a bonus touchdown. But that's not today. It feels like every quarterback's going to be able to score, be a dual threat on the ground. It's part of an offense every single team relies upon.
Myers to add the VAT. The point after splits the uprights. And the Seahawks cut the lead down to 10. That lead trimmed just a bit, down to 10 points now as the kick is up and away. Here's a return from the 7. All right, and in the end, Brock, this is going to make it out to the 30. The Cardinals and running back James Conner heading back to the field. And unsurprisingly, Brock, a great day on the scoreboard so far for him. Has it with the advantage as we move through this 3rd quarter. 1st and 10 now from the 30. Murray on the play fake. He's moving up. They're able to drop him. After one play of this drive, might already be in trouble. It's going to push him back for 2nd down.
Okay. I think we know that the quarterback's a demanding position because not only do you have to have a clock in your head, but you've got to have a spatial awareness of where you're on the field. And once you start retreating, going backward and backward and backward, you got to just sling the ball in the stands. Otherwise, you take a huge negative sack like that.
So after the sack, quite the situation they find themselves in. Here comes 2nd and 22. Another try following the sack. Early left, buying some time.
This is one of those occasions that it looks so promising when you take off as a quarterback. And then you're reminded just how fast these defenses are in the NFL. Couldn't quite move the chains, but it wasn't for a lack of trying.
So now here's 3rd and 5. Operating from the gun, here's Murray. And we can pick for it on the ground. It'll go down and we'll say right at the 39-yard line.
Well, this is in every quarterback's tool belt. Even the ones not regarded as the best movers and shakers. But Kate, to play QB in the league today, you've got to be able to do this. If you've got nobody open, still get some positive yards with your legs.
The Cardinals after the punt. And this is the 2nd time he's been brought on to kick it. It's his return to the 16. And he's brought down before the return gets far. The Seahawks start heading down, and we'll see Kenny Walker. Their last drive contained a heavy dose of the ground game, a little old school dominance on the way to a touchdown. Brock, let's see if they stick with it or if they go aerial this time around. 1st and 10, Darnold. Is it moving up? They're able to drop it. And the ground begins with a rough 1st step there. That's going to bring up 2nd down.
Terrific zone coverage. Wallpaper, sideline to sideline. QB's got 2 options. Wait for a hole open or tuck in a run. Shows formula that the pass rush showed up or any throwing lane did.
Things not looking good after that sack. 15 to go here on 2nd down. Trying again following the sack. As he gets that scoring move. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs.
You know, Kid, we often talk about
flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt, or an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position. By hitting on that shot, you've totally flipped the field, the tone of this drive.
Running back sets in motion. He's caught. Here's that shot. Good reaction to the RPO. They're going to get to him behind the line.
He specializes in salvaging broken plays out the backfield, but even he couldn't get anything out of that one, Gabe. That defense, they were all over it.
Back to the line they go. It's second down. And a gun. Here's Darnold. Complete to Horton. And he's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. Big gain, 14 on the play. And it sets up Seattle with first down. All right, we reach the final quarter of Monday Night Prime Time. It's the Seahawks with possession, needing to erase that deficit in a hurry. First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. Give up the gut to Walker. Rob for the first guy here in the game on that first down run.
Big man up front said, not in my house. Let me tell you, okay, once you're in the grasp of one of those big old fellas on the D-line, you're done. They would say it on the East Coast like this, it's over. Over.
Nothing doing on the last run. It's second and 10. Throwing here, Darnold. He's got all the way up. And they bring him down around the 34. They're down at 4 now. This is the 7th play of this drive. Here's Darnold to throw. Oh, he's going to run for it. Otherwise, they avoids contact. Sliding down there, and that play's good enough for a first.
When a play breaks down, once in a while, you got to be able to make a play with your legs. His offense counts on that ability to evade pressure and occasionally make plays just like that one.
They have themselves another first and 10. Now Darnold. This one's going to hit the ground. To be incomplete. Looking for a running back there. And send it back to the drawing board now for second down.
That play right there, Kate, that just goes to show you, you can't take any completions for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game.
We'll try something else from the 27 this time. Second and 10. Keeping it on an option to the right. Driving across the 15-yard line. And he's taken down just in time at the 2. They rip off a big chunk of field, and it sets him up with first and goal.
And just in case this offense didn't have enough to contend with, now you got to worry about a quarterback that can do what he just did. Took the ball himself for a big run.
Going jumbo set on this first and goal. Running for it, it's Walker. And he's in for the touchdown. The Seahawks make it a 4-point game here in the 4th. Kenneth Walker, the touchdown. It's what every player who scores a touchdown wants to do, Brock. He wants to get right back there and put another 6 on the board.
I've never met an NFL player content with one end zone trip in a game.
Nope.
Yeah, if you're content, you're not making it to this league. You get one, you're instantly thinking of another, and the fortunate few are able to actually deliver on it.
They can check on one more now, bring things back to within a field goal. And he connects there, so now another kick from him, a field goal. Tie this game to the 4th. and it's away. Just a 3-point game now. George snap, return it. Spot down at what looks like the 24-yard line. The Cardinals and running back James Conner headed back to the field. And he just keeps on catching passes here in the second half. It seems like we're going to remember his work there from this game more than what he's done from the backfield. Ready to start this drive with Conner. They blow up the opening play of this drive. Love the aggressiveness from this defense.
Well, they're hoping to get outside and beat those guys at the second level. Well, someone from the second level came to beat him on his turf. And that meeting didn't go so well.
They were 3 yards the wrong way to start this drive out. Here's 2nd and 13. From the gun, it's Murray. Underneath here for Conner. And they blocked out along the 25-yard line.
These running backs today, they are so versatile. It doesn't matter if they're running it or in this case, same principle applies on routes out of the backfield. You don't get somebody close to him, that throw is headed his way.
Drive entire straights. It's 3rd and 9. He's back to throw. Buys time, rolling right. Now he takes it. He's brought to a stop. They found plenty of room there to run. Looks like we'll have a pause here. An injured Cardinal out there, and it's a pretty obvious pain after that play. First and 10, ball set up at the 48. Play action now, Murray. Now here he goes again. They get there to take him down right around the 41.
Tick. You know, his internal clock right there told him it was time to escape. A good thing he listened to it. He was able to make something out of nothing and at least move them forward.
2nd and 3 now. From the 41. Screen, it's Conner. They come through with a big stop there. Got him down for a loss as they keep fighting back here in the 4th. The Seahawks calling for a timeout. So they're 1st and 3. They still have 2 to work with in this final quarter. The Hawks dialing up the nickel D here. 3rd down. They'll motion him out of the backfield. Looking to throw. Still has some space inside the 35. And finally, they're able to stop this play from getting any more yards. Now Seattle going to call it 2nd timeout. And with another one gone, they're going to have just 1 remaining in this game. What a spot for a big play, huh, Brock? It has it well into the red zone now with 1st and 10. Same time, let's see it again. And he'll be taken down to the last possible moment. He's at the line. Now the Seahawks are going to spend their 3rd and final timeouts. And this could be an issue the rest of the way with no way to stop this clock. All set up for an insurance score here. It's 1st and goal. Trying to run it in. Some defensive initiative in that goal to go. Brock, they take it down behind the line. 2nd and goal coming up.
This is one of those situations, Kate, where I watch the body language of the running back because it'd be very easy for him to raise his hands up, look to the sideline of his O-line and go, what am I supposed to do there? There was nothing, no
time at all to try and escape and react. Instead, it goes backwards.
Again, this is headed the wrong way. He's closed in off the loss. It's the 2-minute warning from Glendale. Cardinals only up by a few. Big play coming up here as everyone gets set for 3rd and goal. Back to throw it. And it's incomplete on 3rd and goal. Nearly an interception on that play. And that brings up 4th and goal.
That was it. That was their chance to escape this series. They were looking for a way out without giving up any points. That was their ticket off the field. Unfortunately, just couldn't quite hang on.
It's a very important field goal for Chad Ryland. High percentage look for him here from the left hash. Tracking for it, and it's good! And now their lead will push out beyond the field goal.
So after that makes a field goal, won't cost them the lead, but a touchdown still ties it. Likely, probably puts them down a point. Okay, this is one of those moments where the defense now has clarity. They know what the stakes are, what they have to defend.
Turn coming from the 6. Escapes a defender. In the end, he's able to get into what used to be a touchback. Gets at the 25-yard line. The Seahawks and Sam Darnold headed out for their next shot on offense. And you may as well call him a constant headache that this defense has had to deal with all game long. In a game plan to slow down his passing work, it's been his rushes that have really broken the spirit of this unit. Back to throw. Jump clock caught on his back. Space past the 35. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down.
That's just so good. I mean, that is teaching tape right there. It's what you want your guys to do. To not just catch it and fall down, but have a plan. Yes, you got to catch it first, but then have a plan to go attack. Be aggressive. Get those yards after catch. That is a job well done.
He is to throw. And then into his running back, Walker. And he takes it in. Touchdown, Seattle! The Seahawks find a way to tie it late. Kenneth Walker, the touchdown. So was touchdown or bust here on this drive, Brock? A field goal wouldn't have done it, but they get the score they needed, and now a critical extra point forthcoming.
And now what I love, the pressure shifts to the other sideline. They do have some time left on the clock, and remember, all they're going to need is a field goal to go out and steal this one in the end.
Now the kick team has to steal away the lead with a point after. And he gets the extra point, and that kick gives him the 1-point lead right near the end of this game. Here's Myers now to handle the kickoff. George now to return it. And in the end, he's able to get into about the 25-yard line before he's hauled down. The Arizona offense about set to get going here. And this pressure has been playing volleyball in this 4th quarter, partner. That touchdown just serves it over their way. Now they need a touchdown to return serve, put it back on the other sideline.
Yeah, I like what you did there. And I'll keep the analogy going. We're in the final set. It almost feels like a score drive.
It's forced out of bounds after picking up about 7.
Kate, if there was one throw in the game plan that kept me up at night more than any other, it was an out route versus zone coverage. Because you got to throw with anticipation. You also got to make sure those defenders' eyes are reading you like a book.
Look to throw it. Flick it over the middle. And this one makes a beautiful. They're going to get it forward to the own 45. The Cardinals decided to use the first of their 3 timeouts. And they still have 2 available for them as we approach the end of this game. Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. Sanders to pass. He'll dump this one off to his running back complete. And it's goes across midfield and into Seahawks territory. Arizona goes ahead and calls a second timeout. And they're still going to have one left at their disposal. Second and 3 now. To the air, Murray. That's on the quick hitter. Solid gain there. Gets him across the 45 before he goes out. 5-yard gain on the play. And it'll be first down, Arizona.
There's no routes on the old proverbial route tree cake that takes more trust than throwing an out route. You're throwing it to a spot and believing your guy can get there.
And it's ready to throw. Defender runs right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. He's going to get into Marvin Harrison Jr. there. And that'll bring up second down.
The defender's not going to be thrilled the catch was almost made on his watch, but more importantly, he breaks it up. Gives him a chance to do a little jawing after the play. Lets the other guy know he roughed him up and cost him that catch.
On second and 10, it's Murray. This one quickly to Harrison. And he's taken down at the 30. 13 on that play. And that's a Cardinals first down. Well, that right there is about the best you can hope for against double coverage. Good chunky yards, and more importantly, Robert, don't get burned taking a risk.
Yeah, it's really the defense that gets burned, and that is just demoralizing. You got double coverage, you got what you want, and two guys can't stop one.
Escapes the pocket. Will not get any further. Little progress already. And the offense going to take its third and final timeout. And now they're powerless to stop that clock with a timeout at least.
First and goal at the 7-yard line.
It's a very important field goal for Chad Ryland. It's only a chip shot from the right hash. That one is good! And they're going to take the lead inside the final minute.
I know that was a kick he could make in his sleep, but with the game on the line, he delivered.
All set now for the kickoff. Ryland with the honors. And this is going to be a touchback, Brock, so we'll see what they decide to do in the final seconds they've got left here. Here's Darnold, first and 10. Finds him over the middle. And they're going to bring him down just a moment before he's able to break it across midfield. So the Cardinals fight to a win here at home. And there was no easy up. It took some white knuckling until the very end, but their defense carried that small lead through to the finish line as they escape with a victory. With Rocky Orton and I, entire crew, I'm Kate Scott. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. It's a win for the Cardinals as we say so long from Glendale. Jackson. Monday night prime time is underway. He fields it from the 8. He drops one defender. He's going to make this to the 28 before going down. For the Broncos offense, getting set for their first drive. And Brady the Mounds. He was a rookie last season when he took the Broncos to the playoffs for the first time in 9 years. Now a sophomore. It's Bo Nix.
Those Denver Broncos have been looking for the next quarterback after Elway and Manning. And it was a dark period until Bo Nix stepped into the fold. He led all rookies in passing yards, touchdowns. That was 29, by the way. And he finished 3rd for Rookie of the Year. The Broncos, they found their quarterback.
Looking to throw right away. He's back, J.K. Dobbins. And he's tackled for no gain.
He specializes in salvaging broken plays out of the backfield, but even he couldn't get anything out of that one, Kate. That defense, they were all over it.
2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Now Nix. Turns out the screen. Dobbins. They're all over that screen. They can get back to the line of scrimmage.
Jake, that's one of those situations as a quarterback. On my grade sheet, that's a negative. That screen was ambushed by the defense, and you've got to throw it away. Just find a way to put it at his feet and not create a negative play for your offense.
This offense looking to convert as they come up on 3rd down. Shotgun snap to Nix. Runs this one up, looking to the right side. That one is incomplete. And out through the contact. Flipping through Brock. That certainly wasn't in the offense's opening script, but if you're a defender, just how you wrote it up.
Yeah, defensively, that was a week of practice of play they visualized and executed in real time.
On 4th down, Broncos going to call on Jeremy Crawshaw here to punt. Charlie Jones on the Bengals return. He's brought down before the return gets far. Here are the Bengals now as they get set for their opening drive. They'll be led by the 7th-year pro from your alma mater, Brock, the University of Washington. It's quarterback Jake Browning.
Jake, if there's an adjective to describe Jake Browning's career in the NFL, I'd have to say grit. He's been on practice squads. He's bounced around different teams and different systems. He waited a half-decade in this league, persevered before he got his shot, and he made the most of it. People on Montlake will tell you, well, just like they said in Folsom when he was in high school in California, he may not throw it the farthest or the furthest, but he has such tremendous ability.
This goes across midfield in the Broncos territory.
You know, Kate, they always say that it's a clock. You know what it's more like? It's more like an alarm. Especially in situations like that. It's a good thing you woke up to it, able to make something out of nothing, and at least keep it moving forward.
Fall forward, and I think you've got this first down, Brock. It's 2nd and inches. From the 48. The Jets got it away before they hit, but the pass winds up incomplete. It's going to be 3rd down.
That's what I call complimentary defense right there. That pressure by the group up front, that leads to the incompletion and to the benefit of that secondary.
Pass didn't work on 2nd. Let's see how that affects this 3rd down. He has it on the QB sneak. Not even ready for that sneak, weren't they? They stopped him at the line. No gain.
Kate, is there a simpler play in football that's come to life more than the QB sneak? We see all different varieties now, but it has become so darn effective. When you got a tough QB, wants to put it on his shoulders, you sign him for it.
Let's get to the game here. Chase Brown. And that is exactly what they were after, Brock. A good 8-yard run there on 1st down.
That's a run that will take the result in the NFL every time. Nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know, and you may come back to, because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, really put your back to the defense.
Shotgun, here's Browning. Throwing deep for the end zone. Had the window to go deep, but just couldn't make it happen. Now it's 3rd down. We're seeing this more and more these days. Mixing some deep looks into that opening script. Brock test all levels of the secondary. we can see he made the catch. He definitely has possession, but did both of those feet hit down in the end zone?
Yeah, get that zoom button ready to go. Get the magnifying glass. Was there any green right between his feet in that end line? That's what they're going to be looking for in the replay booth.
So the decision to throw that challenge flag works out well for Zach Taylor. Evan McPherson on to try the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And the Bengals will jump into a 7-0 lead. Here's McPherson on to handle the kickoff. Return starts at the 9. Takes out a one stop. Coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Denver offense taking the field for their second try. They didn't start the game off like they wanted, Brock. Still searching for that opening first down as they take the field a second time. Offense in the shotgun set as they line this up. 1st and 10. We get it on the ground here with Dobbins. Top of the field, picks up 40 to get his run.
That is simply a stay on schedule kind of run. Nothing more, nothing less, just right on schedule.
First down run, now to 5, now 2nd and 5. Running it again with Dobbins. He's tackled with a first down yardage.
You know, coach gets in that QB's headset, probably told his offense and his QB, listen, I don't want to see a 3rd down on this possession. Or something kind of like that. Whatever version he told him, it worked.
Set it down for him at the 38. Right on first down, Nix. Ball and defender left at the exact same time there. And now it's 2nd down.
I love that. I love that defensively right there. It's about the only thing you can do to the tight ends at this level. You have got to disrupt them. You have got to match their physicality with even more physicality and enforce an incompletion.
On 2nd down, here's Dobbins. They ran up on right into traffic and went nowhere as a result. It's going to be 3rd down.
Sometimes you just feel like in the background of every home run is a bigger play. Just needed one more component. Get that extra block a little longer. Find the lane quicker. The defender maybe a half step late. This could have been much, much more exciting.
3rd down, here's Nix. And Bengals are 2 bucks. They take him down. And the defense comes through to back them up ahead of 4th down.
Sometimes I wish everybody could feel what that feels like. When you're a QB and you just feel the air in the pocket getting sucked out and you know there's no escape, it can be just one heck of a deflating feeling. Not for that defense. Puts a sack on the board.
Here comes the Broncos punting unit. And this will be his 2nd effort of the contest. Before that return bounce to Rocks, they bring him down. The Bengals all set to go for their 2nd try. And they take the field exactly where they want it to be, Brock. Up a touchdown early, with the home crowd a little quieter than normal.
I'm not gonna lie, you
Kate, I think most quarterbacks, competitors love playing on the road when they do just this, just quiet them. By turning them against their own team, they were quiet after that opening touchdown. You score another one, you're going to start to murmur and might even hear a few bluebirds.
Good starting field position awaits the Bengals as they get set for 1st and 10. The Browns start the drive. He's going to get this one open enemy territory to the 47. Big gain, 14 on the play. It'll be 1st down, Bengals.
Simply put, Kate, that is a drive starter extraordinaire.
Football on that 47-yard line, 1st down. Running from the gun. That's another quick hitter. And he showed the first after a long game.
We saw his guys pick up the blitz. He felt them pick it up anyway. We weren't looking at him. But with their effort on his behalf, I think this QB felt owed to them. The group up front to find somebody to get a completion, so that effort up front wasn't in vain.
2nd and 3 now. Play fake, Browning. It's made by Chase Brown. And that short gain is enough for him to set it down.
It sure seemed like he knew exactly where he was going with that right off the snap.
Markers reset, ball at the 37. From the gun, they get to Brown. Breaks the tackle, Green grabs the head. He's forced out of bounds after picking up about 7. Later on, gets him 7. That brings up 2nd and 3.
Some backs are easier to tackle than others. Some, well, they just choose violence. They look for those opportunities to bust through tackles and keep those legs pumping.
We're through one on Monday Night Prime Time. 7-0 is our score. We'll get you back to Mile High after this. Time for our 2nd quarter. It'll be Bengals football to begin. They'll have 2nd down as they look to continue this good drive. Complete out to the right. And they get this all the way down to the 16-yard line. They get 14 on the play. And it sets up a Cincinnati 1st down.
I know the combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. That was the epitome of courage to make that in cut, make the catch.
1st down from the red zone. That's Kingsland to Gesicki outright. And they get out just before he can move those chains, Parker. It's a gain of 9 on 1st down.
Sure nice to see them looking for their tight ends in the passing game. Such great size to have out there. It really forces defenses to try to find a way to defend them along with everybody else.
Only need about the length of the football. You can touch more on the 2nd and inches. Brown on the inside give. They stop him just in time. He got back to the line, but denied the yard they needed. 3rd down coming up.
When you rush the passer, it's kind of like tracking down a runner. That same pass, same athleticism comes to life. He looked pretty good hunting his prey right there.
Here comes play number 8 of the drive, 3rd and 1. He's going to keep this one. They sent him right up the gut, but he wasn't able to get anywhere. The defense braced for impact, and they made the stop. It's 4th down.
It's weird to say, it certainly won't show up on the stat sheet, but we'll give a lot of credit to that runner. Even though it didn't gain a yard, it actually took a heck of an effort just to get back to the line of scrimmage.
On 4th down, out comes the Bengals field goal team and Evan McPherson. This from just 23 yards away. McPherson's kick is good. And that one was beautifully struck. It goes right down the middle.
That's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is the kicking team was out there for a field goal and not an extra point.
On the handle the kickoff. Marvin Mims now to return it. He's brought down just inside the 25. this opening half, we haven't seen much in terms of yardage.
You know, it's like they've written a few lyrics, but nowhere close to a song yet.
All right, Denver getting everybody set. They've got 1st and 10. There's the fake. Here's Nix. He's keeping it. And finally, they're able to stop this play from getting any more yards.
That's good. Denver goes.
Obviously, a defense wants to take away all the reads and prevent any kind of big throw for the first down. Fine. Well, this QB, he'll just lower his head and gash the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game.
Next down, 1st and 10. Running plays with McDonald's. And he maybe got back to the line there, but no further.
Defense all over that throw. You could just smell it. They just smelled that football coming their way, and that's as good as an incompletion. They're going to be in a good spot for 2nd down coming up.
2nd and 10. We need to get some positive yardage here. Inside the yard to Dobbins. And looking at the lines, limit the game to a yard. Made by Demetrius Knight.
Now, be this group's job watching the film to find all these players. The ones that amount to really very little statistically and identify what was needed to just think them a little bigger, stretch them further. Afterthought plays now, they could be the big gains of next week.
3rd long from here. Just got it away before the hit mark. It doesn't matter. It's incomplete. 4th down coming up.
That is just a nice stretch of some reps there defensively. Really one of the areas when you watch college games and the NFL game that there is a vast difference. That's the tightness of coverage. These windows of opportunity are small. They could not find a completion.
Jeremy Crawshaw out once again, punting away. And this one skips out of bounds and will be marked inside the 30. Cincinnati just about set for its next offensive possession. And their last drive did end in points. Not as many as they wanted, though. They had to settle for that field goal despite advancing the football pretty well. Bengals getting set, Brock. Here comes 1st and 10. Here he goes on the bootleg. Finds Brown right side. And it was tackled after gaining a handful.
That is a textbook 1st down completion. Sits at 2nd and very manageable. He needs space to take that shot downfield.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the 32. Steps up and he's running with it. And he will manage a little before being forced into a slide, as that's going to chip something off this upcoming 3rd down.
That is quarterback play 101. Maybe not the first chapter of it, but man, is that important. Getting downfield, get what you can with your legs, that most importantly, protect yourself. Get down and don't take any extra contact.
And he'll get that enough for a 1st down.
Everybody understood the assignment right there. For one guy, the quarterback will get the snap and make the marker. For the other 10, drive like mad, push like crazy, and create that space for the 1st.
That brings us to the 2-minute warning here at Mile High. The Bengals trying to add to their lead. Markers reset, ball at the 37. 1st down throw. Here's Browning. He's keeping it again. He slides down with enough to pick up that 1st.
Okay, back in the day, we had a slip and slide in practice for moments just like that. Actually practicing how to slide and get out of harm's way. Nice gain on the play. And denied that defense yet another chance to take a shot on it.
To the air, Browning. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to charge loose into are chasing's looking for there. And it sets up second down.
It just kind of feels like they met their match with this defense. So many plays, they just kind of ended the way they were drawn up. Fortunately, well, their defense is doing the same. You really feel like which offense can get in the rhythm is going to find a way to win this game.
Rolling left, buying some time. And this one's brought to an end well downfield from that line of scrimmage.
I don't ever want to be a defensive coordinator. They do so many things right to take away the pass, and then what happens? When you get a quarterback that lowers his head, gashes the defense with one of the biggest runs of the game. You take away the pass, but you can't stop the QB run.
A new set of downs forthcoming. It's 1st and 10. Throwing is Crowdy. And he just gets rid of it. Doing a couple of plays left. Didn't want to take a risk there on 1st down.
Keith, that was one of those situations where you hear the quarterback come up the clock, right? You know, he had enough time in the pocket. But then it was like, okay, time is running out. I got to do something. Did not force a throw and risk a pick. Instead, he just got rid of it and cut his losses.
2nd and 10 now. Browning. Falls to the ground out left, incomplete. Couldn't find Jamar Chase on that throw. And things look tougher now with 3rd and long.
Fairly safe to say is that one falls incomplete this first half so far. It's not at the standard they set for themselves.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Now it's Browning. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hand off through the contact.
That took some force right there. It took some serious defensive effort to force the incompletion. I didn't see a lot of guys ever let go of a football. They got a 1st down right in their midst. You got to force that contact to separate a man from the ball.
On 4th down, out comes the Bengals field goal team and Evan McPherson. He hit his first one. His second one's coming from inside of 40. McPherson's kick is good. That will add to their score.
One of the areas that kickers and quarterbacks are similar, they want to get into rhythm. No better way to feel good. Get into that rhythm. Start a game 2 for 2 as a kicker.
Here's McPherson on to handle the kickoff. Return coming from the 6. Decent run back to the end as they bring him down inside the 30. The Broncos get the football. Not a lot of time left in the half. They can use something to trim that deficit, and enough time left to make it now. It's 1st and 10. It's from the gun. And it's Marvin Mims. And he will have this across that 40-yard line before they manage to stop him. We have a timeout called by the Broncos. That's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
1st and 10 at the 43-yard line.
A jolt to start that drive. They're up near the 45-yard line. Nick's with it on 1st. He's going to take it and run. He's going to take this down to the opposing 44. Denver calls the second of their 3 timeouts. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half.
As much as you like to find a completion and get the ball out of your hands, when the play breaks down, you got to be able to make a play with your legs. His offense counts on his ability to evade pressure. Occasionally make plays just like that.
On 1st down, it's Nicks. So, man, that's Cortland Sutton. He's taking it out of bounds as he gets it down near the red zone. A big play, 23 yards to move those chains.
Hey, I can't tell you how good that is. Anticipating the outcut, having the ball on the way before the receiver's head even turns, puts it on him, so that receiver can easily get out of bounds for the nice gain.
They'll motion him out of the backfield. And Sutton with back-to-back catches. And they take him out of bounds, which means his offense set up for first and goal.
Sure seems like he knew exactly what he wanted. He got it right where he wanted to with the ball out of the snap.
4 downs now to get in. Here's first and goal. From the red zone now. Getting close. This one's stopped at the 3-yard line. Now a timeout taken by the offense, and we're going to see if they try for 2 plays here or just try the field goal right now.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
So from the 3, here's second and goal. Once more, it's Hicks. And he gets it. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos get their first points of this game just before halftime. Managed that clock beautifully down to the final moments, Brock, and he get the score just before halftime.
That doesn't change the theme of the halftime speech, but I guarantee you it adds some enthusiasm to the tone. That was awesome.
Will Lutz now on for the extra point. The Blue Packers splits the upright. And the Broncos get it back to within 6. Time left for maybe a return plus a play here as they send this away. And it looks like we're going to have time for one more play here, Brock, as this one goes for a touchback. Probably looking at our final snap of the half here on first down. He'll throw it. Trying to lay this one in deep down the right side. This finish on the half really not connect. Falls incomplete. No time remaining in our first half.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando studios. Scott Hansen with you for a quick halftime report. We'll let both sides catch their breath and get their orange wedges as we're going to get ready for the third quarter action. So let's go back out to the stadium as we rejoin our broadcast team, Kate Scott and Brock Ewer.
Big thank you to our guy Scott Hansen and the game down in Orlando. Close one here, Brock, as our second half gets underway. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. JP Ryan on the return. And this drive will start inside the 25. Here comes the Cincinnati offense for the first drive of our second half. And they take a field in good but not great shape, Brock. They've got that lead, but no doubt they'd love to see it grow.
Yeah, just having the lead does take some pressure off. Doesn't change the sense of urgency. It's always on tilt in the NFL, but it should allow them to operate a little more freely.
All right, working from the gun to start. First and 10. Shotgun. Here's Browning. Played it over the middle. And he's taken it after a very productive effort there, Brock, up to the 40-yard line. 16 yards on the play. And it'll be first down, Bengals.
I may love watching a great thrower, but I love watching a thrower that I'm to repeat. Make that guy think and try to stack him only to drop your hips and come right inside. Some good work. Help reset those chains.
Caught by his feet. And he'll get this up to his own 44. Shot down by the first-time All-Pro, Nick Bonito.
That's a pretty similar result to a first down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, makes second and third down a whole lot easier to manage.
2nd and 6 coming up here. Running from the gun. Left side, caught by Higgins. And he's going to be drugged down. Looks like at that 37-yard line. A 19-yard pickup, and that's going to move the chains.
Good offenses, take good play callers, know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted them. They wanted them to route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, then go to work after him.
They are throwing it again. It's out of trouble. But there's too much pressure, and he's brought down. And the big play drives the backward. 2nd down coming up.
That right there is one of the biggest differences between the NFL and college game and the high school Pop Warner game. Because when you break away from a sack at those lower levels, big things happen. But at this level, this big boy league, just because you get out of one guy's arms doesn't mean you're safe anytime soon.
Rough start to this set of downs. Now 14 to go on 2nd. Putting one of the tight ends in motion right. Counter play. Brown. He takes it ahead for about 4 yards. It's 3rd down.
Fans love the long ball in baseball. It's like they had a home run derby, but you know what? Talk to managers, people tell you small ball can win too. Singles and doubles, you add them up, you can win a lot of baseball games. Football coaches will tell you, you get runs at that late, it may not be a home run, it may not score points, but it can do some serious damage.
On 3rd down, Browning. That one's too far in front of him, so now they're facing 4th down.
You know, when we were growing up in the backyard, calling alligators, 1 alligator, 2 alligator, 3 alligator. You needed another alligator in order to get that ball off. Credit the defense for forcing the completion.
On 4th down, out comes the Bengals field goal team and Evan McPherson. It's a 52-yard attempt from the left hash. And this kick is good. He needed to get all of it there, and he did. And that'll make it a 2-score game.
So many of these players on the field, they just strive for consistency, but not the kickers. They strive for perfection, and so far, just that.
Here's McPherson on to handle the kickoff. As this at the 6. Skates in the bender. Decent field position to begin with. Lucky Stanfield just beyond that 30-yard line. Denver set to take the field on offense. They were able to say mission accomplished on their last series, finding that end zone. But the work, now it starts all over again right now.
And you know this game from our years together of doing this. I'm a firm believer of call until they stop it. Doesn't mean you have to innovate right away. Call the same plays until they stop them because they proved last drive they couldn't.
They've got first down from the 31. Out of the gun, it's Nix. He finds Ingram, looking downfield here. He's going to just get this across midfield before he's taken out of bounds. They managed 22 on the rim and a first down.
That's a pro throw right there. That is one heck of an experienced catch. He made sure to secure the ball, but he also knew exactly where the sideline was to get both feet down.
They take the hands off. Now Nix. Nix on the crosser. They get this gap to 28. That play was for 19, and then it's in the downs.
Those routes across the field become oh so dangerous. The longer that play progresses, it gives him more time to get free, wiggle away from that man-to-man coverage. Enough time, it's almost inevitable. He'll find enough space for a completion.
Throwing on first down, Nix. With the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
As that pass falls to the ground, you can just sense their desperation, just kind of oozing out of them. Running out of time to start connecting on more of these, really break open the scoring in a way they just have not been able to do so far.
Second down, here's Nix again. He's going to pull this one down and run with it. And he's trying to use that for gain close to 5 drive. He'll bring up third down.
I love that. I mean, that's quarterback 101. Nothing downfield. Get what you can with your legs, but so much more importantly, protect yourself. Availability, one of the most important abilities for any quarterback.
Nix on third down. He has the first over the middle. One more step for the score. He's stuck with the 2. It's a gain of 21 yards to pick up that first down.
It sure seems like he knew exactly where he was going with that before the snap. That's a pre-snap decision that led to a post-snap first down.
This offense in position now. It's first and goal. Dobbins. He won't get in. The daylight was there for just a second. They closed just in time to keep him out. It's going to be second and goal.
I get it on first and goal. Right? A lot of teams like to be conservative and limit risk. Even if a run is stopped short, you still got 2, sometimes 3 downs to play with.
Now it's second and goal from the 1. It's Dobbins. This is headed the wrong way. He's closed in on for a loss. That's the rookie from Texas A&M who took him down.
Okay, it's amazing how fast these guys are on the field and how fast your fortunes can turn. Second and short run, you're feeling good about yourself. The negative play, well, now comes a critical third down.
On the 5-yard line after the loss, third and goal. Throwing here, Nix. Looks like about 4 yards on that third down. Not enough for the first, but definitely enough to consider going for here.
All you can do is shake your head sometimes. Sure, the pass play works. They come up just an inch or 2 short for the first down.
than a yard, all that's needed on 4th and goal. Here we go with Dobbins, and he's aiming for the touchdown. The Broncos start the second half with some needed points. J.K. Dobbins with the touchdown. Well, he took a gamble, and it paid off with a touchdown on 4th and goal.
And to do it on the ground, and that's a confidence builder. Confidence builder for the big guys up front. Confidence builder for the running back to win at the line of scrimmage. And frankly, Kate, the confidence builder for this fan base that loves coaches being aggressive and going for it on 4th down.
Extra point try now from Lutz. Extra point set right down the middle. And the Broncos cut the lead down to just 2. We're down to a 2-point difference as they send the kick away. Here's Charlie Jones with the return. And his drive will start inside the 25. Cincinnati offense headed out now. And they'll have a little momentum as they take the field here after their kicker drilled a deep one to end their last drive with points. Cincinnati in the formation. It's 1st and 10. Now pressure on its way. And that's on the quick hitter. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
Okay, over the years, I've heard defensive coordinators say, hey, you got to earn the right to pressure back. You got to earn the right for me to call blitzes. When you call a blitz and you don't get home and you don't hit the quarterback, you've earned nothing.
Halfway to the marker. It's 2nd and 5. It's an inside boot. Dumps it off to his running back. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains. So just 1 quarter to go on Monday Night Prime Time. The Bengals win it. They've got the lead, but this game is close. Ball at the 33 for 1st down. Throwing from the gun here. That's Kingsley Tikasiki on the right. They shut him out. Looks like they've been 6 before they get so. It's 2nd down.
Get this big old dude like him in the slot. It's an automatic mismatch advantage. You trade a little bit of speed, sure. Sure do get a lot of size. Anytime he's in the slot, you got to assume the ball's going his way.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Looking to throw, Browning. Throw finds Jamar Chase. And he is brought to a stop after he's been waiting room there to run.
Not just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just make it sure that they've been running. If you're weak point in the coverage, don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
Good fake, Browning. Good connect across the middle. It's a complete pass. Looking for his wide receiver there. And that'll bring up 2nd down.
That play right there, Kate, that just goes to show you you can't take any completion for granted. Even some of the shortest passes in the game.
Here's 2nd and 10 now from the 36. To the air, Brownie. On the quick slant here, it's Higgins. Decent game here, but short of the first.
Good luck defending that short yardage slant. Just not going to happen. There's no reason. This is a go-to play for just about any quarterback in every situation.
Seventh play of the drive. Offense facing 3rd and 3. Now it's Brownie. This connects with Higgins. They stop him. He's marked down along that 18-yard line. It's a gain of 11 there. That picks up the first.
Yeah, these hit cuts, maybe not the hardest throws from a degree of difficulty, Kate, but it does take some courage as a quarterback to throw into congested spaces that could pay big dividends.
They're now set for 1st and 10. On toss, this is Brown. Let's look at initial tackle. Stops made for no gain on that first down play.
I don't mind that call on the early downs. Give that defense something to think about. You got the inside run between the tackles, whether it's jet sweeps or a little swing pass. In that case, a toss. Make sure you flip to the outside.
First down run netted him nothing. Here is 2nd and 10. Brownie. Brownie, close to the 8. And it's another first down on this drive. Man, this time they're in 1st and goal.
Well, that is pretty darn impeccable timing between the two. To get a curl out of that length, it takes great anticipation and precision by the quarterback. The receiver on the other end finishing it, doing his job.
Now it's a bootleg for him. And he will score. It's a Cincinnati touchdown. The Bengals push this to an 8-point game. It's a Jamar Chase touchdown. It's plays like this that make him so well regarded across this league, Brock.
So that's just a difference-making receiver, Kate. You expect him to be the target down here. You did, I did, the defenders did. What makes him a star is even when people know his number's being called, he still finds a way to deliver.
Point after rock coming. This for a 2-score lead to potentially clinch the win. Right down the middle. It's good. And the Bengals push the lead to 2 scores now. On to handle the kickoff. Here's Mims. It's brought down at what looks like the 24-yard line. So here comes the Bronco offense. Yeah, they just saw that lead stretch out to a 2-score margin now. Really makes this a must-score series late.
And King, you know I believe this. You can never play this game in a state of desperation, but a state of urgency got to be sky high right now.
Denver getting everybody set. They've got 1st and 10. Here he goes on the bootleg. Top it. And that tackle stops him after a solid game.
It's so hard for these defenses. I don't envy them at all. Try to monitor where these running backs are. Shipping, are they delaying their route? It's such an underrated part of their overall passing game.
2nd and 6 coming up here. Shotgun snap to Nix. Finds a seam downfield. And a bully clear out to midfield before somebody manages to stop him. It's a gain of 22. And the Broncos will have a 1st down.
Just about every defensive coordinator worth his salt says 2 things in every production meeting. Number 1, well, we got to stop the run. And number 2, we got to take away the tight end. Well, good luck doing that. Defending a big guy who can move like that, it's a lot easier to talk about.
They got rolling down the step before the 30, right at the 31. A 19-yard pickup, and
is love.
On first down, it's 6. Now he takes it. He's brought to a stop. Gave him plenty of room on.
I can promise you, that was the goal from the moment he took off. Kept his eyes locked on the chains. It's almost like he had a spidey sense. He knew exactly where to get. Steps, get that critical first down.
They've got 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning left for them. We've got first and 10. And he has it along the sideline, but he got a little too close to that edge. They're going to say he's out of bounds. They've got second down.
Best of the best, they just have this intuition, kid. They know where the boundary is without looking. This receiver's not quite at that level yet. He lost track of where he was, and he brought it in. Out of bounds.
So after the incomplete pass, here's second and goal. Putting the receiver in motion. Straight ahead, here's Dobbins. Defense wins this round. That's second line, and now they've got third and goal. And that brings us to the 2-minute warning here in Denver. Broncos at a 2-score deficit. Big play coming up here as everyone gets set for third and goal. It's from the gun. It's incomplete on third and goal.
Everybody wants to play quarterback until a play like that. Almost no resistance off the ball, and the defense ready to ball you. It was all he could do to get rid of it before he gets just caught.
Will Lutz getting the call on fourth down and put 3 up here for the Broncos. This only a chip shot from the right hash. Kicked well, and this is good. And he pulls it back within 1 score here in the fourth.
He's big there. They had to have that one. It really does set up a judgment call down on the field. This is where special teams coach and head coach are talking about game management. Got 3 timeouts left, so you really can write either script you want. Onside kick or send it deep.
So here's the kickoff, Broncos. 6 points now separating our teams. On the return, here's Jones. The coverage team gets him down at the 26-yard line. Out comes the offense for the Bengals. Their lead still more than a field goal, thankfully, should the worst happen, Brock. But obviously the goal here is to hang on to the ball and try to run this game out.
Yeah, the goal is to get to the best formation in the history of offensive football. The victory formation. That is all that you're thinking right now is just make these plays, run out this clock so we can take one more knee and celebrate.
Bengals getting set, Brock. Here comes first and 10. Get him the run. They get him for a loss. That's a big one, Brock. And might see them burn a timeout. We have a timeout called by the Broncos. That's their first. They'll need to decide what to do on the second down. Pass it here. Played it over the middle. And he'll get it up to the 27. Denver calls the second of its 3 timeouts. And they'll take a moment to ponder what the call's going to be on third down.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, just find a way to get him the ball.
Looking to throw. Drop off caught by his back. Gets this one out to the 40-yard line. Now the Broncos take their third and final timeout. And they are quite frustrated having to call that after giving up the first. Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on first down. Drop to a knee, and what little time we have left here is going to tick down.
Nothing left to do now, Kate, but celebrate on one side and watch on hopelessly from the other. What a hard-fought effort to get to this spot. Now you can enjoy the victory.
So the Bengals take this one on the road. And finally, Brock, take an exhale, take a few breaths. Because I don't imagine any of them were breathing easy during that one with how close this game was.
Them or us?
All of us.
Yeah,
All of the above.
It is so hard, Kate, to match the adrenaline surge they feel right now, and then they felt at every major turn throughout the second half. There's just something about a close game, the intensity that's there in every moment that you love to experience as a player, and you hope in all these moments you can execute, so you're the one celebrating and riding that wave of emotion.
National Football League finds us in Silicon Valley. And with the foghorn billowing behind us, that means it's time for football at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. Pinhead, we've got a good one on tap. It's the Los Angeles Rams and the San Francisco 49ers. Mike Tirico along with Greg Olson. We welcome you. That's the punter, Ethan Evans, to get this started. And we are underway here in Silicon Valley. He'll get this past 20 before he's marked out shy of the 25-yard line. The 49ers come out and Brock Purdy leads them out. Greg, it's really one of the best stories in NFL history when you think about it. From last pick in the draft to taking the 49ers to the Super Bowl, now to a lucrative contract with a fourth-year man out of Iowa State.
I think over the years, the first couple of years Purdy took over as the quarterback, every time we'd introduce him, it'd be Mr. Irrelevant, he's on a low rookie contract, is he the future of this 49er organization? And after this offseason, the contract they gave him, the answer is flat out yes. He is the future. They believe in it. They think him and Kyle Shanahan can take this team back to being the Super Bowl contender that prior to last year, they were in that mix year in and year out.
Pick up a 2 on the last run. Here's second and 8. They run it once more. He's going to take it down to 37. Pick up about the 11 yards on that one. First down, 49. First and 10 at the 37-yard line.
Really nice job by the interior of this offensive line. It typically just takes one guy to distort the defense to give the back enough room to operate. That's exactly what they did here, and it led to a big gain.
We'll go back to the catcher on first down. And he's able to push through the tacklers to pick up 6. A 7-yard pickup brings up second and 3. From the 44-yard line, here's second and 3. Purdy to throw. Back to Pearson. Fourth down. Big gain of 8.
So anytime you decide to blitz, the hope is that the secondary can hold up long enough to allow the extra pressure guys to get to the quarterback. But when you don't get to the quarterback and he's able to get the ball on time and in rhythm, there are holes in the back end, and they're able to pick up the first down.
Pearson. That is a big gain for the 49ers. And he hit 30 yards. First and 10 at the 17-yard line.
They've come out swinging here on this opening drive through the air, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. Generate in some early chunk plays and try to get some points.
They're at the 17-yard line now for first and 10. Kittle is the man in motion. Halfway down on first and 10. He'll work his way up for a gain of about 4. Here's a 2nd and 6. Out of the gun. It's Purdy. That's on. Pushing it back midfield. And it'll be a short pickup, but that's not enough for the first down. 3rd down. Play 8 of the opening drive coming up, and now they face 3rd down. They'll throw with the sneak, and he's got the first down just as the marker was first and goal. First down. First down on the 7-yard line.
I know it's early in this game, but in my mind, that's 4-down territory. And certainly now the coach doesn't have to make that decision. He keeps it on the ground on 3rd and short, gets a fresh set of downs, and now they're going to see if they can convert some points.
Play the guard there. And at the 5, here comes 2nd and goal. On 2nd down, Purdy. Is in the end zone. He's in. Brian Robinson. Touchdown. 49 points. And they get the first points of the game. What a way to start it, Greg. You get the ball. It's what you want to do. Settle into this game on top 6-0.
Mike, how often do we have coaches tell us the importance of playing with the lead? Well, they come take the ball right away on the first drive, all the way down there and strike first. And now the rest of the way, let's see how it plays out.
On now, Eddie Pinheiro for the extra point. It's up and through. And the 49ers will take a 7-0 lead. So now, after a touchdown, Pinheiro out to kick it away. On the return, this is Blake Corum. And now an opening past the 30. Nice job on the return. Now close to the 35-yard line. The Rams once again led by Matthew Stafford at quarterback. First 12 years with Detroit, his 5th year with the Rams, including a Super Bowl championship, winning Super Bowl 56, a #1 overall pick, all the way back in 2009.
You know, it's funny how time flies, Mike, and we won't call him old, we'll just call him experienced. And here's a guy who's been doing this for a really long time at a high level. And he's going to hope that some of that experience works in his favor today. If he plays well, this is proving to be a really hard team.
Williams, the intended receiver there. And he'll bring up 2nd down.
Sometimes it's those footsteps. I don't care how long you've been playing or at what level you've been playing at. That defender's bearing down. You really get a good idea of what guys are willing to go through contact to secure a catch, and in this case, what guys are under.
Nowhere to go. He's going to be taken down. Bryce Hopkins gets him for a loss of 7. And now it's 3rd down.
Quarterback's having a hard time establishing any sort of rhythm here early against this defense. He fails to connect on the first down pass. Give him another opportunity through the air on second. It gets even worse. They can't protect the quarterback. They can't get him some easy completions. It just makes everything for this play caller that much more difficult.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. From the gun, here's Scotty. Looking down the field. Ball's incomplete. Devontae Adams, the intended receiver. And it's going to lead to 4th down.
I like the fact that they took a shot on 3rd and long, right? A lot of offenses in that situation would be a little bit more conservative playing for the 4th down punt. They're trying to pick up a big jump play through the air, but now that you can't connect, it all but guarantees you got to punt this ball away as it brings up 4th and a mile.
Or to return. And he'll be brought down. Short return. And they'll take over there. The Niners offense ready to possess the football for the 2nd time. They lead 7-0 thanks to the touchdown on the opening drive. So try to double up here as they begin this drive 1st and 10. From the gun, it's Purdy. This one is going to walk back. And he's going to be taken down at the 30-yard line. What a way to kick off the drive. That's a gain of 30 and another 1st down.
How about that for your first catch of the game? I mean, to be able to attack the defense with your very first grab really sets things up nicely for the rest of the game. So defensively, they tighten up a little bit on the back end. I promise you that's not going to be the last time. Look at this one.
And he is fortunate to get past the line of scrimmage. Pulling on a yard at most. Tackle made by Nate Landry. 2nd down, 8 to go from the 28. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. He'll rotate his tight end towards the middle. And this takes him into the end zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line. 1 quarter in the books. But Niners have the early advantage. And we're back in the Bay Area after this. It's the 49ers with football to start quarter number 2. 1st and 10. As we are ready to get back underway. No run for the first time. And good leg stone line here. Taking it inside the 10-yard line. Pick up of 8. Come to the line now on 2nd and 2. Purdy will get his one to the midfield. He'll take this down to the 2-yard line. They are in business 1st and goal.
This is a situation that play callers love to be in, Mike. They have all their options on the table. 2nd and short, play action pass, you can run. In this case, they choose to keep it on the ground, play it safe, pick up the 1st down.
Kittle is the man in motion. Look after him. Push the ball forward. He's not going to get hit. They snuck him up short.
You know, it's easy to sit up here and say, hey, just keep running the ball. They've been efficient, just kind of wear down this defense by 1,000 different paper cuts. But the problem is, it's only contingent upon your ability to keep the score down. So if you want to continue to run the ball this often, you're going to have to look to their defense to play really well.
He's going to just get rid of the
here. Now they're going to have to regroup and try again on third and goal.
They just have to be more creative with their route concepts, Mike. I mean, there's nobody open, nowhere to go with the ball, and the quarterback's just forced to throw that one away.
From the 2-yard line yet again. What can they do on third and goal? He'll get this out wide to the touchdown, San Francisco.
I'll tell you what, this offense has come out and they have completely dominated here in the early going. I mean, this has just been methodical, sustained, back-to-back drives right down the field. And then to finish in the red zone, man, you just can't draw it up any better than that.
Pinheiro on for the extra point. The kick is good. The 49ers go out on top, 14-0. So now, after the touchdown, Pinheiro out to kick it away. On the return, here comes Coro. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. Rams offense is ready to go on their second possession. They're staring at a 2-touchdown deficit, 14-0. The score as the offense tries to regroup and get going with first and 10. Stafford. Over the right flat. It is caught. They'll get him up for here as he is taken down. Ball on the 30 now. Here's second down and 6. They put Adams in motion. First carry here for Kyron Williams. Nothing doing there. He'll go down behind the line.
He sniffed that one out from the jump. I mean, once he diagnosed and knew where the ball was going, he got there in a hurry and he put it into that play really before it ever got started.
Third and 10. Out of the gun, Stafford. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a fourth down.
And that's exactly how you teach it. They want these defenders to time the hit. And right when the ball gets there, you separate the receiver from the ball. And those are the ones on offense, man. You just have to make that catch, Mike. I know it's easier said than done, but you know the hit's coming. You've got to squeeze that thing, brace for impact, and make that play for your offense.
The Niners offense ready for this next possession. Their lead sits at 14-0 here in this second quarter, looking to run away with this one before halftime. Here's Purdy on first and 10. He'll tuck it and take off. 44-yard line. Making it 11. First down.
A quarterback who can extend the play with his legs, Mike, is just such a key element to today's modern offenses. You can see there was nowhere for him to go with the ball, but he decides to turn into a runner, picks up a great gain, and ultimately, first down.
Open, it is Jennings. That leaves a 9 minutes for the 8-yard line. Here's 2nd and 2. On the counter, it's McCaffrey. And that should be enough. Works his way forward. He'll pick up the first down. First down. First and 10 at the 46-yard line. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. Again, it's McCaffrey. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
So they go with the first down run, hoping to just get them some positive yards and get themselves into a good second down situation. But now they find themselves in 2nd and long. So the more you give defenses the opportunity, Mike, to defend you one-dimensionally. So in this case, we're only playing you in the pass. It stresses your protection, it stresses your play caller, and ultimately, it stresses your quarterback.
Kittle is the man in motion. Purdy down on 2nd down. Good work there defensively. Knocked it away in that pass. Ball's incomplete. Jawan Jennings was the intended target. Now it's going to be 3rd down.
Might be wise for this quarterback to try somebody else in coverage here, Mike. This guy's known for being a savvy playmaker once the ball's in the air, and he showed why by swatting that ball away, and he's going to pick up a PBU on the stat sheet.
On 3rd down, it's Purdy. That's complete to Kittle, the tight end. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up 4th down.
Recognizing the blitz is just the first step in the process for a quarterback understanding who you can account for with the protection and then who you can't account for. That's where your hot receiver comes in. He points to his receiver, who the defender they're hot off of. That guy comes, gets the ball out of his hand, and results in a completion.
Here come the Rams as their offense drops back onto the field. They've got great starting position with a short field as they try to get back in this one. It is 1st and 10. They were over center with Logan. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about all.
The big guys in the middle of the defense, Mike, the defensive tackles. So often they're asked to do the dirty work. Keep the blockers off the linebackers. Let them run around and make all the plays. But in this case, this guy's able to shed his blocker, make the stop, and keep it to no gain.
Now a 2nd down throw for Stafford. That's the hands of the tight end, Tyler Higbee. And he's going to have the 1st down as they move into field goal range here at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. They'll run it with Williams. They find a little bit of space. They'll take this forward for a gain of 4. Now the timeout Rams, that's number 2. They'll stop it with 40 seconds remaining in this 1st half. They'll break the huddle in 2nd and 5. The motion man is Nakua. He's got room to roll. And he's going to have the 1st down as he gets out of bounds, and he stopped the clock as well.
These are the play calls, Mike, that offensive coordinators use to just get their quarterback and their passing game into some sort of rhythm. Easy pitch catch and catch, get the ball out of his hand, see a completion. He's typically, as the game goes on, lead to bigger and bigger gains.
First down, Stafford. Nakua snaps it over the middle. Stafford on second down. And he's in. Touchdown, Browns.
You hear coaches, you hear commentators, everybody talks about that middle four, like the final 2 minutes of the second quarter and the first 2 minutes of the third quarter. Here they are now. They go down and they steal a late touchdown to end the half. Remember, they're going to get the ball first coming out of the break.
Joshua Carty comes out now for the extra point. He gets it to go, and the Rams are on the board. It's now 14-7. Seconds all that remains till halftime. And the kick is away. And no chance to return this one. Through the end zone for a touchdown. From the 35, it's first and 10. And they're just going to run it here up the middle. And this will wind up with Niners first down to the 45-yard line. Now listeners, timeout, 3 seconds left in this first half. Purdy on first down. And he's going to be out of bounds. Triple zeros up there on the clock. We have reached the end of the first half. Okay, Mike, thanks very much. Welcoming everyone to the Orlando studios. Scott Hansen with you for a quick halftime report. We'll let both sides catch their breath and get their orange wedges as we're going to get ready for the third quarter action. So let's go back out to the stadium as we rejoin our broadcast team, Mike Tirico and Greg Olson. Scott, thank you. Both teams trying to find the right formula and come out on top in this tight one as we hit the second half. First half played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. And the drive down to 25. He's in field position to start this drive. The Rams offense ready to get going again. They'll have it first in this third quarter. They trail here by a touchdown as this drive will start with the first down. motion man is Nakua. They send a receiver in motion left. They'll fake the handoff down Stafford. Nakua open. He's got it. They lost him. And they'll be set up now. Up past the 40 with that one. Terrific starter there. 8 of 15 and a first down.
This pass defense, it just has to be better than this, Mike. They have to do a better job accounting for everybody in their coverages. They have to play their defense exactly according to the plan. Because if not, this quarterback, he can spread the ball out and find the open space.
Call it a gain of 13. Good for a Rams first down.
Like the old adage, run to set up the pass. This modern offense nowadays, we're starting to see that flipped upside down on its head. Typically, the success of the passing game is what allows teams to have success like this in the run game.
First down, right back to Logan. And it will be a foul. From the 41, here's second and 5. The shotgun, it's Stafford. Left side, taking it by 6. And he'll be taken down. The gain is 6 and 2 set down. He picked up the first down. First down, Los Angeles. Stafford. Right side, complete to the goal. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. They face second down and 7. Shotgun snap to Stafford. Walking across the field. And they are in great shape. He's taken down inside the 10. Remember, he had the touchdown catch the last time they had the football. Here, he's got a first down.
I love the way the ball's been moving around to different guys this drive, Mike. And it really keeps the defense guessing and off balance. And now, this defense is going to have to figure out how to keep this offense out of the end zone because it's first and goal.
They'll run. It's Williams. He slowed up quickly as he gets this down to the 6. Second and goal. Looking out of the gun, Stafford. And he'll take it on in. Devontae Adams. Touchdown, Los Angeles. On comes Joshua Carney for the extra point. He's got it. And the Rams will tie things up. We are all even at 14. We are all square. 14 apiece. The score has this one to win. Safe kick, taken at the 5. Oh, he's got through past the 30. A very good field position to start, and the return is past the 40. There's nothing to gather on the 49ers offense. starting field position as they set up past the 40. A first down throw for 20. Over the middle and caught by Pearson. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down.
So they have these rules for the receivers, Mike. They call them green grass rules. And the idea is if you're running across the field and you're looking at the quarterback, you're going to stay on the run. If you're not looking at the quarterback, that tells him, I'm going to sit in this soft zone. I'm going to what they call punch and pivot and stop. That tells the quarterback to put the ball on your chest. That non-verbal communication between the receiver and the quarterback, recognizing when you're open, stay open. That's the stuff that makes a lot of these offenses so difficult to defend. This is clinic tape for any young wide receiver out there watching this guy run routes. He has the defender thinking everything is a go ball. Attack him vertically, and then when you get to your route depth, you stick that foot in the ground, you break in balls on time, results in a nice first down pick.
He'll be forced out of bounds. That's what we are shooting on the first down. That's a pickup of 8. So, from 22, here's second and 2. One of the tight ends in motion right. And off the backfoot. And he's going to pick up the first 2 and down to the 15-yard line.
It just seems like every time this guy touches the ball, he makes something happen. Not all of his runs are always going to be positive. He's kind of one of those guys that's going to get a 0, a 1, a 2. But it's the home run threat. It's the big plays that really tip the scales in your favor. You generate those big explosive plays on the ground. And that makes such a big difference for the offense.
They'll work now on second and 4. Here's what you do. He's in. Christian McCaffrey. Touchdown, San Francisco. He had a touchdown catch earlier. This time he takes it in on the ground. Good drive. They kept the ball. They moved it effectively down the field and finish it off on the ground for the touchdown.
So often, Mike, we see teams work on a great drive to get down here close, only to settle for a field goal. But in this case, give them a lot of credit. They put a great drive together, but they're able to capitalize and finish it off on 6.
Now, Pinheiro to add on the extra point. The kick is good. And the 49ers have broken the deadlock. Out to a 21-14 lead. So now, the touchdown, Pinheiro out to kick it away. The return, here comes Coral. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. Matthew Stafford and the Rams offense getting set to go again. They're searching here for the tied score, down 21-14. They'll begin first and 10. From the gun, here's Stafford. To the outside, he's got Smith. And Out of bounds. That's a good game. On first down, they pick up 7 yards.
Now, breaking routes, Mike, especially outside of the numbers, everything is about the timing. If you're late with the throw, you're going to be watching that defensive back take that thing the other way for 6.
Second down, it's Stafford. He'll get this to Kyle Williams. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield. A gain there of 24 yards. First down, LA.
So in regards to being used in the passing game, there's really 2 types of backs in this league. There's the check down back. He's able to just take the short gains and try to pick up more yards after catch. And then there's the back that can be used as a weapon. Man, when you got a guy like that in your passing game, it's a handful.
And it's going to be taken down as time runs out on this third quarter of play. So both teams trade touchdowns in that frame as we get through the end of the third quarter. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. Ball on the 39. Here's second down and 7. Fourth quarter begins and it's a run by Williams. And this defense up to the task there. 8 of just 2. And it's third down. Throwing Stafford.
Defense came out in a soft zone, and I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, he ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get to the backfield and bring him down.
Punt team headed out for the Rams. Forced a punt, trailing here in the fourth quarter. And he overhit that just a bit. But it's beyond the goal line, and that is a touchback. Here's the San Francisco offense, ready to take possession of the ball once more. They lead by a touchdown as this drive begins. Play fake to the gap. Now, Purdy. It is gone. Not even too far. Tackled after a gain of just a yard. From the 22 now, here's second and 8. From the shotgun, it's Purdy. Watch to his right. He's going to run it. And Purdy going to slowly hit the deck here as he's able to pick up the first down in the process. First down. First and 10 at the 31-yard line.
Wasn't anywhere really for him to go with the ball. The defensive backs did a great job of taking away his progression read with that pass rush. They just can't get home. He ends up making the play with his legs and pulls the chains.
And He'll get tackled up around the 45-yard line. Nice jump here in this good-looking drive. Pick up a 14 and a first down.
A lot could go wrong anytime you decide to put the ball in the air here late in the fourth quarter as you're trying to run out the clock and protect this lead. But at the same time, I think that they haven't gotten super concerned. Just hand off right, hand off left. And it just turns into tackles. So, defensively, the defense defend everything was right now. Pass the ball, take the ball, and ultimately just run the clock out. This running game has really been rolling, Mike, all game long. The holes, the run lanes, they've been there consistently. Here's another nice run as they look to put this game away.
Over the toss with McCaffrey. And this time they are ready for it. Throw for a loss. And it's second down.
At this stage in the fourth quarter, great job by the defense, understanding exactly what the offense is trying to do. They're trying to beat the clock, shorten the game. They completely sold out to stop the run, able to take them down for a loss.
On second down, Curry. He'll underneath here for McCaffrey. Was brought down, and pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up third down.
They were able to complete this pass, but how often do we see these running backs run these angle routes and they catch it in stride and run a hole through the defense? So, the defense gave up some yards here, but it could have been a lot worse.
Third down, Curry. He'll try to run for it. Loosely, and it is out. And that was very nearly a disastrous juncture in the game. Unfortunately, teammate able to cradle it and they keep possession. Set to go now on first and 10. Here's Purdy. Throw on the move. It's caught. And he's going to be brought down just outside the 10-yard line. The defense is in its second time out here, and don't forget across the stop. There'll be a 2-minute warning as well. Opportunity for it to be a game-sealing touchdown right here. First down and goal. The tight end in motion now. And they'll run here with McCaffrey. And they'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that might have even lost a yard there. And third and final timeout taken by the defense. So, 2-minute warning, the only clock stoppage they have left. Push back to the 11-yard line for second and goal. Purdy. They try to set up a screen. This one doomed from the start. They take a
Rare miss for a quarterback that we've seen really come out on fire throughout this entire contest. I mean, his completion percentage, Mike, is well above league average, and frankly, it's really the biggest reason why they find themselves out in front.
third and goal. It's Purdy. That's going to be broken up in the end zone. Incomplete. There was no space to pick that one in. And now here comes fourth and goal.
Every so often, Mike, you can see these offenses, and it looks like the passing game gets a little bit too predictable. And as the defense continues to flood the back end of these zones with extra defenders, you're continuing to force this quarterback to not really make some difficult throws and put the ball in harm's way. It's always a little bit of a letdown. Like you find yourself deep in the red zone, and you have to settle for a short field goal like that. In this case, he's able to put it through, and they get 3.
up in the air. I have a field goal a moment ago. Now he's back out to kick it away. This taken in at the 8-yard line. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. Rams offense headed back to take over once more. Trying to establish some tempo. Start this one with 1st and 10. Here's Stafford. Here's a screen set up to Wilson. He's going to be taken down. And take us. 2-minute warning. Still some hope. Keyword some. No timeouts. They need 2 scores. And it's 1st and 10. They'll drop to throw. The outside is brought in high.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect.
Stafford on 2nd down. There's a short one taken in by Henry. That'll be taken down after a gain of 3, but that is good enough for a 1st down.
This play is actually really well defended here. But I'll tell you, Mike, as you know, my philosophy is the tight end is always open, and this just supports my case.
Stafford to throw again. Caught by the running back, Williams.
Great example of 1st down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play. Put yourself in a friendly 2nd down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
Now 2nd and 4. They'll throw once more. Here's Stafford. To the left side. Adams has it. And he will be out of bounds right around the 35. He's got a touchdown on the books from earlier. And that catch gives him a 1st down.
And these are the moments in the game, Mike, where you need your best players to come through and make their presence felt. That's exactly what he does there. Picks up a nice reception, good chunk of yards, and they keep their hopes alive. It's not the big play they were hoping for, but 1st down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains. So every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable 2nd down.
Here comes 2nd down. Again, it's Stafford. In pocket tight end, it's Kobe Parkinson.
Give a little credit here defensively. Even though they allowed the 1st down, we've seen defenses really struggle bringing this big tight end to the ground. And he didn't allow him to pick up a bunch of yards after contact, but he was able to get just enough to pick up the 1st down.
Here's 1st and 10. To the air again. Stafford. That is on the play. And this is going to be a touchdown. Hold everything. They are not done yet.
Mike, this is a great example of a wide receiver who just truly understands the concept of spacing. When you're open, stay open. If you're not open, get open. And when you can do that and operate in the middle of the field, man, you are such a weapon and a reliable target for your quarterback. It's a great example of it here. He works to stay open, middle of the field, ball's on target. It's an easy touchdown.
The pick is good. Important extra point. The difference is just 3 of field goals here in the 4th quarter. recovery and a quick field goal. Here comes the onside kick. And he'll be taken down. No timeouts left for the defense. That should do it. So here's Brock Purdy, and this 49ers offense heading back onto the field. And this defense might be about ready to wave the white flag. Nothing they have tried to throw at him has been successful. He just processes things so quickly, making the right read, seemingly every time. Purdy down to a knee. That should be the final snap of this game. So the faithful here at Levi's Stadium are rewarded. It's a win for the 49ers. They were the aggressors to start, able to dictate the pace of play. In the end, they come away with the victory. So that'll just about do it for Rickles. Our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. 49ers get the win here at home as we say so long from Santa Clara.
Brings us to the Big Easy. And with that projection bouncing off the walls behind us, we know that we're ready for football next season, Superdome in downtown New Orleans. Straight ahead, we've got pretty good one on tap here. It's going to be the New England Patriots taking on the New Orleans Saints. Quickly to get this one started, and off we go here in New Orleans. And they won't quite make it to the 25. So now the Patriots getting set to take over on offense. And a glance here at the man calling the plays under center, their 6'4" quarterback.
And the talented young man took over as a full-time starter week 6 of last season, showed a ton of promise as a rookie, despite having minimal medical revenue. His talent and potential, vast. I expect him to have a huge second year in the NFL.
Off the play fake, here's May. He's going to complete this to find defense. And if we take him down, but not before they work it across midfield. That one nearly 30 yards, 29 officially.
Certainly no settling into the drive there. They came right out on the first play and attacked the middle of the field for a big gainer and a first down.
One play action. And there's a defense to find it, so he brings it in. And he's taken down inside the 30. He's been a one-man wrecking crew these last couple of plays. This time 18 more and a first down. So we just called his name on the previous snap, and they go right back to it, Charles, for a second consecutive completion.
And then what we're discovering on this drive is that he feels like he has answers no matter what defense you throw up there. He reads it, finds the open spot, and is available for the completion.
This one is going to be off the mark, too far out in front.
And now the comments say, at least on this drive, momentary setback from his passing game that has been moving well this series. Good thing for them, though. Still 2 more downs to connect and try to pick up another first down.
Here's 2nd and 10. They'll run it. This is Ramondre Stevenson. And he gets it inside the 10 to the 9. And good for 19 and a first down. They take him his opening kickoff and march it right down the field defensively. Not much resistance.
And that's the point, because my admiration is for the guys moving the ball right now. They know what they're doing. Their plan is working. But I flip it over, watch and say, okay, what are you going to do to change things up? Because if you don't, you're going to put the end zone real soon.
And he stopped immediately there. Only a yard on the keeper, and it'll be 2nd down. Not much on that one, Charles.
No, that's exactly the way to execute a run blitz there. They guessed correctly that they would move the ball on the ground, honed in on it, and stopped it. Mark that down for a win in the defense's column.
Throwing here is May. Touchdown. Keyshawn Boutte. A 7-yard touchdown grab. And the Pats are on the board first here this afternoon. Well, they spoke about the importance of getting off to a good start, and they're on their first drive, Charles, into the end zone for the touchdown.
And what an advantage for them to already click and run drive in, didn't need to wait to get up to full speed. We had heard about the extra time they put in with each other, trying to learn each other's skills, what they like, the whole deal, and it paid off early in this one. I would expect them to keep firing on the next drive and keep that connection going.
Point after right down the middle. And it makes the score 7-0. So that drive, 6 plays, 75 yards. And it ends with a New England touchdown. Following the touchdown, going down and back out to send this one away. And the tackle just shot of the 25. Here come the Saints for their opening drive. And they will be let out by their signal caller in his 2nd year of the NFL now.
I tell you what, when he's on schedule for that week, secondaries take notice because you got to stay alert back there on every snap. A truly powerful arm, one is capable of challenging any level of the defense on any given play. That's why so many scouts preach arm talent when preparing for the NFL draft. A quarterback with arm hamstring to make every throw in the book. He's an asset to have in any offense.
And he hits it in stride. And he gets this one just shy of 40, down at the 39. 15 yards is the pickup there. The drive starting very nicely. First down. We'll see what kind of mindset they have here offensively after giving up the touchdown on the opening drive.
And based on our time with them, prior to this game, I feel like they've got a good mindset going in. In fact, the discussion we had with the coaching staff was, we may give them some points in this game, so I'm testing it over. Each and every time we go deeper, we'll try and get us ahead and try and keep us ahead. This is their chance to respond to that first touchdown. So first 30, nicely bit off. A pretty decent game.
From the 44-yard line, here's 2nd and 5. They run it again with Kamara. And he is swallowed up right at the line of scrimmage. A loss on that play, and now 3rd down gets tougher. 3rd and 6.
That's a tough one right there. He ran right to the teeth of the blitz as the linebacker was freed up in order to stump that one for a loss. I think quarterbacks got to see that. Got to find a way to audible into something a little more advantageous.
This one taken in by Robert. And he's going to have 6 first downs. They're able to get the 3rd down conversion.
Really bad to talk about here, partner, but to me, their defense gave up a touchdown on the first drive. How about how they're responding, coming back? That's a big 3rd down pickup to keep their drive alive.
Now a first down carry. It's Kamara. Quickly works for the Bears. He'll take his time to the 43. 17 there, and New Orleans first down. Veteran running back like him, we've seen a lot of those chunk carries in his career.
And that's why you don't just look at his birth certificate and decide when a guy is done, right? Because you know as well as I do, in this league, as soon as you hit 30, they're looking to let you go for your running back. Sometimes your little trend left on the time.
Getting free on the keeper there, and it is 2nd down.
Anytime you decide to use your quarterback as a runner, most of the time when you design a play, you're expected to break a little bit bigger than this one, because when you run him on short gains, your risk reward and him taking hits, I'm not sure that's the payoff they were looking for.
Now Rattler. It's just a game of coming from the scramble, and now it's 3rd down.
That's an early scramble reviewed positively by either side. From the offensive point of view, it gets established as a possibility to keep it on certain plays. And defensively, they're going to give you up a huge play in one of their first tests in containing a quarterback on the run.
Throwing is Rattler. It's going to be incomplete. And it's got another first down as the tackle's going to be made at the Patriots' 15-yard line. That one goes for 13 yards, and it moves the sticks.
What a drive this has been, just chewing up the yardage, and here's one of their best plays yet as they finally get down into the red zone and look to finish this off with 6.
Line of scrimmage to 15. It's 1st and 10. Rattler wants to throw it. But he's set up the screen to cover. And he's already done at the 3. Another first down.
Just picking up yardage in bunches here these last few plays. They have moved right down the field just like that. They're going to set up for the 1st and goal.
1st and goal, and a chance to get that initial touchdown right back. Slot man moves right. They'll fake the jet sweep there instead. Really good. Touchdown. A 3-yard touchdown run. That was Saints right on. That's the opening drive touchdown against the 1-0. Caps off what was really a balanced drive for them, Charles. They worked in the rushing game and the aerial attack, and they ended with a touchdown.
Strong in so many ways, wasn't it, partner? Their ability to throw it and accomplish their goal, they've got to like the way that they started this ball game.
Quickly able to add the POT. And we are tied at 7. A 10-play drive that time. And the capper came from Alvin Kamara on the touchdown run. Each team's had it. Each team has scored. 7-7 here as the kicks away. Oh, a heck of a move. Solid return for your field position. They'll start at the 32. Take over first and 10 at their own 32-yard line. New England with a first down as they begin the drive. So both of these teams, Charles, coming off touchdowns now, but this offense, they just had to stand on the sideline, watch their opponent offer a really impressive drive as the Chiefs.
Yeah, then you're not telling yourself the truth, and you don't think there's a one-upsmanship going on right now because they just had their touchdown answered by a drive of double-digit plays and also found the end zone. Now they want to do something even more impressive to answer that one.
Start of the second quarter, and it's the Patriots in control of the football. Here's 2nd and 3. As they've got it as we resume action. They go play action now. Hey. Henry brings it in. And they can crowd out across midfield down to the 45. His first catch, good for 16 and a first. First down.
So much goes into a successful play, doesn't it? How about that play action there, freezing the defense just enough to bring the tight end free downfield for the completion.
From the gun, it's made. Right back to Henry, and Henry's got it again. So a completion good for 7 there. And it's handed down.
And that's staying ahead of the chains. Really good pickup on first down, hitting the tight end there. Now brings up a second and manageable.
Just found a hole in that zone. From the 38 now, here's 2nd and 3. Here's Madden. This is Henry with the catch. And that goes
quarterbacks, you know they're both motivated. They both game plan for this drive, and they both have specific outcomes in mind. To me, it just comes down to who can execute better and which side can step up and assert its role in the other.
It's caught on the right sideline. Out of bounds, central line drop. The dog took him a little too far at second down. He was defended by close there. He caught it, but wasn't able to stay in bounds.
And that's where the sideline was used as a 12th defender. And now 11's legal. This one is an imaginary one that my college coach used to call Sammy Sideline. Sammy Sideline can protect you at times. And in this case, that's exactly what he did with the defenders.
They can get a couple, but they'll be left staring at a 3rd and 8 coming up.
Gotta give credit where it's due. Really nice defense on that play. The pitch and catch was successful, but not any run after.
3rd and 8. From the gun, it's Rattler.
Slipped up on the first series, they're definitely settling in now and letting it be known the points won't come so easy again.
Here comes the Saints punter now. Back deep for New England is Marcus Jones. They're considered for it, take it just shy.
To the guy said, don't fucking look. I did it for Jesus. Type shit. But I said, Jesus, I do it now. She kind of came down me, called out for me. Called for God. Hold on, what did Keith say was gonna happen? This is the kicker. This is an amazing kicker. His father guaranteed his bill. Let's see. And then here he is, season hitting down to the show. It's not a date. What do you want? What do you want from the mom? So just make her happy. I did a lot of that, so I have to get good. So you got all this. I just say shit.
the punt, no return. And the Patriots take over. Looking to put a drive together. They'll throw with May. And it's incomplete. Hold on to the contact. Brings up second down.
That's another zone defense that looks like it's open for possibilities, but they did a nice job patrolling the middle of the field and forcing an incompletion.
Now it's second and 10. To the air. May. It's complete on a body screen. That's Stevenson. And he gets this one just shy of the 40 to mark him down at the 39. The 10-yard pickup, and it's enough for a Patriot first down.
So many times in my career, coaches talk about completions all day. As long as we're there at the catch and get guys on the ground, we can live with that. But if you're going to give up 10, 12, 15 yards after the catch, then your defense is going to be in monitoring.
Let's have this from the 40 to 45 for a gain of 5.
That's the reason we're on the football. This should almost be criminalized on the offense right now. Bam, boom, bam. That's how they feel good about moving the football.
They're now second and 4. They'll run once more to Stevenson. He's out of bounds inside the 35. 46 yards rushing for him now. He's only carried the ball 4 times.
As always, no rooting interest here. But that was pretty, wasn't it, to see him break through and then pick up his stride.
Yeah, the guy carrying the ball loves it. I think the O-line, they might like it, take more satisfaction out of those runs than anybody else in the market.
Without a doubt, because they're the ones that often have created it.
Take it down at the 30.
You can see when he was thinking on that carry on the ball, that big tackle through the hole. He ended up only getting 4 yards of the carry. I think he had his eyes on that rookie paper.
They don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. Now they'll switch it up here. Get the throw. This one right side caught by Gibson. And out of bounds right around the 20. Second quarter action with 1:59 remaining. They'll look to throw now on first down. Fuller right side. He'll take it in. And they'll take it into the end zone for the Patriot touchdown. Hunter Henry from 19 yards away. And the Patriots are able to extend their lead.
As a general rule, quarterbacks don't want to lock in on a receiver before the ball is snapped. But in this case, based on the matchup he thought he was going to get, it was favorable for his tight end. He locked in on him early and found him for a touchdown.
And the extra point now for Morgan-Ellis. It's good to make it 17-7. So that winds up a 7-play drive ultimately. And it's finished off by Pat's touchdown. Following the touchdown, Morgan-Ellis back out to send this one away. They will take it past the 25 and up to the 28-yard line. The Bruins offense back out and ready to go. They trail by 10, 17-7 as they come up on a 1st and 10. Strike quickly here as they are in for 6. And correct me if I'm wrong, that was just a simple fly route, wasn't it?
No, there's nothing to correct at all. You got it down. It's a player. Whether it be in practice sessions, out here, 9 wide receivers. And that fly route, look out. That was the 9, and he just kept going all the way to the end zone for the touchdown.
Krieger for the extra point. This is up and good, making it 17-14 game. The offense wasn't out there for a long time. They were out there for a good time. Quick play, and they're able to hit pay dirt. After the touchdown, Joe White kicked the same play. They take this in at 25, just a little past their goal at the 26. Possession now to the Patriots for Andre Stevenson and now with the offense. He's well on his way to a career game. He's already more than halfway there, rolling the second quarter.
And what I've always loved about running backs is they'll tell you, I had no idea how many yards I had. Those guys have an innate sense of where they are in a ball game and how many yards they've accumulated. But you know they're always working towards 100.
He's been working well towards 100 here. From the shotgun, it's been Gets his own way to the 10. And they bridges around the field and cross the 35. Great way to start the drive. 20 big ones and a first down.
It's a real luxury when you have a guy who can turn a short throw into a solid field goal. Once he caught that ball, the idea he knew the grass was and got there in a hurry to get the missile downs for his offense.
On first down, he dropped the throw. And take us from that 37-yard line to the original gain of 6.
What they try to do for when they run drag routes, able to hit a receiver in stride, and they can pick up a lot of yardage after the catch. But in this situation, the defense was effective, able to stop him before he get a good head of steam going.
Second and 4. From the shotgun. Inside the 25. Patriots will use the second of their timeouts. As it's still with a little over 30 seconds to go in the first half of play.
Overseas, they're not like they have to be raised up to the kingdom because obviously God lives in it.
On first down, he'll drop to throw. Looking for his man on the out route.
The same people right turn to
It's
the right
over
to
gain of
the
6. And
so
now
they'll
in second
understand
down.
after. We'll take it from slave. Move this little TC. You will be flat. Doesn't matter what I see. It will be in
From the shotgun, he'll look to throw.
but we will take
His first down as he's tailed the turnover. And with just 4 seconds left in this first half, a timeout.
That's what we can do. Black kings, but black and blue. We love change. We love change and shit. And now, places like
So with 4 seconds to go in the Here's the field goal unit
He
onto
was
the
back
field.
here.
From the left hash, a chip shot. And his kick is good. And they stretch the lead to 6. It's 20-14 now. On a close game like this, this is what the touchdown is certainly not going to take for free.
And they'll be okay with that. After all, credit to the defense as well. This time it's turned out to a debate, right? Which side won more because of defense? Hey, we didn't give up the touchdown. The offense, hey, we took the field goal. Either way you look at it, I think both sides gained something out of that.
I got up here. He wasn't for it.
So Murray turns back. This likely the final act of the half as the kick is away.
I can't put words together.
And not wanting to risk it.
I got to listen to the word, bro.
They'll throw that on the
You
final
get us
play.
this thing for the worst thing I have.
So halftime straight ahead. It is time to join our good friend Scott
Well,
Hansen.
never like
He's
green
sports halftime.
one.
All right, Brandon, thanks much. Welcome in, everyone, to the Orlando studios. Scott Hansen with you for a quick halftime report. We'll let both sides catch their breath and get their orange wedges as we're going to get ready for the third quarter action. So let's go back out to the stadium as we rejoin our broadcast team, Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
He chose to do it this way. You see what happened?
Okay, Scott, thanks so much. We'll see which team's adjustments will pay dividends here as we're just about ready for the start of the second half. The Saints going to go on offense first, and they trail here as we begin quarter number 3. The Saints have to go on offense first here to begin the third quarter. Charles, in the first half, we saw a fair amount of offense on both sides of the football, and now the team trailing here will start with it in the third quarter.
And we both know this coach pretty darn well, don't we? Because his game planning is always on point, and now they get the ball to start the second half. How about all the offense that you already referenced in the first half? They'll put that all together, come out with something really strong, I believe, to get things going here in the third quarter.
Let's start the second half.
Not even a good game. Talking about the Kane, the fuck they went up for right now. Kane, but this time, Black Berry, all that big bullshit. Them Kane, that's the old world. Them motherfuckers left their old world. Came to our new, their new world. We didn't know the order when they started with Tonto on the short thing about anything over here. This motherfucker only been here since the ball either. He was on the Tonto was on the other side when Jesus hit the cross. Jesus called Tonto to his finger. We was still in the floor fishing and shit. What the fuck just happened? Everybody found that? Trying to see the crusade around the road, find out what the fuck happened. I talk shit about this. I don't know who
It's third down, don't take a sack. And in this case, he's able to avoid the pressure and get out of there. He doesn't get the first down, but he does turn a possible loss into positive yardage.
Comes the Saints punter now, as he'll kick it away for the second time. Here's Jones. 39-yard punt, 6 yards on the return. And then it's going to go for first and 10. So here are the Patriots now. They get ready for their first possession of half number 2.
Can't listen, can't forgive yourself and maybe yourself.
Halftime adjustments, what they talked about, maybe just a little inspirational speech, who knows? But looks like they're ready to go.
Throwing here is good. And the Saints pressure gets him. Down, so Patriots send out their punter. As the drive goes backwards, so he's on to punt it away. This is taken to the 23. It's a return of 5 for a gain of 42 yards. And the Saints will take over with a first down and 10. Out on the field comes New Orleans. Our game's in a little bit of a lull here, a little bit of a snag. Punts on back-to-back drives.
School coaches don't necessarily mind that. Didn't turn it over, right? Didn't create a big play for the other team. Right now, what you're looking for is can you gain an advantage in field position? And that's what both teams are seeking right now.
Yeah, they'll be seeking to gain that advantage here on this drive.
Major focus of the halftime makes had to be figuring out how to create space
You want to pay them
game
tax?
to get operate.
You need to pay them tax.
Struggled to
That
sustain
the seat,
Yeah, I
tax
agree
on
with
the
that
seat,
totally.
you
They've
need to
got
pay
to
that.
focus on staying on their double teams at the first level. Make sure
No,
that
no,
ball
it's
secure
going
before they slide in and try to challenge you.
around the world. I don't care if it's about the woman, but if he's going out and know what about to get.
And that looked like vintage
You need to fill those real quick, because it takes a little bit. America comes from paying them before that. That's why they ain't so much debt. Because they started off with a wooden chip that wouldn't pay his debt, his taxes, and stole it. That's what everybody said. Great first y'all paying for y'all fathers too. That's that faith. That's y'all paying for this too. Because that money on the taxes really went to us here. Yeah, I'm from the world.
I do. I think it's a high percentage play.
The hierarchy here. Y'all already knew it when you were over here.
Had to use his legs and his elusiveness to make people miss and pick up the first down. In this case, he didn't.
Even the post will get it. They're about to celebrate 4th of July. Nobody wants to do business with y'all guys. Look, a lot of the commemorates today where America got posed for. You weren't supposed to need a great great moment. They were bringing all their best of the best shit here. And we weren't having a real fun thing. We were going to get paid. Another drag heard me. Then real like a motherfucker. I don't need. I'm not a guy where I need worship. I don't need everybody there. I just need someone to get me out these chains. I don't need to worship. Built like only real king right there was King. Charlotte thought it was a fake. The real king was Killmonger's dad. Killmonger made the full circle back home. That's what makes you